sort of the preview of it moving forward.
It's been an incredible month for Overwatch, incredible last couple of weeks as well, the incredible weekend, given the gameplay that we have seen and how the new heroes in the new season look in the hands of the best players in the world. And we still have, right now, standing the best 4 teams currently at this event. Best 4 teams you could maybe argue in the world. Certainly the ones from their regions, our 2 best teams from Korea, Silky and Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. Number 1 team from North American Team Liquid, and defending world champions from EMEA and Twisted Minds. So very excited to see how that's going to pan out, particularly because it's Korea, North America versus EMEA, and then you get a guaranteed cross-region grand final.
Yeah, I mean, and that's something that we are always looking forward to, is that having the cross-region grand final, because at the end of the day, the whole point of any event internationally is so everyone can get their bragging points and be like, oh, actually, we're better. And, you know, in EMEA, everyone likes to be who's on top. That sort of situation. So we're going to have that ability once again to make the judgment call, so everyone can go back to their respective fan bases and be like, actually, we're better. Like, we're better for sure. And I do think this is a great opportunity to kind of get that started early. The narrative's going, because what we're all about is narratives here.
Yeah. My favorite narrative is the fact that if you watch for a certain amount of time, you will get some drops here, particularly because this is the last day of drops, and we have a brand new
drops, guys.
suite drops.
Sorry.
You see down here below, new esports loot boxes, Reinhardt skins, and also the title all the way at the end. And of us, I know you're a bit of an esports enthusiast, so you know, you just get that title just because.
It's true. And you can see here the bracket in front of us. Like we were talking about, Crazy Raccoon Falcons first match of the day today, followed up by Twisted Minds, Team Liquid, and then obviously we're going to have the grand finals, and of course, a little bit of a fun little match coming up as well, Admiral, during the day.
I'll save that one as a bit of a surprise, but for now, you know, just looking over the entire weekend so far, we started things out with 12 teams, 4 of them seeded into our second day, and now the top 4 remain, as we sort of mentioned, 2 Korean squads, Crazy Raccoon Team Falcons in was the OWCS El Clasico, then Twisted Minds Team Liquid. Following that will be our cat match, a little show match, before we head into the grand finals.
Cat match.
2 teams here will fight it out for our very first title in 2026 and our very first title in the new Overwatch Season 1 as well.
Yeah, and I think this is really just going to set the pace for the year. Obviously, this is a bit of an exhibition series, right? Everyone's getting their hands on these new heroes very early. There hasn't been a lot of time on it, so you know, you can't really form a complete opinion entirely. But like I was talking about earlier, I do think this is the perfect time to begin the narrative building.
1v1.
Begin the slander posts, to begin whatever you want to do to you know, uplift your fandom, or perhaps tear down another. Though I would recommend the positive route. I do think that this is a very good opportunity to kind of get these early eyes on these teams and really see, like, okay, how are these new heroes in particular going to...
I mean, we've already seen
better.
how a lot of these new heroes, particularly in certain heroes, certain players' hands, I should say, really take to the stage. I mean, standouts to me so far have been Chio on the Jetpack Cat already, but then you're looking over towards the Crazy Raccoon side. When you see what Max will start to deliver. Junbin was playing that dominant yesterday. Max took over the rest of the game. Lip solid as ever, and Crazy Raccoon looking to take down today if possible their old nemesis in Falcons.
And Crazy Raccoon, I mean, this team has consistently
Dan orang tingginya berapa anjir?
But this might
How tall is this dude?
I mean, you know, just watch the caster cursor. This might be the weakest they've looked at an event in a while. You know, you saw their matches earlier. You saw the scrims leading up to this, obviously, because it was streamed. And I do feel like right now, Crazy Raccoon is in a very interesting exploratory part, you know, meta-wise for them, of like, where are they going to land in this meta? Where are they going to play? Obviously, they still have their classic tank rotation between Jumbin and Max. But with, you know, the rise of some of this off-tank sort of centric meta we've had, Jumbin potentially going by the wayside a little bit in terms of what we've been seeing results-wise for the squad, which does shake up, obviously, how they're going to be playing. And with the introduction of Vigilante and the, you know, the subtraction of Shu, Vigilante a very good player, but still, many would argue that that could be potentially a downgrade.
Yeah, no Shu at this event as well, so look out for where Shu drops in for the rest of the 2026 season. He's definitely on the team. Jumbin, not in his seat just yet, but we do know that he will be on the starting lineup for our map number 1. And of course, yesterday we talked about the fact that there was some swaps between Jumbin and Max. Max largely playing the remainder of the maps after number 1, because in our first map, the teams do have to play all 5 of the new Season 1 heroes, and that will include the other team on the other side of the stage. Walking up right now, it's Team Falcons, your 2024 World Champions, 2025 Mid-Season Champions. This time with Checkmate in the starting lineup.
And really just a interesting squad still overall when you look at them and just how they play. Even here, you know, they were busting out Symmetra, right? Busting out a lot of Symmetra when it made sense for them. Checkmate, obviously, on the Alcazia run looked really, really good in EMEA, playing those compositions, and Falcons have been someone that have adopted a lot. But this team's still a force to be reckoned with, especially when Hanbin is kind of the central driving, just player for them. How they play on Hanbin. And with Jetpack Cat coming in, you can move Hanbin around the map like a chess piece. And Merit obviously still very consistent. And what we describe as one of the adamantium backlines of OWCS and Overwatch history in general. So this team is looking really confident, really good, I'd say, overall, from what we've seen for them.
And the only team that seems to so far want to really lean into some of the gameplay that we saw.
Gue gak main ini, gue main gue lagi nonton Overwatch esports final, bukan final sih, final preseason.
Which Crazy Raccoon need to be a little bit considerate of. Won't be applied or applicable on our opening map, though, as a reminder.
Kamu lihat yang horizontal di ini ya, ke channel gue ya.
Of the season 1 new heroes, and then
lebih enak.
Loser chooses map, ban starts to come on in again, and you can choose any of the heroes you like that are not banned, and you cannot ban any of the season 1 heroes either for maps 2 onwards.
And these obviously going to be this mirror matchup between all these new heroes for the first map. And as a reminder, we are getting our 1v1s back for today as well. You know, there were some slight issues yesterday that have been resolved.
ML, enggak main ML.
So we should be able to have our 1v1s starting after the each of our series here of just determining the map pick as well. So we get to see a little bit of extra flair, a little bit of extra
style. Gak pernah nyoba sih.
To begin the
series
for today.
Gak suka MOBA ya.
And you know, these new heroes, I think overall, a really great addition when you get a ton of new heroes being added, obviously. But in particular, I feel like we've really enjoyed the kits that we've seen so far.
Field versus Vigilante. Battle the flex supports here. Which means... well, it might be Mizuki, wouldn't it? You would think so anyway.
Could be, yeah.
But we've seen something different. We saw in... it would have been on the first day now, but a sort of situation where I think it was Zest versus Lucamino, and it was a Domino 1v1. So neither
ML sih nggak pernah
actually plays tank, but they both play tank 1v1. So you never know. However, let's find out in our opening 1v1 to decide who chooses the first map.
And it is going to be Mizuki. Come out here, battle the flex supports.
Hello, team.
And Mizuki obviously recently receiving that hotfix, some of the buffs that come through, in particular for the primary fire, making him just more consistent.
Nanti ada show match ini ya, show match.
And when you're in a 1v1 situation, it's just going to be, I feel like, revolving around that Kadoshiro return and just trying to get the movement speed buff, you know, get an angle.
Chain's going to be super important here as well. The first player that gets chained up is going to receive a ton of damage.
Hello.
So dodging out that skill shot's going to be important. Part of how
previous
Mizuki duel I've seen in these opening 1v1s has gone is largely the fact that one player kind of got caught in a weird spot, and Field is getting caught by a lot of damage. 35 HP.
Vigilante gonna win it. There we go. Neither chain being hit at any point. So no chains were landed. It was a pure primary fire, left click only. And honestly, very honorable, I'd say. Not because it was honorable in the fact that they didn't attempt to hit the chain, but the chain wasn't hit, so by default, it just became some classic aim.
Ini game Overwatch namanya. Coba ngomong lagi
deh. Coming through from Vigilante.
Ngomong lagi.
Fielder didn't seem to have hit too many of those left clicks. Of course, Mizuki's going to get played in our first map. We'll see where Chris
udah mendingan. Di gua lu levelnya 150 loh.
And beyond that as well, see how they want to fare with their lineup in terms of their style, because I do think Crazy Raccoon and Falcons are bringing
namanya Overwatch.
Very different styles into this meta, into this matchup today.
Di gua lu 140 juga.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, because if you look at their previous matchups, I mean, they were playing stuff like bringing out Pharah. They were doing double, you know, Pharah like Ashe. They were having really long-range poke comps at times. It felt like they were still kind of experimenting how they wanted to play.
Ternyata yang talon reward emang masih nge-glitch tim. Kan mau maintenance lagi nanti.
Meta that's being driven, I think, across the board, and kind of a remnant of our 2025 season.
At least kasih inilah compensation.
They're very much an experimental phase for them in Bootcamp.
Kalau gitu masih sebenarnya orang-orang bisa sempat pindah.
Head-to-head record between Falcons and Crazy Raccoon all time currently stands at 9
harus dikasih compensation. Masa nggak dikasih compensation?
Side. So pretty one-sided in terms of that sort of head-to-head. I mean, it's the El Clasico for a reason, given that there have been some incredibly close games. Falcons in the past have been one of the only teams that have actually ever taken down Crazy Raccoon, but also notably, Crazy Raccoon have not been able to win a World Finals yet. Falcons have. So a very contentious rivalry where overall Crazy Raccoon have won more. However, Falcons, when it really counts, have kind of taken away some of those big titles. And only one of these two teams can take away our first title of the year at OWCS Bootcamp here, setting up number 1, Crazy Raccoon picking Busan.
And Busan, I mean, a map where you get, and like most control maps, but if you're in particular for Busan, you have a lot of opportunity to play some of these longer angles, right? So give the opportunity for your Imra to just kind of make some space, let your Mizuki duel just a tad. And really, you saw obviously the Mizuki 1v1 went, but Mizuki much more of a, I would say less of a dueling hero at times and much more of just finding the opportunity, especially with some of the buffs that have come through with the primary fire, and you can also allow for the bounces to keep going until it bounces hit someone. So
masih ngakak liat monitornya sih.
About Mizuki in the hands of Fielder.
Siapa namanya?
You know, a less 1v1 centric situation here. And you see the match results, the match pred that coming in. Crazy Raccoon pretty favored right now. And I mean, historically, you would be very correct in putting this spread out.
I mean, recency bias in a couple of different ways could come through here. If you're looking through more recent results between the two teams over 2025, in the last 7 matches they played against each other, Falcons won 1 of them. That was the Korea Road to World Finals, the opening game of that one. Then in the actual World Finals, before either of them even reached Grand Finals, I believe this was in the lower bracket, eliminating each other, Crazy Raccoon narrowly getting themselves over Falcons 3-2. And a lot of these games between these two teams, when you look at their histories, multiple 3-2s, 4-3s in there as well. Some 3-0s did occur, mind you, but typically between these two teams, it is very competitive. I don't see how that would be any different today. You and I, we went for Falcons, and I think personally for me, I'll speak for myself here. They look better this event.
I think, I mean, the problem here is I'm worried I'm going to fall into the trap, but I feel very confident by just looking at the meta here.
Makanya.
Falcons look really strong. Now in times when we've seen like the rush
kondisi mata nggak sih?
Strong for 2025 season, you would say, oh, Falcons are definitely coming out on top.
Pasti kondisi mata nggak sih itu? Matanya.
Enggak, tapi kenapa keyboardnya di situ juga?
Ya
kalau itu mungkin ini ya personal preference enak kali.
So you could feel confident voting for them, but overall I just think Falcons look amazing currently. But we're gonna be heading into map 1, Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons, final day here. OWCS Bootcamp.
Anjir. Enggak pasti kondisi mata nggak sih? Nggak mungkin.
Kalau main keyboard tuh enak kalau tangannya full stretch ya.
Kalau gue sih enakan lebih dekat ke mouse lebih enak.
Welcome one and all to Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons number 28. Our 3rd year of these two teams facing off against each other.
Ya kan esports pros aneh-aneh.
Yeah. Definitely in the OWCS era, this is the most played match between two teams of any two teams. Number 28. Crazy Raccoon kind of leading that scoreline. 18
hello brother, Ankarona Gaming. Hello.
Back this time round in our first event of the year, map number 1.
Welcome to the stream.
Given our new heroes and our tanks being airlifted straight into the middle.
Those early shifts, those repulsors going on out. That's okay. Checkmate.
Oh my god.
Fielder, both money picks very, very early. So 2 down already here. Crazy Raccoon on the back foot, trying to return, trying to get anything, but now they just play slow for Falcons.
Oh, ini match budget hero baru.
Budget hero baru.
Should be able to clean up.
Fielder might have lost the 1v1, but he's certainly winning.
Terus sebenarnya menang turnamen ini nggak dapat apa-apa juga sih, cuman kayak pre-season test. Bootcamp. Pinter sih Overwatch, kan pasti tim pada nge-scrim latihan lawan ini kan, tim lain. Sama mereka dijadiin event aja. Pinter banget.
As Falcons going to clean up this second fight, 20% on the board already. And you just see here for Falcons when you're playing around, you know, Hanbin here on the Domina, they're just so good at playing around the shields, around the aggression.
Aaron Keller buff banget anjir.
Jetpack had ult up available pretty quickly.
Waktu itu siapa ya nge-post foto sama Aaron Keller? Aspen ya? Gue anjing brotot. Terus ada yang ngomong, dia mikirin buff sama nerf pas lagi PR kali.
Comes checkmate for a little bit of damage, but he's taking a ton of damage at the stage himself and doesn't have a resurrect develop because it's a little too early.
Oh, look at this.
Chio not get the drag away. Chio dies anyway, though. He's dragged Chio just into the death zone to allow his team to get the kill. And with that, Crazy Raccoon will be able to find everyone and get the flip.
Lu telat ya?
Honestly, a bit of a misplay there for Falcons because I feel like they had Checkmate be the
Gua
one to
juga.
go contest the point, which I mean,
Coba sekarang lu
Onrun sorta
persentasenya berapa?
tracer category like we talked about previously, but Checkmate just took an incredible amount of damage early, and you're just not able to escape nearly as fast and effectively as
Gua
something
20,
like the Tracer, or
21.
like a Tracer. So Checkmate goes down so early there in that fight. It's okay, Cat duel here
Hello,
on
Fernandez,
the flank. You see
hello.
them fighting out here, Chio Chorong. No one's going down just yet.
Ya beda tipis lah.
Unrun certainly is no trace, no recall to get yourself out of
Di
that
skor tuh masih delay nggak?
situation as we saw a little bit early on, but
Gak tau.
Isang's in a bit of a nasty situation
Enggak sih
himself
harusnya.
now.
Tadi lu
1
jawabnya
HP,
cepet.
looking to maybe back on out of the current fight. Ultimate's online, but Harmon, no survivability, no heals, feel a little bit too late on the Kekai Sanctuary, and well, that's stun to the wall, which just allows Jumbin off the back of his Panopticon as well to clean up an extra member. Falcons falling apart as Crazy Kun will equalize and overtake in percentage points.
Anjing gue pakai DAC baru kan.
Use there and getting the Sanctuary
Ini
out
gua
of the field
follow
too,
back-
right? That
follow
Kekai
back gua
Sanctuary
cuma
being
satu-
gone,
cuma satu
very
batang.
powerful
Kenceng banget
support
tadi.
ult overall. I mean, you get some burst healing, you get a ton of, you know, essentially invulnerability from while you're
Bang,
inside
nama
everyone
gamenya
outside.
apa? Ini namanya
Obviously, once you get
Overwatch.
inside the barrier, you can go down, but Team Falcons now looking for an option to finally break this hold, get into the point itself. They just had no success.
Coming in really hot and fast. It's going to be both of our Unrun.
Oh my,
players
that's
dragged
dapat.
away though, Chio. Trying to look for something on the sidelines. Not too sure if he actually caught any plays. Checkmate eventually gets Hisang down. Vigilante drops Sanctuary in the
Buset.
middle of all of that as well. Now Lip goes hunting for a
Kemarin gue
scout
ngeliat
fire.
klip
Finds his kill.
Emre
Falcons down a couple of
ulti
members. Harmon only just
pakai
three
Kitsune
spawns,
Rush.
but Jumbo's still
Gila,
in the fight
nembak
currently.
cepet banget
As
Kim.
Lip just dueling his way through all of the
Gila
Falcons,
banget.
clipping their wings, pushing it to 90%.
Bahkan nggak terbang, dia cuma
plus,
di
as
lantai
Crazy
terus
Kun
nembak,
will
nembak,
seal the
nembak.
deal in round one.
Iya
I mean, Lip just
Overwatch.
playing that beautifully. I don't know if there's going to be a test. It may be possible here with Hammond going from lower, but I mean, there's boobs. Okay, Chio gonna be the one to get the jetpack cat durability, but I mean, at this point, it's like
Jatuhin,
just
jatuhin, jatuhin,
a slow,
jatuhin,
steady
jatuhin.
stagger. Yeah, I mean, just a little
Nice.
guarantee the non-touch, and Lip really
Gue
being
nggak bisa sih main segelap gitu anjir.
dominant factor in that final fight, the determining factor, using just overall using the override protocol, that ult there from Imra to get some extra mobility, stay out of the LOS. Some of those heroes are for Falcons, and just get picks from the backline. And that's really the power of Imra, and something it's tough in the current meta to see at times. But Imra has a good amount of maneuverability and survivability on top of that, the lifesteal.
Makasih sama-sama.
The first clip there as well, that's kind of where, to me at least, the map started to change in the favor of
Emang lu
Crazy
ganti
Kun.
DAC apaan?
Checkmate going down early as discussed, Choring making the
DAC
play
gitu,
onto
nggak
Chio. You're not really going to drag the other cat off the map, but you are going to drag them out of the sight
Sekarang gue
lines of
pengen monitor.
his friendly teammates. So Chio, no help from anyone
Yang
else.
penting
on his team.
monitor
Crazy
sih
Kun
menurut
will
gue.
be able to secure that secondary kill and then start to swing things around.
Ya gue ganti monitor bagus kayak anjing. Kenapa nggak gue dari dulu ganti monitor?
Now in the early stages of this next
Udah lu
fight,
sekarang
Harmon's
udah
a
agak
little
murah,
exposed. He looked very
Iya,
solo.
dulu pas gue beli mahal.
Managed to get a kill though on his way out.
gue-
Regroups the rest of his
HDMI
team.
satu
Very
doang kan?
even trades going through until
HD
Crazy Kun start to lose just a little bit more
HDMI
than they can
1,
afford.
DisplayPort 2.
See the duel there. Finally, Hammond gonna take it out, and really just that full commit to try to punish Hammond there. Vigilante goes down
Tapi
so
sekarang
early.
gue kalau mau
They're
refresh
down the
rate tinggi harus
support,
pakai
they're down
DisplayPort
those
juga
heals,
sih
down that
Tim.
extra damage,
HDMI-nya nggak
just kinda
kepake malah.
snowballs from there. And that's kind of the power of
HDMI
Zama
lu-
right now, is that
HDMI
you
lama
have
ya?
that passive that allows you to do
Enggak.
ability damage and get
Emang
ult back.
dari
You
monitornya
just have a
harus
ton of ability
pakai
to
ini.
shield dance and survive.
Oh.
And sometimes you just gotta
DisplayPort
commit
kalau mau
onto
refresh
dominant,
rate
like, oh man, we
maksimum.
can't finish that character
Oh, gitu.
fast enough.
Kalau nggak salah kalau HDMI cuma 60 Hz.
Falcons with the cleanup, but this time around though, Merit. Hombre is certainly no dominant. And Chio not going to be staying around too long to overstay his welcome. Ooh. Bit of a scuffle on the sidelines on the
Bisa.
coast side, but there's going to be
Anjing,
support
nggak fair
on
banget
the
sih
heel.
bantuin.
Hisang falls as well, and Fielder comes out on top.
Now they are going to get cap here. They are going to, oh wait, not denied just in time there from Chio. But the problem is, I mean, they don't have a very sturdy front line here when Jumpman is still on the point. Fighting really well on the flanks right now for Falcons. I mean, Fielder just supporting Checkmate there on that flank. Still fighting, in fact. Going to go down a little late.
Dorong.
Going to start building up some of that cap. for
Tapi
themselves,
Mizuki
but
setelah di buff
see
dikit nih
Falcons
dari
really playing, I think, what is the
viable
weak
banget
position
loh.
at times for this competition
Di
is trying
rank.
to win on the flanks. The issue is that Hanbin's kind of getting run over a bit
Biar
right
masih
now.
kurang ya, kayak mending
And
pakai
Harmon's
Kiko
going to run
terus
all the
lah.
way into the enemy team, but Lip
Masih
so
lebih mending
far
kiri,
gets to
ya
kill
kiri
the
kok
tail
mah
for at least a few more
hard
seconds
meta
before
nggak
Lip
sih?
takes his
Mau
life away.
patch apapun pasti meta.
Falcons down their tank player, happy to just back on out for the time being. The point itself will equalize 35-35 in a short moment. Lip wants to try and get some staggered kills using the ultimate. This is going to get a little bit expensive. At least Fielder does in fact go down, but I don't know if that was worth the cost of an entire override protocol. Time will tell.
I mean, realistically, so far from what we've seen, the override protocol, it's a tough ult to get value out of because you're just so slow, so ponderous. You're ponderous. You know, you're very easy to get caught early as you see the jetpack cat bringing back that Riki. Says,
Lip
okay,
again.
checkmate goes down to Lip again,
Neutral.
and also checkmate. I mean, did he try to? Did he try to pop ult? I feel like he did. I feel like he did try to pop ult for that fight, try to just get it picked. Because look, all gone. So using that Vermilion Ascent as the rest of the engage happens here.
Yeah, checkmate popped ult on very low HP, gets sniped out of the skies, and Chio will take down 2 players on Crazy Kun. This might be the turnaround that Falcons have been waiting for. Fielder pops their Sanctuary down. Few members alive still for Crazy Raccoon. Junbin one of them, but maybe not for too much
Gua nggak bisa
longer.
lo pakai override protokol
His protocol all the way into the Crazy Raccoon back.
Gimana sih harusnya nembak sekali yang kencang terus
to reach 71% themselves.
nembak yang ini dulu kan, yang cannon dulu baru rounds yang kecil ya.
Kayak pertamanya heavy, tapi gue nggak tahu berapa kali nembak like baru ganti
They are going to
heavy.
be worried about the Sanctuary coming up from Vigilante along
Gue
with the
bisa
Cat
nge-spam
over there for
heavy
Sherlock.
dong.
So they have some options. They can
Kayak
try
gembel.
to go early with Panopticon here, but probably the best result they could get. It's a very, very strong ult to just set up the engage, deny a lot of the value from the ults. Especially if you don't have a support ult, but they have to be worried about where Vigilante is going to place that Kekai Sanctuary.
Gue juga habis beli ini earmuffs baru buat audio teknikal gue.
And well played by Crazy Raccoon. Harmon might have just been baited into committing. Lip says, give me a couple more. Siphoning Blast will take down checkmate. Falcons retreating as quickly as they can, and as fast as the last fight ended, Crazy Raccoon instantly flipped the point.
Now, getting the support ult there out of the Vigilante, I mean, sure, you're going to lose the point for it, but you have time for the recontest. You don't have to worry about it now for the Panopticon. So they have some options. They have some opportunity here for Falcon. You see Jetpack Cat shenanigans happening here with the lifeline with that tether just on the flank, trying to position Hanbin. 90% the touch needs to be happening pretty soon here for Falcons. Chio though.
Ooh,
the bind comes out. Beautiful chain.
Chain in response, so Hanbin's locked up. He needs some healing. He doesn't look like he's getting too much of it. Lip got none of that one. Fielder trying to stay alive as well. Will Force a 1-to-1. So far in this fight, 4 alive on both sides until he's saying 4s. Falcons looking to desperately turn this one around. Chorong still alive but on low HP. His final fight, 99% by the way. Chio also looking very dire in terms of HP as well. Respawns might be key for both of these teams trying to get their way onto the point as fast
Nggak
as
di-slam
possible
ini.
as these 2 tanks looking to survive.
Ah.
Here comes an ultimate though, catnap away, but not really too successful from Chorong. And now finally the override protocol. Lips been waiting to build this one back up again. It looks like it'll do enough. That
Damn,
damage
Crazy
on top of Chorong,
Raccoons.
getting the final blows is going to deliver the first map to Crazy Raccoon.
And beautifully played in particular. I mean, maybe the 1v1 actually is the determining factor here when we look at the Mizuki gameplay, because Vigilante, I just felt like had an incredible game there on the Mizuki in particular. Was getting a ton of value, hitting the chains when necessary, finding picks on the flank too, using the return. And right now, I mean, Crazy Raccoon, I'm impressed because they didn't look super strong coming into this series, honestly. And
Gue pas ke Jepang kan lewat toko Adidas kan.
Falcon stumbling a bit, and sometimes also.
Terus ada collab Adidas Superstar sama Crazy Raccoon.
And maybe an overcommittal for the flank fights and less, just ability to sustain Honda.
Crazy Raccoon tuh kalau dari Jepang. Terus kayak di Jepang besar gitu. Kayak kalau Indo sih e-sport yang besar.
Gak ada yang segede gitu lah.
Indo apa? RRQ. Ini bayangin sampai Adidas collab. Next back apa? Komsnya sama aja kayak kita tim, cuma teriak nama karakter.
Kalau timnya multinasional gimana?
Ya bahasa Inggris.
Orang Korea kan nggak bisa ngomong Inggris.
Yang tweet I don't speak English itu lucu banget aja. Ini apa, Nyang versus Meow?
Anjing, cat versus cat.
Drops. Berapa sih paling lama? 4 jam. Ya udah kita nge-stream 4 jam. Itu dulu gue bisa ya nge-stream 12 jam. Sekarang gue stream 2 jam aja udah capek.
Kalau tinggal duduk.
Duduk lamaan kan capek ya.
Sambil berdiri dong, pakai meja yang itu. Nah, gue juga pengen upgrade meja sekarang.
Gue pengen banget standing desk.
Iya kan?
Enak banget kayak standing desk. Mahal tapi.
Gokil.
Kayak kalau beli yang lokal terus harga murah, gue takutnya tuh nggak sturdy gitu loh, Tim. Kayak didorong dikit langsung goyang-goyang.
Ih, parah lu.
Banyak yang kayak gitu standing desk murah tuh, tapi pas udah di atasnya udah berat gitu, didorong dikit kayak goyang-goyang parah.
Kalau meja biasa, tau gue emang lebih worth kalau beli kayak kayu Jepara gitu-gitu. Tapi kalau nanti nggak tahu.
I want a standing desk. Kemarin gue nonton Quartz main, masih jago aja parah. Dia kan waktu itu bawa botol air gitu kan buat naruh di mousepadnya. Sekarang dia bawa spray botol buat ngebasahin mousepad.
Serius?
Lu nggak tahu dia mousepadnya, dia main tuh mousepadnya basah anjir. Sengaja. Katanya buat stopping power, biar bisa ngeflick kenceng tapi bisa berhentinya gampang.
Gila nih, ada aja pro player.
Yang waktu itu yang posturnya aneh, inget bener.
Wah, itu kacau banget.
Itu lebih parah lagi aja, gila. Kopi gede amat tuh kopinya. Berapa liter aja. Kenapa orang Korea suka banget minum americano?
Iya.
Sampai gede-gede kayak gitu. Tapi tau gue kopi di sana tuh udah manis kan? Banyak yang ngomong kayak beli americano manis, padahal nggak dikasih gula.
Zukun taking the early lead in our opening series of the final day of OWCS Bootcamp here. As our OWCS El Clasico takes quite a dominant turn for Crazy Kun early on, but that is still only map number 1, where you did have to play all the Season 1 new heroes from map 2 onwards, of course, which will be Falcons' map choices. They lost the first map. The hero pool starts to open up, and as does the substitutions.
Terus kayak Overwatch beneran dipakai substitute.
To be expected, I think, for Crazy Raccoon, especially after we get out these stipulations and we have to play these 5 new heroes. This is really where the opportunities for Falcons start to open up a bit, because what we've seen from them so far is they feel really confident in the new meta. They still have a sim in their back pocket. They have Vendetta. Possibly they have options to, even though to be fair, Checkmate didn't look extremely comfortable with that at times.
Apanya?
But they feel really, really good. I think comparatively across the board. Crazy Raccoon, though, obviously they're not a team to be underestimated. They looked very good in the first map of the series here. We are heading to Blizzard World, which is a pretty strong map. Likely to see heroes like Sojourn, maybe even Cass, Freya. All those things are possible here. And with Max coming in, I mean, Avril, I imagine D.Va Zarya obviously on the board.
Blizzard World was played by Crazy Kun yesterday, but was not played by Falcons. Part of me actually thought that Falcons might have been wanting to take us to an early Shambali Monastery. That's been one of their most dominant maps so far in Bootcamp, at least from my perspective. It's a map that they certainly look most comfortable on when you see how good they have been versus teams like Weibo, absolutely smashing them, using the Symmetra composition, using the Cassidy as well. Symmetra is going to be banned out first. Initial respect target ban sent towards Checkmate. Harman's going to send one back towards Max on the Zarya. Of course, Harman himself, an exceptional Zarya at one stage. Probably, I would say, 2022 season early on would have been considered easily the best Zarya in the world at that time. Might still be, we'll have to see, but not in this particular map. It's going to be sticking over towards probably D.Va, or maybe even the Sigma on the first point.
Yeah, very likely picks here, and obviously going to be a hard hit scan here for both Merit and Lip, getting played more than likely. The question mark now becomes, what is Checkmate going to play? With Symmetra off the field, and we saw Checkmate didn't look necessarily exceptionally comfortable on Vendetta at times. What's the options here for Checkmate moving forward? You know, what's the hero pools? I mean, obviously Tracer still a viable option. You can even play Mei again, right? Checkmate has obviously a relatively deep hero pool at times, so there has been a bank. It's just more so, do you think it's going to be effective?
Barring anything strange from Falcons in terms of them bringing out something exceptionally wild, to me this reads like a Checkmate Tracer / Vendetta. I think Vendetta could be a good call here generally. Is incredible all-in type of hero where they want to play more of a D.Va style. That would make sense.
Dia matanya lurus tapi tim. Berarti
utility just to flank around the map and make sure that Crazy Kun's backline will be checked, pun intended, as we head into map 2 Blizzard World. Question, let's find out.
First person kan dari kiri kan.
There's the chance coming on through here for both these squads. Very popular. And their fans always extremely loud, ready to support them here in their arena. So we're getting ready to set up for Blizzard World. And here
itu
on the
tim
defense,
Falcon sama Crazy Raccoon tuh kayak Barca lawan Madrid. Terus T1 tuh Atletico Madrid.
You're just trying to get in there. Checkmate is on that Vendetta.
And with the cat as well for Chio. So, of course, we've seen plenty of exceptional plays out of Chio so far. First opening moves coming through for Crazy Kun, splitting the map up. Full rotation around the back, similar to what we saw Peps do against Crazy Kun just a day or so ago.
Kemarin cara pro main Blizzard World tuh gitu anjir deh. Muter ke belakang.
He's the one pressuring that.
Oh, this is so good for Falcons. Falcons, they saved the
Kita kan bisa
shield there for
ngepaksa depan
and
mulu.
additionally, they knew that Lip was so far behind, so like, let's walk forward, let's get some pressure. Checkmate here. A lot of damage, a huge stun too for the repulsors.
Dari tangga yang kanan itu loh.
Rather humble and still trying to get a little more damage done
Itu
there.
tuh masuk situ.
He found Heesang. That's going to prevent any further capture progress. You see Crazy Kun's team plan was to flank 4 members around in the alternate pathway. Flip the entire map and then just have Heesang solo pressure the cap to turn Falcons around. Checkmate putting a ton of damage to the Lip and other members though.
Kalau kita sniper Sigma dari tengah
Falcons
juga
looking
bisa.
very
Sniper Sigma.
Checkmate over the top.
Oh my god, nggak kena.
Big damage here onto the backline. His fielder gonna find Lip. Merit just standing tall here on the high ground. Has to get walked out by Max. Max trying to keep Merit down. He's gonna find him, but during that time, the rest
depan D.Va gitu.
Crazy Raccoon getting down.
You see that Falcons, they're saying, okay, we're gonna have to give up Merit. His life is forfeit, but we will trade your
Udah dapat
backline. And
ulti
now
loh.
we'll trade everything else as well. We're gonna take everything. For Crazy Raccoon, he can't really afford this. Merit will get picked up by Chio, so not going to be too delayed in terms of respawning and regrouping with the team. Crazy Raccoon still just sitting on that initial 1 tick and 49.5% they've had.
And right now, Checkmate Vendetta putting a ton of pressure. You see why she's
daerah
so
paling
meta
area
currently. She's
paling
so good at
bahaya tuh
she has so an incredible amount of mobility. She has the stick as well. They have to use the cleanse. Rush is going to come out broken.
Oh my god, what a stun.
Huge! Getting
Huge
3
stun.
players, getting the Panopticon out there as well. Checkmate with the follow-up cleanup. Hanbin turning the corner around. Crazy Raccoon thought they had Hanbin's number. They thought they had him dead to the right. And Hanbin is absolutely not. Here comes the Susan from
Gila, what a
They
stun.
turn the corner. Crazy Raccoon are not ready for that play. And he basically solos the entire team. Crazy Raccoon caught lacking.
And you see that as soon as that repulsor comes out along with the Panopticon, Checkmate was in. Checkmate immediately uses that mobility for the Vendetta, just the Soaring Slice to run on in there, get in, do the AoE damage they need. So Falcons continuing to follow up here in these wonderful comps, especially with Hanbin just playing this brawl tank, getting into the middle of Crazy Raccoon. There's going to be the overclock from Lift, trying to fight someone. Jetpack Cat though, with the
Oh my god.
This composition just looks so unbeatable in the hands of Falcons, Merit, and Chio playing this combo together, but still he's saying, and the rest of Crazy Raccoon trying to make something of this fight. There's still 1 minute left to play through. Merit
Gila.
not even going to allow Chorong the hint of escapability. This is looking like an ironclad defense, still the same 49.5% that Crazy Raccoon have had for the longest time now, and they cannot increase that number. Still 1 more ultimate on the Crazy Raccoon side to play through in terms of big ticket items, the sound barrier.
That sound barrier here for Chorong is definitely going to be the difference maker right now. Checkmate holding onto the Sundering Blade. But Merit already
Oh wow.
equalizing here. There is a chance. Sundering Blade going to be out.
Ya nggak dapet siapa-siapa.
Needed to get something more out of that one because Max has got Checkmate down. Lip converts further.
Lip.
Chio and Crazy Raccoon have finally broken the foothold.
Ini Lip
of
dulu jago banget
Falcons.
pakai Sombra.
Just Hanbin left to play through. Initially looking very good.
Lip
Falcons getting that early pick, but Crazy Raccoon not to be dismayed. Lip when
Tapi
it
dulu
counts,
Sombranya gila.
the Sky will step up and allow Crazy
Gila banget. Gue
Raccoon
ingat banget
another
nonton
lease
Grand
on life.
Finals Overwatch League pas pandemi.
I mean, there's a reason
Buset.
Lip, it feels like an ever-present force.
Shanghai
Just the star in the
Dragons.
sky at times. Where Crazy
Punya tuh gue
Raccoon
skin
is
Sombra
probably
Shanghai Dragons gara-gara Lip gue beli.
hoping up. But now Falcons looking to hold second. Crazy Raccoon trying to be really
Enggak
aggressively
beli.
here with
Overwatch
charge
League
rails for
token
Lip.
sekarang udah nggak ada.
Gonna back on off here a little bit, maybe take a bit of
Sekarang
an off
ada
angle.
di loot box ini kan.
Ya.
There's coming up to ultimate again. Again, watch out for the combo. Cat City in play. Chio, Tether ready to play. Hanbin down is a problem. Falcons can still turn this one around if they want to go for the combo. However, gotta be concerned that Max can eat a lot of that damage as well. He'll fly into your face. Crazy Raccoon.
Cassidy berarti viable ya
Push a
di
little
pro
bit
play.
further forward. Max
Oh my god.
resetting his baby diva with the baby diva and diva in general gone. Merit's feeling
Ah,
himself.
nice.
Look how fast Crazy Raccoon back on out.
Oh oke.
Oh,
I mean, they get the space they need after Max, goes for the reset, losing the mech. Maybe not totally necessary there, considering
Iya
that
sih. Cat dipakai buat reposition high ground cepet gitu tanpa harus ngobrol kayak.
Controlling the high ground now, Crazy Raccoon still trying to take this
Tanpa harus comms gitu.
with these rails.
dengan high loot sekarang.
Now going for this rotation here to the flank. Falcons, they need to be aware of this FB. Watching this Panopticon coming out onto Max, actually. It's a solo Panopticon there to Max.
Okay, a little bit early perhaps. Doesn't really do too much to Max, but a bit of a warning
Plus
shot over
skinnya
towards Crazy Raccoon, who sends their own warning back
Cinnamoroll.
as Trader Katsunia rushes the Hanbin, the only member down so far among all 10 players. Seems like Crazy Raccoon have the edge so far in this fight. Unless Checkmate or somebody else can turn
Mati nggak
things
sih
around.
Checkmate?
The Falcons HP
Kalau nggak
pools
mati
are just a
gila
little
sih.
bit too low. Merit, the only one really getting anything in return for Falcons. Lip will clean this one up, you think, and with that kill, right towards the couple of end players. Hanbin now swapping over towards the Diva. Crazy Raccoon threatening the camp. Hanbin is close enough, though, to touch.
Crazy Raccoon's just thriving in the chaos right now. I mean, they're just playing the flanks of Blizzard World so well. Lip constantly pressuring here. The backline for Crazy Raccoon just staying up and against all odds. For Chorong, okay, dropping a bit of a long beat, almost dropping Lip there, but gets it out. However,
Ya nyangkut.
finds one, not going to take
No.
Lip. He's going to go down.
Chiro kind of messes up there. Rare mistake out of Chiro on his catnap, and while Crazy Raccoon happily take advantage of that, but can they keep the rest of the team alive? Because Hanbin and Checkmate are still managing to get these kills in time, preventing the payload and the last few meters available from actually getting the cap. Now there's only 20 seconds.
kalau
At 20
worth ya
seconds,
gitu.
Crazy Raccoon need to go the
Sebagai
entire
kiri gitu,
distance
tetap dari
just to
ulta.
touch and then play and fight.
And Hanbin there with the crucial swap on a Diva, just able to isolate Lip. And Merit, of course, still anchoring for Falcons right now, getting these very early picks. Here comes the touch.
He's saying
coming out
touch.
for Crazy Raccoon. He's saying, gonna be there. There's gonna be touch available. OT. Gonna be triggered. Another touch available as Merit up on the high ground. Does have a high noon.
Okay.
Chio.
Get ready for the combo once again. Here we go. He's going in, but he's
Ya, naik ke atas.
trying to avoid Max, trying to find any sort of damage. Matrix can't last forever, but Deadeye goes for a very long time.
Wah, Isang bunuh diri.
That cannot happen. Crazy Coon
Isang
down
what
one,
doing, man?
mistake here, and the Sundering Blade is going to maybe seal the deal. Looking to demake Max successfully. Barrett does go down in response, but Crazy Coon just have no members left. This defense has held. It could have been an A full hole for Falcons, but they'll have to settle for B.
And Merit really just
Mati
being a
Isang.
staple. Holding it down here for Falcons a bit, and I like that.
Pulse bomb gagal
I
kah?
think he's saying actually not even going off the map there, Admiral. He drops a pulse. The pulse gets Suzu'd, or maybe I think it maybe it Hanbin, and it unfortunately it limbs himself with the damage. So I don't even think he went off the map. He just went for the pulse and took himself out with it.
That makes sense,
so
given that. Thank you to Scott Custer Kennedy for giving us the falling off the map icon again. I didn't notice that was back in the game, so yeah. It would have been the pulse.
But even
one.
still, I mean, the result is the same, right? They lost Ising early.
Yeah.
They didn't have Ising for the fight. He tried to go for the hero play, didn't work out.
You do see in a lot of these clips, though, as we take a look at some of these stats here as well, definitely more even after we got through the ACAT. But ACAT was where a lot of that trouble was for Crazy Raccoon. Struggled to get past. Really took until the final fight. Lip having some heroic plays to get a couple of key players down to enable Crazy Raccoon to finally get past
Murloc
Falcons.
Island.
But B, troubles ended up continuing. Quick swap by Hanbin on towards the Diva. Obviously, I think that's standard. You don't want to remain on Domina for too long, or any sort of ground-based tank. You don't want to remain on something like a Sigma either for too long on point B. Even with a jetpack cap, ideally you have your own mobility to go up and down from that high ground. It's exactly what Hanbin does, and you see him just fly into Lip and shut him down. So game on now for Crazy Raccoon, who lead in the series, but this map is looking a lot more difficult.
Those swaps really for Crazy Raccoon. Falcons keeping Hanbin here on the Diva. Not trying to use the Domina for the first.
No, there's no cat anymore, but the cast is retained.
That is true. No cat here for Chio. Just rather go for this Lucio Kiriko, the ever dependable backline. We would say perhaps the eternal backline in many ways. What we've seen for the past year or so. So you see Lip just looking for these off angles. Has a relatively charged rail here, looking for the head. Not gonna find it.
Only an interesting choice by Merrick, given the lack of mobility for our opening first point and speed involved in the Lucio Kiriko Diva type of composition. Crazy Raccoon are running on far more standard type of comp, and Hanbin's kind of feeling the effects of that right now. Merrick, he can close the gap, can take the shot from the Lip as he has done here. There's 1-for-1 trade though. Strong looking to fall down next, and that gives Falcons an advantage here to maybe get a few players to get the cap going. Hanbin falling is going to be a bit of a problem. Crazy Raccoon desperately trying to hold on. Numbers look so competitive for both sides, but Hanbin is D-next.
I mean, they're probably going to get the DMEC here on Max. Max pretty low. No, he's in there to find that damage there. And Max just hunting throughout this fight. Playing around the edges, gets an early pick. Make sure to get to the backline to force those cooldowns out from Fielder as well. So Max being so crucial here to just keep the pressure onto Merit, onto the backline for Falcons. Gonna have that bomb up already. No Chio, relatively close to the beat, so opportunity for Falcons, maybe if they know they built that ult, which I think they do, considering that showing way down, to just go for an early beating game potentially.
No flip of the map here. Falcons, oh no, actually will flip
Mereka
the map, just
ngeflank
trying
lewat
to
belakang.
maybe trick Crazy Raccoon, and it's successfully done so. The Crazy Raccoon have no idea where Falcons went. They wanted to try and assess the situation indoors, but by that time Falcons had already managed to break into the backline, claim the high ground, set Merit up, by the way, in the perfect position that you want your Cassidy to be in. Tempo beat available. Chio might just want to rip this one through. He's probably thinking Vigilante has something in the pocket, so is holding it, but realizes eventually, I'm in the lead here, go for it.
Oh, they're trying to chase down Trong. They're gonna find Trong. Merit goes down, but finds Max for it. And here's Vigilante, trap. Gonna have to TP on out, but still no cooldowns now for Vigilante. Vigilante pretty out of the fight. No cooldowns here for Heesing either. They need to touch point. They need to contest, but Falcons here with this long rotation, with the beat coming out from Chio to just make sure they can get to the backline. Really well played, and Hanbin looking for the reset. Gonna get it pretty much.
Our support ultimates for Crazy Raccoon, unfortunately. I mean, Vigilante, even at this stage, only has 95%, so Team Falcons correctly identified what the situation was. First of all, brilliant rotation, catches Crazy Raccoon out, who were not in position to try and break off that rotation and meet them at the choke point behind the cap of 8. But beyond that, after they put Merit into position, tempo beat, no response for Crazy Raccoon. They just get ran over. Time looking pretty good. Kitsunes will be thrown out now. Churong still waiting to receive a sound barrier. That could be the game-changing ultimate this time around. He knows he's got a free beat because Chio won't have one just yet, although Chio is rapidly catching
70%. 70% of the beat already there off the trade, so there's going to be the beat. Max taking down Checkmate already means a lot of damage down, and I mean, they're just going to catch them on the stairs. There's a really good point flip there, Abel. You see, they essentially just get that flip. They're if anything, attacking almost for Crazy Raccoon. Playing on the other side of the choke, and Falcons were just stuck on the stairs there, taking a lot of damage. So Churong used the beat pretty effectively, but with Chio building his beat so quickly, the tempo's not bad here for Falcons at all. The problem more so is can they get out of spawn without losing here? Because Crazy Raccoon, they don't have any space.
That's why Crazy Raccoon want to play forward. They want to force resources out of Falcons. They want to say, if you want to get out of spawn, you're going to have to spend some ultimates to do so. Crazy Raccoon happy to play this game, happy to shut down Merit if possible, and Lip is just going to deliver that rail straight into it as he delivers the pulse into Checkmate. So we're talking about spending ultimates here, but it's actually Crazy Raccoon spending more ults currently. Falcons, okay, they'll take the loss, but it's a positive ult trade in favor of Falcons.
And Crazy Raccoon, I mean, playing this so well because they're using this aggression to try to keep the pressure on support ult-wise for Falcons, while also they know they have to play aggro because they don't have a lot of time per second, right? There's not a lot of edges. Chio popping the beat essentially in spawn to get them out here. Max probably going to get D-Mech, going to be forced to bomb. Yep, there's the bomb going to go out.
Maybe Diva gone in this case. The rest of Crazy Raccoon falling now as well. Falcons, yep, they have
Gila
to
ya,
spend
mereka
enough to get out of spawn, but I think once
baby
you
Diva
consider that
langsung
Pulse
mati aja.
and Overclock was spent by Crazy Raccoon, a 1-for-2 ult trade in that kind of case,
Gila.
even if sound barrier and it is much higher value. Positive Falcons will now claim this momentum, push further on forward. Crazy Raccoon forced a reset. Remember, they have to push the end of the map, but not necessarily finish the map yet in terms of the B point. Merit going down is going to cost Falcons. We might just have to look for a quick reset.
Crazy Raccoon was just so scrappy with it here. They get that headshot from Lip, but looking like they want to commit. Thundering Blade goes on out. A lot of damage on to Max. Gets D-Max, so that's going to be the trade here. Knowing that Merit coming back pretty quickly with the slide. Checkmate going to chase, knowing that there's no front line here.
This is capable. Chio has the ability to speed his team.
Ada sound efeknya kalau si Namoro.
Rush and Vigilante, the only one that can respond. Crazy Raccoon have to very rapidly consolidate
Wah, ini
the team for one final
They're
respawn.
menang.
And Checkmate is not allowing that to happen. Checkmate wants Lip right now. Hanben's on Lip here as well. If they get another kill this deep into the fight, it could be truly problematic.
Anjing.
Cost them a self-destruct. Watch what happens on the actual cap though. Hanben is not here. Max is backed up by a couple of other members from Crazy Raccoon. It's Max getting a couple of kills. Can he slow things down enough? Kitsune rush from Vigilante, and it seems that Falcons chasing Lip into spawn might have been a huge mistake because the rest of Falcons capping have been cleaned up.
I mean, actual greed, actual point of view, you are greedy. You are insanely greedy. When you watch Falcons, they had two players
Terlalu nafsu mereka,
all the way
tim.
to third point, all the way to last
Sampai
point. The
spawn.
spawn doors are still for second, Avril. They're still spawning on the point, and they're not even in the fight there. So Falcons, I mean, getting a little greedy there for the chase. I think losing the forest for the trees, and now Crazy Raccoon, we're in a last fight situation. They're gonna have beat pretty soon. I mean, 4 ults, there's the pulse.
Oh, Suzu this time, Fielder not on the money. Chio not fast enough to beat. He's gonna have to try
Oh,
to save
big.
him like this. It's only a 3-man beat, and this could be the last fight. Crazy Raccoon off the back of Lip might have just rescued this game, and Falcons no reeling for anything.
Oh my God, Lip.
Death on the Fielder. Falcons gotta go for the touch. There's like no time left.
Satu Lip udahlah anjir habisin.
Nggak bisa. Anjir didorong-dorong.
On the point, gonna get D-Mac very quickly. I don't even get the touch there.
I think this is over.
They do get
It's
the
just no
OT
members.
triggered. OT does get triggered, but I mean, look at this. How do they get in? I mean, unless Merit gets here right now with the overclock, they have to touch again. They can't. That's
Nice,
bad. I mean,
Crazy
Falcons,
Raccoons.
I mean, you have to just look at that and be like, this. That might be the greediest play I've seen in a while.
Gara-gara nafsu anjir. Ya udah.
Mau quick
Yep,
play,
and then the follow-up from Crazy Raccoon afterwards sealed the deal. Lip once again
Kayaknya
popping up
extended
when
terus.
required. Falcons
Mati.
going a little bit too far, flying a little bit too close to the sun. And this time around, Crazy Raccoon say, you want to make mistakes, we are happy to capitalize. Falcons look like they should have had that map in the bag, but they let it slip away. And Lip says, any opportunity you give me to carry the game and win, I will take it. And that will take Crazy Raccoon into match point 2-0. Falcons a little sloppy there.
Mana Saudi money-nya?
Set themselves up for a good second map on Blizzard World, but not good enough, I'm afraid.
Tim Falcon nggak di Apex, nggak di Overwatch, sama aja.
But really, Crazy Raccoon, they look, they just have to have Falcons. Maybe they have like a voodoo doll or something.
Ini
where
komen
they're putting
chatnya
pins with
Arab
cursed
semua
energy
ya.
into it or something, because right now, like, they just crumble sometimes, Falcons, in the face of Crazy Raccoon when they were looking so solid before. And Crazy Raccoon playing just an amazing style here where they're using their rotations, they're playing the flanks, and they're just punishing Falcons off of any mistake they make currently. And Falcons just losing the composure a bit.
Remember, even without the Master chasing the spawn, the final fight begins with Heesang getting a stick onto Merit. No Suzu there, unfortunately. But too slow. Chio only just barely gets the beat, so he couldn't react beat that one either. There's still 24 seconds remaining on the clock. There's barely enough time, maybe for Falcons just to wait for a final respawn, or at least not go for a full commit. Instead, they do go for the full commit. Chio thinks, okay, 4v5 doesn't matter. Always winnable, right? Plays for the beat. They lose checkmate before the beat comes out, and it's a 3-man beat. At that stage, Falcons, they're pot committed. I mean, they were pot committed on the chase as well, but unfortunately they go bust here as it's 2-0. Crazy looking for the win. We'll see what happens after this.
Berapa lama breaknya? 5 menitan ya kemarin. Gue selama puasa pengen coba nge-stream tiap hari deh. Kayaknya nggak bisa.
Asik.
Sambil nunggu buka gitu kan gue gabut ya pasti.
Iya.
Main aja, ngabuburit. Oh gitu matinya. Nge-stick Diva, terus Diva-nya terbang ke Tracer.
Iya.
Gue tuh pengen belajar cara yang mukul pakai Tracer terus langsung recall gitu, gimana sih caranya? Susah amat.
Itu udah protect kan? Kalau protect sih Tracer yang melee.
Dapat ini ammo.
Oke.
Ammo sama health sama aja. Kayak ammo doang deh.
나 루시밖에 거쳐 루시 얘들아 메가
나 2층선 메인전
루시 막아놨거든? 루시보다 나이스 오 다행이다 이걸 이겨?
Yang nonton baik juga ya, cewek ya. Gue kira kayak bakal cowok baik-baik gitu. Kenapa ada yang Dede air om preman ya? Kenapa gitu? Like sama subscribe dulu baru gue jawab. Makan om, makan. Gue udah makan. Gue udah makan belum Tid? Map 3 apa?
Starting to look troublesome here for Team Falcons in this semi-final match as Crazy Raccoon looking stronger and stronger, going from strength 2-0 now. In this current series requiring a reverse sweep from Falcons to continue their journey in Bootcamp.
I mean, and Falcons, typically a bird of prey, but looking like the prey themselves. Going a little too deep there for Blizzard World. Crazy Raccoon, I mean, I was worried. I said at the beginning of the series, Avril, I said, oh, surely I won't be gotten again. My Falcons looking really good in the meta, and Crazy Raccoon's looking very weak to start the event. And then they meet it land and do the same thing they've done historically, and it's looking like it might be the case here, where Crazy Raccoon just has their number. And Falcons now looking for a potential reverse sweep scenario and looking to bring it all back, despite, Blizzard World looking pretty good for them.
Seems more self-inflicted sometimes, right? When you watch Falcons and they may be in the lead, and then, well, the crucial mistakes here or there is all it takes for a team like Crazy Raccoon to get the job done. This is interesting because we're back on to Esperanza. Look at the lineup for Crazy Raccoon. They've subbed out Max, put Jumbin back in for this map, clearly signaling that they maybe want to play a dive hero, a Winston on Esperanza. However, I remind everyone, Crazy Raccoon played this map versus Peps with Jumbin on Winston, and they lost. Peps beat them on this map. Falcons actually banning away the Winston out of respect, but I actually think they could have left it up. They could have baited Jumbin into playing the Winston and said, if it wasn't good enough to beat Peps, it won't be good enough to beat us.
Yeah, I mean, potentially... I mean, it remains to be seen, right? Because Jumbin obviously has been playing the Domina for them. Jumbin obviously has Ball in the back pocket, so there are other options here for Jumbin. But like you said, Peps beating the Winston here on this map. And Falcons, you would think, would feel pretty confident potentially not having to worry about the Winston as a team that's historically, even with the Han Binston, been playing.
Ini lagi keyboardnya miringnya keluar bukan ke dalam.
I would have rather they banned the ball. I think the ball is genuinely a bigger threat. Saw what TVNT did with the ball yesterday. Maybe a sneaky threat in this current meta that only players that are quite proficient on the ball, and particularly guys like Jumbin who have traded places with players like Dongak in the past for best ball in the world. You don't want to really fight against that in this current meta. So Winston, to me, not that threatening. Ball, maybe sneaky threatening. You might have been much better off getting rid of something like that.
Definitely a real threat, especially like you talked about with TVNT there yesterday. Now, it was a bit of a clutch pick at times. It wasn't the plan going into there for that map, to be fair. But with someone like Jumbin on the team who's so proficient at ball, it's something you have to consider.
I don't read green, but that sign definitely said Jumbin knows ball.
Yeah? What if it says... What if it said something else? You wouldn't know. I mean, it could be Jumbin. Like, look at this amazing sign that I made of Hammond. Could say that. You don't read. Well, you do read.
That's true. You do. No, I didn't. I'm illiterate, actually.
Oh, you're illiterate as well? I mean, to be fair, I mean, that's in many ways, if you think about it, devoting your life to the esports casting and commentary at the expense of literacy is kind of noble in a respect.
I don't. It's difficult when I read the names. I'm just sort of guessing through the players. I can't actually read the names properly. It's a bit of a problem. Maybe I'll have to tilt my monitor the way Harbin does to be able to see things properly. In either case, the opponent ban coming through from Crazy Raccoon was Cassidy, so some respect being given to Merit. No issues just playing the Sojin on this particular map, and I'm pretty sure when we look at the previous performance by Falcons on Esperanza, I do believe it was Soj anyway, so maybe not the most impactful bans at the end of the day, but very respectful. Let's see if the respect ends up ending here as it's map 3 match point, all to play for.
There's the chance coming on out. Pure versus Crazy Raccoon, which would be, when you talk about the El Clasico, this would be a very El Clasico moment. Am I seeing a Reinhardt?
Okay.
Am I seeing a Reinhardt? Is this a jump Reinhardt?
Yeah,
in 2026 on Esperanza?
So fun fact, this happened before. This is a throwback. One of the
Reinhardt in 2026 esports. What the hell?
Crazy Raccoon were looking to lose the 7-map series, the best of 7 series, until this map where Jumbin brought out the Rhine. Falcons had no clue how to counter it, and Falcons lost
Denger crowdnya nggak tadi pas Reinhardt keluar?
In that 7-map. I believe it might have even been the finals as well.
Reinhardt. Oh, TP please.
He's saying also playing the Symmetra, however, far less experience and checkmate on the Sim.
I mean, also on top of that, just the Reinhardt pick in general into this composition. Like, yes, you're playing around the TPs here, but you already saw so much pressure to jump and shield early. As Falcons, they can just play it slow here because, I mean, they have no options really to put the pressure outside of this TP right now.
TP itu
I mean, how do you land on a play?
I mean, look at Hanbin is just pushing the point right now, and they're gonna go pressure Hanbin here off the point, but Hanbin can leave. Hanbin can just leave. Who do they find? Yeah, who do they find exactly?
Who's Junbin supposed to get here? Because you have an extremely mobile backline. You have 2 DPSs with also mobility. I suppose if Checkmate makes a mistake, you catch him, but he's smart enough and good enough to make the play. That's probably not going to happen. Hanbin's on a diva. This is going to be tough for Crazy Raccoon to land on a play. Their best shot is to get point presence, try not get poked out too heavily, and brawl on the cap itself, on the robot. Hanbin low.
Hanbin though, getting very pressured, but right now Checkmate just popping some of these CPs, making them turn around a bit, taking that pressure off here. So Crazy Raccoon's still not finding anything. They are going to be soon to have the rush, and they have a little bit of beat ad. But I mean, Falcons, they're not that far behind here. They're not that far behind towards this portal.
Falcons don't want to all in. Crazy Raccoon do want to all in. It's going to come down to the ultimates. Double Kachuna rushes. Feel that lacking by a couple of percentage points, but we'll get there eventually. Falcons trying their best just to rotate around the side, and Merit punishes first, takes his own life for it. Unfortunately, as Junbin finally catches onto Phil, who never used a Kachune rush, mind you. Might be a critical mistake for Falcons, as the last 3 members have to get out of the fight.
I mean, also, just look at Jumpin at 50% ult charge here after this, what was it, like a 2-3 minute fight here. First down, to be fair, Hanbin not that far ahead, considerably, but maybe a bit of a mistake, but considering how fast Falcons get back to contest this bot, and now they have the rush advantage here too, so they're gonna have double support ults, I think realistically, pretty reasonable call for Falcons.
Crazy Raccoon want to get out, they're beaten first, fully respecting the fact that Checkmate has the first photon barrier. Feel that this time he's going to drop the Kachuna Rush. Last time barely got it in time, but didn't have a chance to use it. He's saying a response. Photon barrier on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Sound barrier coming through from Chio. This time Falcons looking for those kills. Merit in the driver's seat, just trying to get this last kill to Junbin if possible. Hanbin will get from behind.
Oh my god.
Those boosters, and Crazy Raccoon falls apart. The superior ultimates from Falcons this time around, giving them the edge.
Yeah, I think Falcons, whether inadvertently or on purpose, definitely ended up with a better result there of not popping that rush for that fight previously, getting to have double support ult for that fight there. And now, I mean, Jumping still 75% to a shatter, just kind of walking around the rectangle currently. He's just walking around the rectangle right now. He's trying to find some sort of value.
It will be a free shatter if you landed on somebody, but the problem is, are you going to catch somebody? Checkpoint has, you're right, the checkpoint has been found. Crazy Raccoon, unfortunately, doesn't quite get there in time for a contest. Still waiting to use his own overclock, however, more difficult in some cases, given the fact that's a great boot, given the fact that you also have Hanbin that can matrix the whole thing, and that's exactly what's happening. Lip just can't get any shots in. Hanbin marking him down, preventing the overclock from finding success. Merit got low there for a second, but largely surviving here as Crazy Raccoon got nothing out of that ultimate. Lip, though, doesn't need the ult. Traded.
Very charged beam here for Heesang. Heesang has a lot of energy here. The primary fire. Has to be careful though. Bit of a messy fight as it's broken down. I can't believe Liv got any value here. Symmetra fight here. TP's going on. A bit of the wizard portals being used. As he's saying, looking to chase down Checkmate. Checkmate getting pretty low. Jumpin is going to get found. Hanbin just looking for the hunt. The hunt is succeeding. They're going to get these finish up the limbs here. And it started out a bit messy there off that boot from Chio. Crazy Raccoon almost able to bring it back again with Lip making some heroics, but Falcons once again cleaned up. And look at Jumpin still doesn't have shatter.
That's the thing.
He's about to have it.
Because he doesn't have a chance to swing. He can only 5-strike so many times against a mobile team with a defensive matrix, right? It's not going to do enough. So he really is a rectangle man for the time being. He's saying, I think he potentially could have made a mistake.
Udah nggak di Overwatch. Udah lama banget.
Once again, Crazy Raccoon have to give up space. 18 is found now. Junbin finally has a shatter available.
Dulu mereka punya tim Overwatch League kalau salah. New York Excelsior kayak kalau salah punya Cloud9.
Once Junbin goes for the kill with the pin, might still end up saving members.
Even if they win this fight here, Apple, I mean, we're at Apple theory, almost. Just about, pretty close.
Okay, shatter.
There's the
Big
shatter.
slap.
Finds one, but they have Matrix. Can they pin it? No, Hanbin gonna take that, and Jumping goes down. The body block from Hanbin so good there as well. Oh, shatter.
Cheers on one, he goes down the left, no sound barrier for this fight. Harvin kills two on the self-destruct, excuse me. That allows Checkmate to get the clean up now. Jimbin the only one alive, they can squeeze it.
Gantilah, swap. Masih main Reinhardt.
Serum activated because you would have to get 134, you have to get 100 more in terms of gap than the other team. And
I mean, look at this. They are almost there.
You might be right, Jimbin barely prevents it, but 149 is pretty devastating. At what point, though, I have to ask this question, is Harman's going to throw his life away potentially? At what point does Jimbin and Crazy Raccoon give up on this composition? Chio now getting some cleanup kills. This is costly. It does cost them a sound barrier, but in response, Vigilante has to ult as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is fine for Falcons. It's messy, right? This is very, very messy. A stagger would be pretty unfortunate as well. And it is going to happen. There's going to be a couple staggers. But I mean, you got the rush out of Vigilante here, and you have so much cap time. I mean, they haven't even got a second checkpoint here, Admiral.
And
so,
he's still on Ryan. Like, again, at what point
does
he have to face the music here? See the writing on the wall and just
switch
like,
off.
This isn't working. This comp is not working. Talk about Falcons being pot committed on Blizzard World. Crazy Raccoon are pot committed now on Esperanza.
TP gonna happen, but Merit immediately finding Sharon, so they're not gonna have the boops, they're not gonna have the rush. Jumpin is gonna find one, but look at this. Jumpin actually gonna find two there, so Jumpin managed to get two there. But unfortunately, the problem is lost too many picks. Even with Chio go down the backline, they need the bot to need to be moving. They have to be getting some cap time right now. I mean, they're about to reach
the bot's moving in the wrong direction.
In the bank.
Bot's moving in the wrong direction for Crazy Raccoon. As Jimbin, really the sole surviving member there, slowly once again trying to charge up that Shatter. And as we saw, Shatter not necessarily even going to be enough to win these fights, given how mobile and how much defenses Falcons can come up with when required. Lip even taking a decent amount of damage here. This fight is going to largely come down to Lip having that overclock.
Lip looking for the opportunity right now, but Falcons using this TP from Checkmate to just keep the contest on high ground right now. As Jumpin here just trying to anchor the point, but his shield constantly getting peppered here by Hanbin. Is Merit going to take down Lip, and now there's no overclock. A lot of hope potentially gone here for Crazy Raccoons. I mean, sure, they're getting some bot pressure, but they're down a huge source of damage. They're stuck on the low ground. How do they turn this around? It's going to be maybe the wall for Heesang.
Yeah, we're going to bisect the walls together here. Hanbin on low HP. He's getting cooked by Heesang's lasers earlier on. Beat comes through from Turong, nothing from Chio so far. He's still lacking in that ult department, but Merit waiting for the wall to dissipate so he can finally use this overclock to great effect. Jimbin's shield should be fairly low at this point as well, but as Crazy Raccoon kind of give up on this fight, Falcons steal the bot away, and Crazy Raccoon now have to rotate from the wrong side of the map.
I mean, there's the overclock from Merit, just being like, hey, don't approach. I mean, they have the bot. They've taken it. They've taken the bot entirely. They've just completely flipped this here. As Crazy Raccoon, they're trying to get back in. Lip still holding on to his overclock. Jumpin gonna have the shatter available, but there's 2 minutes in the bank here, Ab.
Go, Lip,
2 minutes
flanking.
in the bank.
He's flanking, but Chio's already got the sound barrier in. Jimbin's gonna start waiting for the green HP to go away before he tries to go for a shatter. Lip's already down. Jimbin,
what the hell?
Better make a hero play right now. I just need a solo melee shatter into Hanbin or somebody, because his team needs him. His team is dependent on this line to actually work, but time is running out and they don't have meterage. Crazy Raccoon, desperate to find something. Merit's got one on Turong, but Crazy Raccoon is just losing
members.
members.
Look at the bot. Chio's on the bot. Chio's on the bot, taking it too.
Oh,
in this madness, Falcons are just playing.
Big slam.
Playing the bot entirely. Okay, 2-man shatter. That is big. That's great. That's awesome. But doesn't even finish both.
Does he get the
still
kills?
Gonna go down. No, he didn't get them both. He only got one of them.
Merit goes down. Checkmate survives. By the way, the fire strike got eaten by Hanbin's defensive matrix, so that part was gone. Jimbin trying to swing his hammer as fast as possible to at least get some kills, but one more time, the shatters are not necessarily even game winning. It looks kind of okay on camera, but the result
a little too crazy
is not there. So you're gonna bring a Ryan combo at Esperanza. There's
Ganti.
few things crazier than that.
Maybe for a raccoon like Crazy Raccoon, they're a sane raccoon. They're a non-crazy raccoon for a comp like this, but Falcons here still sub 1 minute in the bank, Avril. I mean, right now it's all looking the way of Falcons. Sure, the ult bank isn't amazing for them, but they do have some add, and they still just have a gigantic bank and push lead.
Merit once again has been so good on these opening picks. Lips struggled in that regard compared to Merit so far in this particular matchup, and now he's saying just going to get deleted by the rockets of Hanbin. Bad goes the worst here for Crazy Raccoon. 20 seconds left to play through. They can't even really afford to back on out. I think they're going to have to commit.
I mean, if they get staggered here, if they lose one more right now in this fight when they're down, he's saying it's over. So right now, they're playing it slow. They're trying to play it around the shield. And you see Lip in the backline trying to get a little bit of pressure.
Anjir, dikejar.
Using the slide saved it there to try to get out, but he might still go down, and they're going to be down.
Oh my God, he does.
Fight.
That's 45 now. Lip, your carry is gone. He's saying still got an ultimate, but what else do you have? Vigilante 11 away from Kitsune Rush. Fielder's already got it. Mirror rips through on the overclock. He's saying he's going to slow it down with the photon barrier as much as possible. Mirror's not finding much success due to that shield, but once that shield is gone,
oh my god,
other members that are not there. Now Mirror's going to find some real big value on that ult, and Team Falcons just have the major player advantage. And I think Chorong Ajax, just the cherry on top. You thought Falcons might be out of it. You thought Blizzard World ended up being
reverse
a
sweep
poor look at the end of Falcons despite being a reasonable map. Crazy Raccoon cooked a little too hard on this Esperanza map. I think they left the gas on, the stove on, the house may have just been burnt down.
I mean, the Reinhardt is just, it's interesting because I think it's fine when you want to roll out with it, try to make it work, but the full commit to the Reinhardt for this map is rather interesting for Crazy Raccoon, and trying to play the sim composition, which is something that historically, I mean, you're playing it into one of the best teams in the world in Special with Falcons. Especially now they've, I mean, added
to Checkmate.
And they've also, Checkmate on sim, who is someone that without Kazuya just looked incredible on it. So really interesting plays, as you would say from yesterday, peculiar plays for Crazy Raccoon.
And again, this is Crazy Raccoon trying to repeat history a little bit. They wanted to get this incredible win on Esperanza. It's an attempt to repeat the OWCS Korea Road to World Finals grand final between Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, a 7-map gigabanger that looked like a Falcon sweep was going to happen. And then you get to Esperanza, and suddenly Crazy Raccoon have the most insane turnaround that mentally booms Falcons for the rest of that final due to that Ryan. But guess what? It's 2026, it's new Overwatch and a new Falcons. Let's get to a new map after this.
Drops.
Joins. Hit up the joins. Come on. Let's get a quick one in.
라라라라 심해 나이스 가보자
Orang nonton apaan aja. Duduknya di kursi plastik gitu dah. Gue pengen banget jaket T1 ini. Gue mau ngambil kopi dulu, bentar.
It does allow Checkmate to also allow Harbin a little bit of extra mobility. Merit defensively will play over towards the cast, so no Sojin here. A little bit of risk given that sight lines are very long on the opening parts of Gibraltar 8. So Merit's going to have to end up relying on playing more of an anti-dive situation against Jimin. Vigilante going to the Ana to support Jimin, giving that nano boost over, and also nano boost he got on the Vendetta as well.
I think also the reason here on top of the anti-dive is you have, you know, especially if you might potentially see a cat, you could see the option to shoot that cat outside, you know, out of the sky a little bit more effectively at times. But
okay,
instead,
swapping.
No cat currently. Yeah, getting the swaps immediately. And I think also this double slow backline for Crazy Raccoon instead of the cat gives them a lot of space because they know that Hanbin probably not going to be playing anything that's going to get up in their face, is going to pressure them at all for Team Falcons.
It's a lot more difficult to move Hanbin around. Yes, you do have a symmetric teleporter, but the cooldown is far longer. Be destroyed as well. Cat would have been easier, but Chio doesn't want to risk it. To be fair, Lucio Kiriko far more stable backline, far better ultimate as well on that Lucio. Checkmate is just trying to get his team out of dodge right now. Back in the server room as Merit was the one taking tons of damage. Crazy Raccoon taking all the high ground. This is not good positioning for Falcons. They need to be able to hold the server room as best as possible.
Yeah, I mean, also they can't give up all the space on high ground either, because sure, you can hold server room and just cycle contest Hanbin, but it's really easy to lose an off angle. Yeah, jump in, gets on in, gets boop. I think it's gonna go down. Yeah, it is gonna go down. So very early find here.
Jimin, I mean, how do you quite quickly with no real support. He's saying, I don't know if he had the follow-up there at all, but Falcons happy to just put the shield up in the front lines. Jimin might be able to leap past the shield, but Falcons can get the punish on his flashbang. There's repulses, many a tool to stop Jimin from finding success, and no nano support either, because Vigilante didn't quite have it yet. Jimin might have pulled the trigger too early.
Yeah, I think maybe a bit of a mystery, but definitely with the nano available now, they can full commit here in the next aggression. But Fielder and Shield, both relatively close to ults themselves. I mean, they're just getting tons of damage from it in the server room as they're trying to bunker around, play near the point, so they can just keep the contest up here.
Look at the payload, it's sneaking away from them. The server room pole has been busted just due to the fact that you have to contest now. Look at Harbin, he's out in the open. He's no longer able to hold the choke, and it's because payload is about to get capped 3 meters away. If Falcons want to hard commit this one, they have to be careful with back cap. They have to be careful with the fact that Chio, unfortunately, doesn't save Harbin. Fielder now.
Oh my god.
Down as well. It's 3 versus 3, but Crazy Crew have no support step. Lip wants to carry the game by himself. 2 versus 2. Checkmate down, and Lip just might be the goat. Unless Merit still managed to get a kill. It's just a 1v1 left. He's saying versus
my god.
He's saying gets it done.
Gila.
I mean, all that while it's happening, he's saying with the clutch up, and Falcons, good rotations, but the problem there is Hanbin goes down so early, isolated by that Winston bubble and the nano, and then, sure, they go to commit to fight the backline, but they have no one to anchor the point. Bear was on the long flank there. And so Falcons struggling to keep that point presence up versus Crazy Raccoon, who are just constantly touching the point back and forth, moving it forward just a little bit, getting it away from that server room. So really well played for Crazy Raccoon.
Aggressive TP, they want somebody in here, Lip ideally, but Lip's going to find Checkmate first, as you're not going to catch me when I have the rail available. However, Jimbin, Primal inside a small room, Merit very tanky, gets 1 kill here. Lip still collects a couple more. Jimbin will finally slap Merit out of the server for the time being, as Crazy Raccoon will just try and consolidate further kills with the backline. Harbin is isolated on towards the side, no help from the rest of the team so far. But I think Crazy Raccoon have understood that there are respawners coming back from Falcons, so they don't want to overcommit.
But even so, Falcon's still struggling to maintain control of the map right now. Jumping on this Winston just brings so much pressure here.
Yeah, missed.
Penop gun not gonna hit. The repulsors are gonna hit, but I don't think they can finish them. I don't think they're gonna be able to finish them. Blip still stuck down here on the low ground. Can't get healed, but out of the LOS.
Been low HP. If he goes down, this push might just be over right then and there. Fielder purple, but still alive for now. It's Vigilante, couldn't hit the sleep dart. He gets the mega pack, but unfortunately just delays his own life because the supportal power of Chio does come in to help Checkmate out. With that, Crazy Raccoon backing on out. Jimbin resetting off the map. Unlikely for him to swap just yet, but keep an eye on his hero anyway. Let's see what the rest of Falcons are doing. It looks like it might be Winston. Alrighty, I mean, to be fair, B point, you want a little bit more ability to go high ground, low ground.
Damn, man.
Merit will just force Heesang back. Winston, not a traditional Winston player, and he's up against one of the best Winston players.
Now the Winston has seen some rapid improvements, but Lip
seen a
here,
lot of death.
Nano overclock, very in deep, trying to put the pressure here because they know they don't have Hanbin. They can't really anchor the point.
Damn.
It's got one back over onto left. Chio's trying to save the day here. Hanbin might be dead. He's coming back very soon. It's Checkmate freshly onto a swap tracer to contest Isang. He's trying to keep the rest of the team going in this fight, but they're not going good enough, far enough. Feel the 1 HP pops the Kitsune. It's only Hanbin and Checkmate that can do anything about this situation. Crazy Coon, do you have some low HP members, but Vigi still able
Oh my god, what a sleep. Oh my god.
Onto Checkmate.
I mean, that is just nasty there for Vigilante. I mean,
Dia ngambil perk headshot.
Them a little bit replacing Shu for this roster. Still a very, very mechanically gifted flex support. And Vigilante getting tons of value there with the Nano onto Lip and then getting that sleep to deny the pressure. Because maybe Checkmate gets that a limb a little bit earlier. They can maybe stop that cap. So second point going the way of Crazy Raccoon there. This Falcon's looking to hold last.
Hanbin will start to hold left.
Saling kedai sudah monyetnya.
Nano clock just a fight a go before the last beat. Hanbin, however, is still going to go down. Crazy Raccoon now free time on the payload. These Falcons will have to go for reset. No big ultimates outside the pulse bomb, which is going to get Suzu. So not a particularly impactful ultimate at this stage in the fight.
And no support ults here for Falcons at all. No support ults here coming into a Nano and the Rush. And with Jumpin about to have the Primal as well. There's a lot of opportunity to just get in deep here for Crazy Raccoons. Yeah, Nano in, on to Barrett. They're going to have to use the Suzu early. That's a lot of damage. There's a lot of cleave.
Damn,
So a lot
bro.
of kills coming through as well. Finally, it's going to be Fielder trying to get out alive, but he'll get zapped in the distance as Crazy Raccoon send this payload home. Team Falcons are going to end up losing this point, apparently, without Hanbin even getting to use his Primal Rage. The Diva ban from Crazy Raccoon working wonders, preventing Hanbin from playing his favorite dive hero on this very dive favorite map. No Diva means once you move away from the Domina, his options are so limited, he's thinking, I got to go to the Winston as well. But just doesn't quite have the experience or the talent on this hero that Jumbin does.
Really, you can see the tank issue.
Gila sleep ya sih.
Play here of just not having
my God.
They feel really comfortable playing around. The Domina had its moments there for first, but the Han Vincent definitely struggling a bit for second and last. And when you're considering the ult advantage that was available at that point. So now the question is, I mean, it was a pretty fast cap for Gibraltar, right? Capping Jib at all is always a victory. It's a win. But with like nearly 2 minutes in the bank for Crazy Raccoon, that's a relatively fast cap time as well for this map. And for Falcons, the question is, do they want to keep playing the Han Winston? Do they want to try to swap?
I mean, Cat is available if they want to use a more ground-focused tank. You can see what this game plan was from Falcons on that A point, right? You can hold server for a very long time as long as you keep the payload contested. It's very hard for Crazy Raccoon as a dive team to break that server room hold up against so many good defensive anti-dive characters. However, once Hisang snuck the payload too far forward, Falcons were exposed, forced into
video yang Widow
and now it's looking like
itu
he'll be remaining on the Winston. There's just not enough
Widow
other
fit.
good options for him to play through.
Udah ngelewatin sleep Ilari anjir.
Be able to really
Nah,
contest
sleep Ilari
Crazy Raccoons. They're gonna have to do this. More
380.000,
those merits
Widow
still
fit
on the cast.
450.000.
So they get
Yeah,
outranged
with Shio
in this
could do the
opening
Brigida,
battle
though.
against Lit.
So I think they're just very
Gooners,
much
the
committing to
fucking
empowering
Gooners,
these playing
man.
DPS into pocketing Merit a bit. The Suzu does get forced from that anti, I should say, from Vigilante. And Sharon here on the Wuyong as well means it's a very similar idea, right? For you're just putting a lot of empowering heals, some options, some duels here for the flank.
There's some
Jumping,
good
getting
moments
poked
for
down.
the potential break. I mean, you get to the last fight on the actual Kappa Bay rally, it's going to be quite powerful. They're denying some of the leaps from Jimin via the whip shot is going to be quite powerful. Usually better on the defensive side than the offensive side. As
Buset.
will drop down the top and let welcome to Flashbang Town. Falcons, though, they still don't quite have enough here. As
Pisang
Hisang
jago banget, anjir.
clean up the rest of the members. Nice sleeve dart from Vigi onto Houndin as well.
Yeah, and you see a bit of the problem is Jumpin has to be careful not to get taken down. But you see a bit of the problem as well of the cast into the Sojourn, where it's a bit difficult to catch these rotations. You know, you don't have a slide. You do have obviously the roll for cast, but Lip able to just get out of dodge a bit faster here. And with Shio being on the Brigida, yeah, you have the shield bastard to make a little bit more space, but you don't have, you know, quite as much survivability as you might here for the Wuyong potentially.
And by the way, you
Nor
have a
that dueling.
much clearer win condition for Crazy Raccoon because they have the Nano. There's no Ana on Team Falcons. They're playing Brig Kiriko. Waiting to put
And
yourself
with
in
the
a good
Tidal
position
Blast,
where you
too.
can use the Kitsune rush into the rally for the final push. So a Nano boost here is just so easy for Crazy Raccoon to make any play off the back of Jimin. He's quite low now. He might have to get Nano if he's not careful.
Yang Ana.
I mean, just look at the pressure here from Crazy Raccoon. So far, just keeping this constant pressure on them on the rotation. There's the Nano. trying to catch him there on the stairs with the anti as well. The rally's going to go on
Tracer
up,
berarti
but
hard
already
meta
Fielder
ya sekarang.
down, and they should just get cleaned up here lower.
Rally is still running through, but I think Chio's HP is just a little bit too low at this stage, and Chio didn't get an opportunity to use the rally in a better spot, use it defensively to try and defend against this nano boost coming through from Crazy Raccoon. And there's also, by the way, a title blast online for Churong. This is looking like the potential of a full hold because Crazy Raccoon's Winston dive is just that much better than Falcons. No Diva for Harbin has been a massive problem on this map and continues to be so as Chio now finally gives up on the brig, goes towards Jetpack Cat. It's still a weird composition, except for the fact
Okay,
that
we
you
get
have
a
the combo
cat.
Merit Jedi available. Look out now. Cat City time.
They could clear some space.
Cat
they
Jedi
could
lagi nih.
clear some space here as Vigilante up on the high ground still.
Lihat positioning anaknya dah. Gila, agresif
One
banget.
here for Lip. Merit down, so there's no high noon. They see here there's rushing the point for the rest of the Falcons trying to get some cap time. Maybe trying to pick no Lip. Any primal, but they'd have to there it is, the title blast, which makes this Fuyong so strong. But okay,
Hang on.
Vinston coming into
Chio
play
as well. Chio as well getting on top of Vigilante. We saw how deadly Chio's been on the cat so far, but Hanbin, Primal at least has been well practiced.
Jangan kayak Falcons lagi, jangan terlalu nafsu.
Spawn camp onto a couple of players, Spirit down, Chio there as well. Chiron now over towards the Juno to get back
Dimajuin
quicker for his
masalahnya.
team. Last minute of the fight left remaining available. Fielder finally drops in the Kitsune Rush, the only support ultimate available. Jimmin once he gets back can Primal this, but Fielder's got himself a double kill at this stage. He's now solo carrying. If the rest of his team isn't dealing the damage, he certainly is. Jimbin, final Primal race to try and slow things down here, buying time.
Oh no, did I?
To play through Mare, by the way, in perfect high ground position as Fielder cleans up the final tank play. With that, the cap is gone.
Vigilante committing off the ante as well. Gonna get one, gonna get two. The rest of Crazy Raccoon just falling off there off of Vigilante. Getting all those picks as well. So Vigilante here on the Ana just continuing to bring so much value.
Gila sih anaknya.
Fight is Hanbin Fielder getting to the cart, getting to the point, getting it moving a bit there on that payload, and just committing the rush. Fielder believing in himself there, believing in his mechanics, and gets those two picks, opening up the fight. So Falcons now, they have a new lease on life. They're moving here on to second. They're going to have the Jetpack Cat ult. They're going to have that catnap. But really, the question is really, you can't take them off to an environmental angle, more than likely. You're going to probably just lose someone out of position if you do use it.
Yeah, you probably want one of the supports, right? Or maybe Lip as well. We're finally going to be flying behind.
Nah.
Does a little bit of damage, but not enough at all because Lip's doing all the damage from the Crazy Raccoon side. He's been nanoed up. Doesn't even need the overclock. Just going to be putting in those rails dry and walk for Falcons. A big reset here. 2 minutes remain. Remember, they have to finish the map. They don't have to finish with time for the sake of draw signs because we're an escort. That can't happen. But considering the Crazy Raccoon of 151, Falcons want as much time as possible.
The Primal going to be up here for Hanbin. Along with that cat ult here is Jumpin, looking to get a little pressure into the back. Now they know there's no lead. This is the opportunity here for Falcons to get forward a bit. The Colt's going to be used for checkmate, not connecting. Is Hanbin here? Here, doing a lot of cleave.
A lot of support coming through from Fielder as well. Hanbin will get himself the double support line. That's going to be free time on the payload once they get rid of Jumbin as well. Lip's going to be the next target. Zapped away from spawn. Easy money for Hanbin there, but Jumbin's trading on the opposite backline. Jumbin needs to go down if they want to move this payload forward.
Jumping here, just being such a menace. I mean, you see the power that wins it. Hanbin going to have to primal as well, because that pulse. Not able to use it too effectively here, but still getting a bit of damage.
Ya, ditarik.
Looking for it.
You got him.
Vigilante gone, and Chio is trying to find away Hanbin.
Oh my god.
What the save on the teammate Chio. Punch to the face. Lip is out of the map. And with that, maybe they can cap as well. Just a few meters remaining. Only he's staying with a potential touch, and he doesn't go for it because his team is not there. Falcons, unlike the match to 151, but Falcons have at least given themselves the opportunity to finish at all, which is important.
And that cart getting far enough to where Chio could get the value there out of the ult, and you just see how strong that mobility is for the Jetpack Cat. Chio just dodging all those shots. His Lip, like he said, onto the cast. Rush is available here. No support ults up for Crazy Raccoon, and despite the primal, they should have the sustain to stay alive. Falcons moving this point here a little bit forward and trying to fight here for this high ground on this mega pack. Ooh,
taking a lot of damage. Crazy Raccoon waiting for ultimates to come online. First one is going to be a primal rage. They might have to be used sooner rather than later.
Oh my god, nasty.
Is moving so rapidly in Falcon's favor, reaching towards the end now. Jumbo low HP. He'll be forced to pop if he's not careful here, but would really want to save it if possible. Pressure's on though because Hanbin is in his face. Crazy Raccoon potentially one last reconsolidation here, fighting now into the Kitsune Rush. Vigilante still 20 away from the nano boost, needs it to save the rest of his team.
Oh no,
High
diangkat.
noon, Deadeye looking for targets. Everyone is shielded. or inside spawn. But you're right, touch needs to be contested as well. 4 seconds left, pulled off the map. That's Jumpin.
Yeah. Oh my god. Lip.
Chio's killed himself.
Oh my
Jumpin
god.
saves his own life.
Oh my god.
Nano available.
Nano's up.
It's
The spawns here
Ew,
pretty
someone
good here for
touch.
Crazy Raccoon. They still have to anchor point right now. Hanbin being the anchor on the point. Tron gets the Nano as well.
Junbin
Trying to
touch.
keep the fight alive. The
Junbin
Primal
touch.
gonna be invested. They're hoping they can clean up. They're hoping they know they can keep the pressure here on the point, Admiral.
Checkmate, it's Chio. Jumpin is out of the map. He's out of bounds.
Whoa.
Hanbin with the primal.
Itu crazy sih. Si Junbin lagi primal ditarik.
Out of spawn. He's not going to see anybody.
Catnya dibunuh.
Falcons, they will get the cap. Chio even just trying his best to drag Jumpin away, eventually forcing the primal at the cost of Chio's own life. Even with Chio down, the rest of Falcons able to rally together on for a final push, getting rid of what seems like at times raid boss Jumpin. When they finally do, they get the cap, and Hanbin redeeming himself a little bit here as well. See some of the highlights involving him getting those kills, diving on inside the shuttle. Merit, of course, getting these 2 picks towards the end. Really important for Falcon's journey to getting the capture.
And the Han Vincent here starting to pay a few more dividends as well. And I really love, I mean, there's one thing to say about Hanbin. Even if at times maybe his mechanics on, you know, for example, Winston compared to Jumpin might not be the greatest, but pressuring the point so effectively there, constantly put himself in a position where they know they have to have someone anchoring, and Falcon's just using that win condition there to force someone to be there all the time, whether it be typically it was a support player with Choron. So Falcon's playing the positioning, playing the push so well for that final fight. And now it's an extremely winnable spot here for Falcons. Sure, only they have less time bank, but this is a payload map. This is a map where you have one good fight, you can keep it rolling for a while.
Starting on the cat now, I think Chio, again, he understands what to do here. Even if all he does is carry Merit around, he needs to do a little bit more of that. Then maybe Merit can carry the day for Falcons. There's not a lot of time here, remember. Just the 1 minute on the clock for Falcons and an instant reset. Mind you, Heesang is also on Torb for extra defensive power. Crazy Raccoon is just fully locked in, full hold on A. With 30 seconds remaining, Hanbin even deciding to go for the Zarya.
I love the swap. I think the swap is good. I think the swap is really good here. Yes, Torb very stronger than Winston, but you have some options here to duel now. Lip, without being on the Sojourn, means he's much easier to find, in particular because with Illari, with Choron being on Illari, they just don't have as much mobility. So I like the swaps here for Falcons. It's very heads up.
He took too much damage. Wasn't enough healing. There's no Ana to bionate or put in the clutch healing in time. It's Vigilante and Choron playing this Illari back, and it just wasn't enough. I don't know where the immortality field might have already been used earlier. But Jumpin having his life taken away means Falcons get to walk up for free now for the time being. Final fight. Jumpin is looking to have the primal available. But Hanbin slowly charging up his energy. Chio gone is a big problem for Falcons. 4v5. They'll have to wait for respawns, but there's not going to be time for that lip. He's got the cleanup involved, and the payload will stop around the middle, I believe, of the point. Did it even get out of the car wash? I don't think so. I think it's in the middle of the car wash.
And Falcons, I mean, they, again, got a little greedy, Admiral, where they saw, they're like, okay, we have a TP opportunity to get to that blue box to go fight.
Okay, they did get out of the car wash.
Okay, just barely. So that is a win. But I mean, with 2 minutes on the bank here, there's plenty of time for Crazy Raccoon. But I really feel like the crux of the problem there for Falcons is that the swaps were good. They just overcommitted again for the blue box, got caught by the turrets, got caught by the damage. Jumpin makes it back, and so they just mistimed that approach because they had a really good position there. So now Falcons are going to be searching for answers here to just hold fully. It's doable. 2 minutes. I mean, it's a lot of time, but you see, just to get the cart that far often, even if you're winning the fight pretty decisively, it's going to be about a minute or so, as long as you put up a bit of a defense.
Even Checkmate is going for the Torb. I mean, he's a solid hero specialist for short, but you can go for another server hold. Here's the real genius thing, is the fact that they've even pushed as far as just outside the server room means as long as they can hold that position, it is possible for them to win just on that room alone, because the payload has reached that spot. They can contest that as long as they keep their eye on it, unlike what happened in regulation time where he's kind of stolen away from them. Turret spot on the wall at the beginning. The Falcons have one shot here because Crazy Raccoon have more than double the amount of time. Crazy Raccoon can afford 1 or 2 extra resets. Falcons can afford no mistakes.
You see this Torb just doing a bit of poke. They have to keep an eye on Jumpin and Lip. Looking to set up the engage here. Lip playing these long angles, which is a bit of the advantage here for the Sojourn compared to the cast. They're going to give up a bit of space now, just trying to respect this Ana, Winston, Barrett. Up on high ground. Pressure. Very low.
Ooh.
And then they're going down there. That would have been pivotal. Payload is moving, and by the way, once again, Crazy Raccoon, they're just so effective at taking the high ground. Falcons, they can't hold the space. And
Headshot lagi.
Continuing to hit these headshots, just putting the damage, and even if he's not getting the kills, he's getting damage to charge up his ult with the nano boost is in major win condition.
Oh, and Chio there follows up off the damage. Chio on the jetpack hat.
Whoa.
Just using that mobility. Gonna go try to pocket checkmate here as well. Chio gonna go down for it, but checkmate needs to find some more value. Needs to get more, but they're also gonna have the Suzu, the cleanse there from Chorong. Still, Merit.
Fielder again!
No, Junbin.
Oh my goodness. Fielder.
Double kill from Fielder has saved the day. Merit gets the last shot of the Junbin. That could have gone disastrously.
No way we go to
Few
map
numbers
5,
alive for both teams, I believe. It went down to about a
Masa map
3v3. As Czech will come back on a sim now, just for a little bit of speed, putting up those turrets around the eggs of the car wash as well. Waiting on that nano
the
still.
rush advantage here. The rush advantage here is so crucial right now. It's going to be a nano versus a rush situation for Falcons, where maybe they can find Vigilante a bit early here, using that rush, because Vigilante, once the nano's up, I mean, they're going to have to look for the spread, jump in to get a bit of damage.
20 seconds, this is final fight. All the ultimates here is going to count. Chorong being 31%
Okay, map
behind
5 dah.
might be the difference maker if he doesn't survive here as well. By the way, the combo is ready to play through. Tether onto Merit, fly him into the sky. Fly, Falcons, fly. Let's see what the High Noon delivers. Nothing so far, because Crazy Crew simply hide away. And now Junbin is turned to strike Suzu, possibly a little bit early there. Consider rush Hughes. Chorong left one thing, still 16 away.
No.
Chio trying to drag somebody off the map, unsuccessful.
Oh no.
Nano onto
I
left,
think
going
okay, never mind,
down.
Lip.
Takes Fielder
Let's go,
down.
Lip.
Overclock available, but he's 1 HP. And Lip
Let's go,
dies,
Lip.
it could be problematic. Lip is
Please,
really
Lip.
low, and Harvin wants him. He wants him extremely
No,
bad.
map
Finds the
5.
mega pack. Harvin returns. Checkmate gets Junbin down though. Fizikun, only 2 players left. He's saying and Lip, and they gotta get the carry done. They can't. Checkmate
Map
gets
5.
He's saying.
Gila.
Harvin gets Lip, and Falcons get map 4.
Dahan Binston is
We're
here.
going map 5.
It's Stain. And again, another story of this tournament too. Chio on the jetpack pad, making full use of the mobility of this new hero. Able to find some extremely crucial limbs there. Keeping pressure where they need, putting Merit in positions where they have to commit resources to just remove them from that blue box there, from that high ground before the fight even began. And really Falcons showing the mettle again of this team. Back against
Kalau
the
nggak salah
wall, and
map
just
5
some very
Domina harus
smart comp
dimainin
swaps.
deh. Ada rule.
It feels like the opposite of what we saw on Blizzard World, right? A very similar story. One team looking far more comfortable, the other team looking lost at times. But then when it really counts, you get to the end of the map, and crucially, the tables turn on Blizzard World. Mistakes made by Falcons, capitalized on by Crazy Raccoon to win that map, and now on Blizzard World, you start things out. A far better general game coming through from Crazy Raccoon. Better composition as well. Harmon looking a little bit lost, being forced to go to Winston, something he's not fully confident on, fully comfortable on. Diva ban away, a brilliant ban coming through from the coaching staff of Crazy Raccoon. What should have been a perfect map for Crazy Raccoon to secure the series 3-1 has now been turned into a 2-2 tied up series. And that man on your screen that you saw just several seconds ago, Fielder, did more than enough work to deliver that one for Falcons, and we'll see how map 5 goes right after this.
Map 5. Drops. Anjir, belum dapat apa-apa baru. Kalau udah selesai stream ini, loot box opening sih. Udah berapa ya? 20-an. Wah, buset. Itu apa komp apaan anjir?
Sama aja bro, sama aja ya.
Sama aja kayak kita anjing. Tapi mereka mechanical skill-nya jauh lebih jago daripada kita.
Enggak, mereka ngomong hero sekali langsung tahu harus ngapain.
Gue kemarin nge-apply jadi ini OWCS Watch Party gitu. Gak tau udah di-accept atau enggak.
Dikasih ini enggak requirement-nya?
Nggak ada requirement sih, cuman boleh apply aja. Terus disuruh kasih reasoning apa apply. Gue bilang nggak ada Watch Party bahasa Indonesia. Biar gue kalau gue dapet drops di ini gue kan lumayan di Twitch juga. Paling ditolak tapi.
It's Crazy Raccoon Falcons number 28 delivering once again with a map 5 giga banger going the entire distance, and I wouldn't have it any other way. You are watching OWCS Bootcamp. This is the first match of our final day of proceedings here. Semi-finals time.
Ganti tank.
Someone subbed in. Junbin looking
No
like
more
he's still
Hanbin.
in the current lineup. Map 5, Domina required, and no hero bans.
Now this is very risky. This is a risky move here, Avril. I mean, bringing in a player at a map 5.
Falcon tuh yang gagal mancing
Intro
slow ya.
reverse sweep
OWCS
has had
kemarin.
no warm-up. You know, no other maps played so far in the series.
Ingat
Wasn't
gua.
even played at all yesterday. And, I mean, looking at
Dari
this,
OWCS Champs, gue cuma ingat yang nge-lag satu server.
And remember,
Oh, it
isn't
has
there
to be Domina.
don't we have
Coba
it
tadi.
has to be Domina,
Tadi
right? So, I mean,
terbang
that's
across
even
the map.
more interesting, too, considering the fact that Hanbin's been playing Domina for this team. So
He's-
now
he-
that, the
he-
more I
he's
think
looked
about it, I'm like,
insane
what
on
is
Domina.
this?
Harmon's looked insane on Domino as well. It's not even just he's played it. Remember what he did on Blizzard World on that first point was beautiful stuff. So you're right. I mean, look, someone who's been a staple on this roster since last year, a former 2023 world champion in his own right. Of course, I said everybody on Falcons is a former world champion of some kind. But bringing in a player cold for map 5 to clutch out and win the final map, I mean, that
Team
is
Falcon.
a lot of pressure for any substitute to handle.
Mau mereka
And it's
nge-wave
going to be Lijiang
wave
Tower
lagi.
here. And remember, as we were talking
Untuk
about earlier,
gara-gara
final
tank diff sih
stipulation
malu
rule
ya.
set here. We
Udah
have
di substitute.
a rule for the first and the final map / decider map of the series if we get there, which is, you know, first map we have to play all 5 of the new heroes that were added. The final map you must play Domina, and that's the current head scratcher with someone coming in, is that someone's going to be playing the Domina here for Falcons with no warm-up and really no other time seen in the tournament here in Bootcamp. So a bit of an unknown factor, and someone is a player that we've seen show a lot of flexibility. It was very crucial to the 2023 championship for Mayhem, having that extra flexibility in his back pocket, but has been struggling to kind of find his footing a bit at times, reach those highs recently in the OWCS.
You look over the other side as well. I mean, Max has barely played this entire series. It's a different look for Crazy Raccoon, who up until this point looked like they were heavily dependent on Max to take them through an off-tank dominated meta. We're going to end this one out the old-fashioned way. Both your main tanks, and I suppose the hero pools don't matter anymore because you have to play Dominant both sides. We have seen Jimin play Dominant. We haven't seen someone like a Ham on the Falcon side play it just yet. Now you have 3 of the former Florida Mayhem core all lined up. Left to right, Merit, Checkmate, and someone. The 2023 Dallas Field Championship backline and Field it. And Chio trying to make their way into this map 5. Reverse sweep, by the way, if it does come true.
Really, this team, I mean, everything on the line here. Final map of the series. Someone in a very bit of a mystery substitute. And here in the El Clasico, Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons. And I mean, just about anything can happen at this point with someone coming in, because this is something that I definitely did not expect here for this final map.
Legion Tower is where it all ends for our 2 teams in the semi-finals. Winner moves on to grand finals, loser goes home. They won't have to go far because we are here in Seoul for Seoul OWCS Bootcamp. Let's get into it.
Passion's there. Passion's there. Also, just a quick fun stat, by the way. The jump in Earth Shatter in our first map, or rather in the Esperanza, 59 seconds to build that first shatter. And then the AKM blade, the famous AKM blade. So a very funny little stat line. 59 seconds exactly. Longer.
Oh, longer than the AKM. Yeah, I think
Longer,
it was like over 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Only half the map. By the way, look at these team compositions right now. As someone takes on Jim.
Okay, someone.
Welcome into Bootcamp, someone. Notice that both players are on Cat. Cat is not required here. Only the Dominant is required. So both teams opting to play Jetpack Cat, and Gio, of course, has been the better looking one so far. Compared to Chorong, who hasn't had as much time in these officials that we've seen. He's mostly favored with Lucio or maybe the Wuyang.
First cap going away for Falcons.
Notice that Merit's also staying on the cast here as well. Like, he's not opting to go into the Sojourn here.
No, I mean, Merit really favors that cast, loves having just the ability to crawl it out, I think, at times, and have those, not worried about the rails, just taking those consistent headshot taps here at times.
Maybe
and I like the cap pick
as well.
Yeah, I like the cap pick as well, because you have environmental hazards. You have a lot of environmental hazards for a map like Dijon as well. So Cat can put a lot of value.
The combo is nearly online now. Merit's just about there. Chio's just going to go for pull off straight away. Chorong's already marking him. Chorong's done more than mark him. Chorong's taking down Chio in the middle of that entire play. But guess what? While Jinbin was gone, Falcons were trying to take down the rest of the Crazy Raccoon line. However, with someone falling, numbers in favor of Crazy Raccoon. Chio thought he had a play onto Crazy Raccoon and may have just gone a little bit too deep onto that one, because he could have just played it safe, offered up into Merit Deadeye instead for the Cat City combo, but decides to try and go for a drag off, knowing that Chorong could just save Jinbin anyway.
And so many, the top teams now in particular are so aware of the jetpack. Oh, wait, what is this? You see Chorong harassing Chio here, going for this lifeline, going for the tether on the angle. Chio already pretty low, but Chio instead gonna take down Chorong, just saying, actually, never mind. That's not gonna work out for you.
Yeah, let me deliver this package off of the doorstep and then shake the dog, aka Cat, off my leg. This Jinbin is gonna come on in, despite all of Chio's heroics. It will still be Crazy Raccoon looking like they largely have control here, but no Falcons. All plays alive. It's actually someone, rather. It wasn't sure, but it was someone. Now using Panopticon. Falcons staying alive, and Cat will be going over very shortly, you'd imagine.
Some last-minute heroics there from Crazy Raccoon, forcing the Panopticon to come up from someone. Really, that fight was looking relatively won off that early pick, but Heesing just keeping a lot of pressure there on the point. As now Crazy Raccoon looking to get back in. Team Falcons 50% on the bank already.
Someone low. But be careful with that one. No support ultras for Falcons, and Jumbo will claim someone's life very quickly. Falcons, yep, nothing else to talk about here. Chorong dragging Fielder off the map, off the map, but it doesn't matter. You'll get the full cleanup here. And a fast flip. Crazy Raccoon do trail in percentage, but they're catching up.
Very funny idea of that catnap, or that ult there for the jetpack cat to be almost like a Reinhardt pin off the map, just to guarantee the elim in this situation, which is one of the few ways you can guarantee it to get someone that has a lot of mobility like a fellow jetpack cat. As now Falcons looking to recontest. Chio just poking around, and Chio and Chorong just having a lot of aerial battles right now. No one wants to give the free space, the free angles here as they get into this entry, and the Sundering Blade going to be up for checkmate.
Some around there's not exactly any shields trying to counter here, although just typically quite good. Flip and Merit, the hit scans both
my god.
now, but Checkmate has got a slice through Jumbin. That'll give a big advantage over. Both the cats are going to end up going off the map. There's only Heesang available now, and it won't be enough. Falcons just as quickly as Crazy Raccoon got that first with Falcon strike back.
And you see this multi-pronged pressure happening in the backline too, where they're sending Chio, they're sending Checkmate, or potentially even one of the other DPS into this back just to force Crazy Raccoon to turn around. And now they have those picks. Chio even taking Jordan off the map there, obviously, as the off angle here from Lip. Overclock gonna be available, just trying to play off to the side around the shield. Someone goes down.
Early big damage. Remember, despite the shielding coming through from the Dominant, you can break the pieces, and once those pieces are broken, small parts of the shield is available for Lip to just get these kills and get the damage in there. You talk about the stagger also. Merit caught out, nowhere to run. 98%, and I think the point is gone.
Nice.
Crazy Raccoon off the back of Lip overclocked and allowing Crazy Raccoon to push into Falcon's spawn. Means Falcons are not even going to get the chance to contest. 100 to 98, a close scoreline and percentage points for our opening round.
Overwatch lagi
And you can really see
intense ya sih?
the value of both these backlines, just how mobile they are. I mean, you had Lucio Kiriko, you want to talk about a mobile backline. Then you had Cat Kiriko. It's just almost infinite mobility in terms of the off angles being taken, the now vertical angles being taken as well from the Jetpack Cats. And you just look at these teams and you see across the board a relatively equal matchup. Obviously, Crazy Raccoon taking the first round.
11,
He's having a
59.
pretty good performance so far.
Yes, itu dia.
Falcons maybe going to play the sim. Yeah, 10-1, very, very good stat line.
I think the sim is just going to be for TP purposes. Checkmate going back over towards nothing. He is going to stay on the sim. I thought maybe he would maybe think about the Vendetta or perhaps the Tracer, but tried and true. Checkmate, he is the sim player. Opening stun from
Jam
Jupiter.
3 ya pas banget game ini selesai maintenance. Tadi gue pengen main dulu sambil nungguin
Sometimes
satu
bringing out
lagi.
those flyers, so we're playing the coastline. Watch out for that.
And I think Falcons acknowledging this comp choice already and trying to play super aggressively here in the White Room because they know that they're playing Lucio Kiriko. They don't have any flyers with the sim. They want to just take very aggressive fights since Heesang's going to have to play the off angles. But Heesang here coming in.
Oh my
a
god,
lot of
big damage.
Oh, big damage. Rocket connecting. Someone gone. Falcons down to 4. Very low HP as well, and this is looking done. Crazy Raccoon, no one even dropping their lives here as Falcons are routed on fight number 1. It's map 5, match point here with Crazy Raccoon already taking round 1 and now taking the first fight of round 2.
Chio here making the swap over to Jetpack Cat, and Checkmate goes Tracer. So they're going to have a little bit more options here to potentially pepper. He's saying here, pepper Chorong. And you see someone being taken along the map, but Chorong's there. Chorong's going to be watching for this. Going to have a little bit of support. They want to take this mega pack and start pressuring the point.
Chorong's going to go ult here as well. Chio hasn't done a lot of damage or healing this time around, and Chorong's just getting away with it. Speaking of getting away with it, another rocket flying true. Checkmate finds out, especially swapping on the Tracer. The low HP, someone is actually going to find the Magnum shot in the Heesang. That's the first couple of kills coming through for Falcons so far. They need a couple more as Jumbin wants to not save this fight and might just be able to do so. Looking like a bit of a clutch move from Jumbin.
And really good finds there from Crazy Raccoon, where Team Falcons, they were pressuring the point so heavily here. They need to get out now. And I love the off angles. It was a really good use of the E there from Chio as well. Does a bit of the damage, also gets the knockback, but 50% already for Crazy Raccoon. What is
Merit
that?
swapped off at 99%. He gave up the Deadeye entirely. They're not even going to go for the combo anymore because I think he realizes he's just getting completely pressured out. Needs some of the slice and needs some of the rail burst shots to take down Crazy Raccoon members.
Especially because the off angles are just so incredibly strong here. It's okay, Chio chasing out Vigilante, gonna get taken down in return here. Rush used on point.
Canap.
Nice Chorong.
Chio's not there for the save. Chorong, the Fielder again. My goodness, Fielder has been so magical these last few maps. Chio might not have been there for the save, but certainly Fielder will be, and now someone empowered taking Jumbin down. Fielder for his trouble is going to go down to Lip. However, Falcons have finally flipped the point.
Lip here, or rather Heesang just playing off on the flanks, trying to pressure. Chio wants to bring it back, Fielder bring it back. Someone that's been so consistent for this team, getting an incredible amount of limbs. Checkmate here. Trying to do a dual Chorong.
Lip wants action. He wants to go for Merit, and Merit's down to Chorong. A little bit of an alley-oop play. The set is perfect, but Chio gets a bit of revenge. Still 3 versus 4. The Vigilante pops the ult. The Falcons can't do much about it, which means Crazy Raccoon will win the fight, get the flip, and now force us into final fight territory. Crazy Raccoon on the warpath for a victory here, and Falcons, they need something desperate now.
Pulse is up for checkmate. Not too far away from the overclock, but they have to be worried about the knockdown. Oh, beautiful Suzu from Fielder, but now no Suzu here. Coming into this fight, Panopticon for Junbin. And so much of this on someone to try to mitigate the value of the Panopticon. Just have the shield. It's only going to catch one. It's only going to be someone the best possible pick there.
Oh my god, Junbin. Gila Junbin.
Mera goes down, Falcons are falling apart, 3 dead, someone to follow through, only checkmate 1 versus 5, and he's not going to be able to do it. Crazy Raccoon,
Nice.
Junbin coming in, massive Panopticon, huge kill onto Mera,
Salah anjing
and
nge-sub
despite all
tank
of the
baru.
shenanigans that happened on this map and the
Salah
last, the Reinhardt and Esperanza, Crazy Raccoon end up delivering on map 5 when it counts.
Crazy Raccoon showing just the flexibility of this squad. Seeming like they brought back, they've learned a lot from the first day. And Falcons put up an incredible fight there, but
Salah si
I mean, you
Falcons.
just can't count this team out. And again, we're here at the El Clasico. The meta looks strong for Falcons. Falcons even had a heroic effort to bring back, and Crazy Raccoon again triumphing at the LAN event, at the international event. I mean, it's just insane how much Crazy Raccoon has this team's number. And really just the amount of talent on the squad across the board.
With that victory, Crazy Raccoon extend their head-to-head record from 9 to 18 to now 19 wins in favor of Crazy Raccoon to 9 for Falcons. As Crazy Raccoon Falcons number 28 goes the way of Crazy Raccoons, sending them into the grand finals. Ignore those predictions, please. Of the OWCS Bootcamp. And honestly, Falcons, I'll be real with you, they look like they have the momentum going to the final
Bisa main
map,
nggak Overwatch
but an
kita?
interesting late map 5 substitution, questionable. I'm not going to say it's someone's fault,
11,
however, at that point in time,
PST.
I don't know if it was the right choice to substitute Harbin out of the lineup when he was doing so well. Speaking of players doing well, Avast, Lip, solid as ever.
Lip, I mean, a dominant playmaker for this team, dominant in his career. You put him on the hit scan and he makes things happen, and he did for this series. Lip just opened up the fights over and over and over again. Even when there were moments where it looked potentially lost for Crazy Raccoon, he just brings it back. And he's just such a star player in general, such a piece of star power for this team that brings Crazy Raccoon back in the brink so often.
The winningest player of all time, when you look at his Wikipedia record and all the W's in there, all the gold medals, all the first places. No other active Overwatch professional with this length of career has had as many wins and as many titles as Lip has, and now he's looking for one more title to add to the list for Bootcamp.
Ini makanan dulu lah.
OWCS 부트캠프 마지막 날 안녕하세요. 아나운서 이시훈입니다. 오늘 준비된 첫 번째 경기부터 쉽지 않았죠. 크레이지 라쿤이 승리를 가져갑니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
We're going to be waiting for these questions to
네,
run
승리
through, but
축하드립니다. 오늘의 POTM은
well, congratulating Lip on his victory here.
25번째
Big Map 5 win.
매치라고 들었습니다. 하지만 시즌 1호 라팔전 당당히 승리를 거머쥐는 크레이지 라쿤인데요. 오늘 경기 좀 오랜만에 라팔전이었잖아요. 소감 한마디 들어볼까요?
And this first question is, you have confidently won the 25th Falcon match in this matchup against each other. Please tell us how you feel about beating Falcons here again in the matchup.
오랜만에 만난 만큼 좀 더 재밌었다라고도 말씀해
25th
주셨는데,
because
오늘
as Crazy Raccoon, but I also included when they were whack as well, because the same
리자드
team
월드를
typically, but
극복해낼 때부터 살짝 승기를 잡지
They've never
않았나
been whack,
28th.
okay? They've always been cool.
그리고
They've always been cool. But the answer to that question is, it's been a while, but we've met so many people. And by this view, I think he's referring to Falcons as a team. We've played against them so often that we always have fun playing them. And, you know, they know they get challenged, and it's great to meet them here in a matchup. And then follow-up question there for Lip. How did you end up playing the Reinhardt for Esperanza? So referring to when Junbin played Reinhardt and charged his first shatter within 4 minutes and 44 seconds on that map, which was longer than the AKM Blade. And Lip says, I just remembered during that match, we remembered as a team that we weren't feeling that well, so we wanted to practice a bit more. We wanted to go, I guess, blatantly admitting, or perhaps outright admitting that perhaps it was a bit of a throw from him, tongue in cheek. But that with the Esperanza pick there with Junbin on Reinhardt. Next question, what are your thoughts on Domina? How she's affected the
립 선수의
And the
승부
thing, the
예측도
gun-
한번 들어볼까요?
Bit of a tricky one to use, bit of an interesting mechanic, but I think that we started to master to get the hang of it.
투마가
time
정배긴
going on.
한데 저는 리퀴드 3대 2로 하겠습니다.
역배리.
And then final question, Twisted
알겠습니다.
Minds
저랑
versus
반대네요.
반대네요.
릴레이다,
네,
수월하네.
그렇다면
will win.
다음 매치
He's saying
기대해
Team
주시죠.
Liquid,
한 매치가
Team
다가옵니다.
Liquid winning
트위스트의
3-2,
마인드와
Map
팀
5
리퀴드가 기다리고 있습니다.
versus Twisted Minds.
Might be a little bit of hopefulness coming through here. They want Liquid to win because they don't necessarily want to fight TM again, or do they? First of all, TM and Liquid have to fight out next match. Find out who wins after this.
Bisa main nggak kita? Can we play? Sebenarnya masih up nggak? Are the servers? Bro, scammed, bro. 20 minutes ahead of this. Online nggak? Kayak. Coba main nggak, tim?
Halo, kenapa?
Mau coba main nggak?
Bukannya lagi ini?
Ini sih gue masih bisa
Lagi
masuk ya.
Coba.
Satu game doang. Match selanjutnya. Let's play.
Februari 15 jam 2:59.
Jam 3 harusnya udah mulai. Cuman masih bisa masuk.
20 minutes ahead of this maintenance, queues will be disabled. Coba queue aja. Paling nggak bisa.
Gue udah invite lu.
Belum masuk.
Come on. Main DPS doang. Get a DPS game. Catching. Ow. Gue lupa Tracer punya mythic gak sih? Bisa nyari.
Oh bisa. Tracer gak ada kayak.
Surabasa.
Cing, first point lama cok.
Makanya gue milih. menjadi leap. Mari kita menjadi.
We're in this together. All of us.
If you know what you're looking for, inquiry is unnecessary. But if you don't know, how do you
Falcon kalah kan
inquire?
pasti.
Apa?
Falcon tadi pasti kalah.
Salah.
Dia
Lu nggak nonton ya tadi?
beli gitu.
Ya biasalah Falcon. Gak di Apex, gak di Overwatch, ngecuk.
Beli apa?
Ya kan ganti tank kan akhir-akhir. Map terakhir. Sub in tank baru. Kalah. So where they at though?
Anjing ada Ray. Anu
Baddie. Say the risky. I need help. Thank you. I need help again. Ntar gua ambil mega. Gua ambil mega. Oh my god, collapse.
Nice.
I hit a collapse. Lateral. Okay, I'm dumb. My bad. Hi, I'm Mukmin. Hi, Mukmin.
Gonna need a new paint job after this.
Enemy vector calculated. Enemy heads up.
Yo, why we die into Mochi?
Pikmok kalah loh beneran.
Oh, dynamite.
I'll have to find a better way to engage.
Awas itu ada dynamite mundur. Wah, lo dilihatin aja.
Gila ini Ash-nya. What the fuck is this Ash? Kalah. We lost the point.
Bukannya masuk. Tanknya di belakang padahal.
Nih, tank pick main nanti nge-flame kita nih. Padahal dia cuma nge-bait doang mainnya.
Stop jumping dan kalau putus healing toh.
This ends now.
No way.
Better luck next time.
It's a killer for the team.
Recalculating.
Belum panas, gua belum panas.
I'm on my game.
First game of the day.
Not so fast.
Baddie. Say the little ski baddie. Oh my god.
Get in, Sigma. Wah,
Tahu timnya gembel.
Perseverance is my middle name.
This dude is 16 and 1.
Hey. Gue jalan aja nggak ngeliatin layar aja.
Kita ngapain kesini sih?
Berapa salah gue?
Maksudnya kenapa lewat sini? Yang karena gambar. Gila Genjinya.
Over here.
As they say, try again.
Let the kitsune guide you.
Okay, no one wants to give my kitsune. Okay, that's fine.
Ini gue udah. Nice ult. Genji over commit. I got 2. Udah mulai belum sih? Oh belum.
Enemy over here.
Just get mine.
Palace secure. Next flashpoint ruins.
Di belakang.
A threat emerges.
Gue bantu lu.
Having a rough time.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Big prize.
What the hell?
Flashpoint unlocked.
Heads up. Enemy over here. Moving into position on the objective. Enemy taking the objective. What is that melody? I'm on the point. Keeping company.
I'm on fire. This will end.
Gak dapet siapa-siapa gue. Fuck.
Wah, ini mati. Oh, ada.
And she's back in the game.
Enemy over here.
Karena GG sih ini GG. Duh, nggak ada.
Fucking hell.
Namanya gimana ini?
Belum bopek.
Nggak bisa. Gue di dalam.
What the hell? Kok bisa anjir? Pas lu recall? Pas lu ini.
Nggak tahu, nggak ngerti.
Play of the game.
Special delivery.
Di berapa lama lagi sih? Prosesnya udah mulai ya?
Ini lagi apa katanya?
Lagi bukan loading, lagi masih ini sih di schedule doang. Jam 5 Korea kan jam 3 sini ya? Udah mulai.
Iya.
Fuck, udah mulai. Kirain dapat game mulai.
Oh ini baru introduction.
Push aja, push. Yang cepet.
Kontrol 2 kali lebih cepat dari push.
Demi apa?
Tapi.
Kalau menang.
Iya.
Anjir, simple potong rambut.
Lebih cepet.
Now traveling to Busan.
Oh. Four. Yeah, we make this fast.
I feel a little bad. We're about to ruin their day.
Gue ganti ini ya. Mana dia?
Round 1. Capture the objective.
Let's win this thing.
Ash. I'm out.
Jog on, mate.
I am taking the point.
Through the wall.
Oh my god, catnya one shot. Nice.
I eat this rock for a living.
You eat rocks? Must be the tism. Gue butuh bantuan nih, Kat. Dia yang di atas. Ada Sombra.
Iya.
Shibal.
Kemakan shield.
Oh my god. Gue ada ulti. Oh my god.
Bye bye.
Back again. Did you miss me?
Fucking hell, jangan sih, ada Bob. Okay, I'm so dumb.
Apagando las luces.
As they say, try again.
Atas. Cut.
I'm on fire. Everyone follow me. Who's on fire? I am.
Wah, rame banget sini. Thanks for the bubble. Terus turun.
Oh my god. What are they shooting at? Okay, Moira's going head.
Udah mulai. Oh, lagi 1v1 sih.
The tunnel.
The fray is upon us.
Perseverance is my middle name.
Overtime.
Anjing cupu banget gua pakai tracer.
Someone needs to fill this saddle.
Enemy here.
How did we win that? I don't know.
Clearing the area.
Score 1-0. Over here. The world evolves, and so must we with it.
The air call.
Ini apa sih? Skin apa namanya? Yang di Shrek?
Gingerbread Man.
Gingerbread Man.
One more round, and we will be victorious. Crush the enemy.
Oh shit!
Apa banget?
Kenapa anjir?
The objective is now.
Come on, Cole. Try push him off the point.
I claim this objective. Stand with me.
Udah gua hit tuh. Apa banget?
Gak di-pick, Ra.
Bit early to dust off the boots. Get in there. Don't let him take the point.
Gila nih orang.
I'll put it all on the line.
Bob, do something.
Bob diangkat.
Iya. Crazy.
We're outnumbered.
Kenapa sih semua orang pakai Ashe? Gue benci Ashe.
I won't back down.
Bro.
Şimdi göreceksin.
Gak guna gue dari sejauh ini.
Ngapain?
Come on. Protectors kick in. Yeah.
Ya elah.
Apa gue? Ayo udah mulai. Ayo selesaiin cepet.
The suspense is terrible. I hope it'll last.
Udah mulai.
Hey, Luis, yo. Hey.
Dancing systems optimized. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective. This ends.
They're hungry for a fight.
Off angle ya. Pada maju. Kenapa udah mati duluan anjing? Bro.
Sniper, top dying juga. Ikut mati dia.
Well, that wasn't exactly textbook.
Come to me for healing. Lu mati duluan.
Bro, why do they keep going in alone pas nggak ada tank?
Don't let them take the objective. I like the look of that.
Kok ditarik toge?
Go for point.
I got the objective. Don't get in my way.
Kabur dari sana. Oh, semuanya maju sendiri.
Why are you not healing me, you dumbass? Dia ngeliat gue low sendiri di point. Bukan ngelempar pack, malah ngeliatin doang terus gue mati.
They're on the point. Clear them out.
Bob, do something.
Kill Bob, kill Bob, kill Bob, kill Bob, kill Bob.
Let's see how long I burn.
Aman kita pilih.
We are outnumbered.
Let's try that again.
Get out of here. You always think, oh my god.
Pick this. Pick this.
My ultimate is charging.
Oh, healingnya mana?
I'm dead. Bre, aduh, Reaper-nya maju sendiri. Semuanya aja maju sendiri.
Well, that wasn't exactly textbook.
What are you doing, man?
We're outnumbered. Stay frosty. I'm done holding back.
Nah, sekarang giliran mau maju, gak ada yang maju. Oh, ini Reaper.
Okay, back to the game.
Play of the game.
Okay.
Fight. That's considering the fact that also you had Tree on the high ground. He had
Apa dia ngomong apa?
doesn't matter. Twisted Minds still find their opening. Quartz chained up. Still healthy.
Ngomong apaan
Bunny
dia?
Astro first to ult.
Yeah, and that's also, I mean, just kind of the problem there too, is that
Tanya doang.
Astro already, once again, getting that early jetpack at ult here. This upcoming fight, just to remove one person, could take him off the map, and just start a snowball.
It will require Vega to keep tabs on who Funny Astro goes for. RuPaul getting a bit of damage there as well. Tree once again playing on the sidelines here. Wanted to control the flanking angle. Funny Astro ready to go. Looking for the target. He has caught the Iron Runner Zero, but not the best target unless you just drag him into your team. Again, smart that he's not going for plays off the map. Just wants to get the kills. Quartz has been trained though. Simple as ultimate available. Infected Panopticon has been spent. Infected has managed to get the best of Simple in that environment. It looks like Team Liquid have done enough. A late catnap ultimate from Vega to see if it ends up really providing the utility required, and Vega will just use it to get a solo kill to Bunny Astro.
Now it's going to be coming up here on TVNT. It's a long fight, 60% probably, nearly 60% for Twisted Minds. But the Panopticon from Infected just making sure they couldn't follow up off that early ult from Bunny Astro. And they just played around that damage, got those very critical picks, and then Vega popping another smart cat apper. And okay, pause coming down. We'll see what it is. If it's technical related, more than likely. It looks like it's Vega, since they're all pointing and looking at his screen currently. I mean, I'm taking my context clues and assuming it's likely Vega.
Speaking of context, game right now sits at 57-9% in favor of Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, of course, also having that first round victory on Lijiang that we saw. Vega has a mic issue at the moment that we'll sort out for his team. Liquid won the most recent fight with a flip. RuPaul and Tree sitting on Ultimate Zero at 86. Jaywood at 92. Quartz and TVNT sitting on Ultimates as well. So both teams looking poised to have some good approaches on the way through. But I think that Sanctuary from RuPaul will be a difference maker, especially given that Quartz will have all his damage blocked.
That's happening here for Twisted Minds. Ult's going to be pretty strong here for both these squads, but in particular the Panopticon, which is so good for just punishing someone, setting up the fight early. It's okay. Right protocol out for Quartz and Tree, both looking for a bit of a duel here from the Amra.
So again, you can see Play is trying to get in the faces of his own players.
Oh my god,
air-to-air missiles. Fighter jets out here. Top Gun Maverick. Tree is going to take his opponents down, and for Twisted Minds, the rest will soon follow. Team Liquid, another successful fight. Push them forward and take over on that 57%.
Might be one of the most impactful Imra plays we've seen yet in the entire tournament. I mean, Imra, I just feel like his kit is really interesting, really cool, but it's so hard to get value on it, particularly ult, just because of the speed sometimes. And right there, Tree hitting a nasty shot now. So Twisted Minds having to look for the recontest. They do have the Panopticon, but Infected not too far away. And TVNT only finding Infected here. And they're going to immediately punish him, though.
One kill sometimes is all you need in a 5v5 game, and Tree knows it because one kill back can just give his team the advantage as well. 3 versus 3 now, 2 supports alive with 0 on Team Liquid. But TVNT as the tank is still in the mix for Twisted Minds. Note that the cap is still in favor of Liquid as Zero cleans up and gets these final few kills. This might be a Liquid point.
There's the chain too, making sure they couldn't chase Zero anymore. The double support pocket for Zero. Twisted Minds gonna have to come back for one last contest. It is possible when you have a Jetpack Cat on the field. You do have some fast heroes, but likely Vega gonna be looking for this. Everyone gonna be hunting for Funny Astro.
Touch has to be initiated here. Tree controlling the flank as usual. They get there with him. Funny Astro, somebody on Twisted Minds certainly has managed to get that touch indeed. Infected once more has ultimate available. Uses the Vega also ultimate there as well. But with Zero and Vega getting these kills, Dragon players off the map as well to follow through. Only Joe will.
Oh my god!
It might not be enough. Zero doesn't care about anything else TM has to offer on this control center. Tied up now in Lee Jung Tower map 1, 1-1.
And Zero just dropping the Onron ult in return. Comparatively what happened with, with Jaewoo earlier in the first round, using that Vermilion Ascent to get on up, take out Funny Astro. And that's just a really tough fight because you're walking in, all that damage, you're walking into those ults. You know you have to keep one person at least anchored on the point there. And when you have, Jetpack Cat ults to deal with, you're going to have to be removing someone from that. So tied up 1-1 now. And Tree, putting on a great performance, but Jaewoo equaling that currently. But the real name of the game is, once again, look at Vega on the Jetpack Cat. So, that character in general, that hero, so good at finding final blows and getting the limbs, being in the fight with that mobility.
Mobility from Funny Astro here to early drag TVNT into the side rooms as we're going to play opposite sides of the map. Team Liquid have opted to go to point early. Twisted Minds have opted to take side rooms early. And now the approach is Liquid in a defensive position. TM have to push through front.
Ward's putting some good poke so far here on the Imra. They're just waiting for the point to unlock here. Poking going back and forth currently. It's Liquid now going for the wraparound here. You see them both, Vega and Tree.
Good grenade damage. Tree with the protection shot is simple. RuPaul falls as well though, so this is still a 2-for-2 trade. 3v3 once again for these two teams. No tank for Twisted Minds. Liquid still is infected. Now this is just going to be opportunity again for Jaewoo or somebody to go for that carry. Stunned up into the wall, Tree takes advantage, and Team Liquid off the back of Infected, still being in the tank, repulsors in hand. They will get the first cap, the first time, by the way, in all of the 3 rounds.
And a beautiful flank there from Liquid. Vega, Tree, playing that really long flank, getting a lot of value as Vega's hunting. Look at a little bit of info here. You got another hidden value here for the cat. You can just see so much of the map. You can get around, take those angles. Now they're going to know where Twisted Minds are at, looking to approach the point. Bit of an ult advantage here for Team Liquid.
Of course, he's expecting, right, that maybe Funny Astro's dragging TVNT across the sky. But in fact, TM will once again approach from main. Team Liquid has the advantage of defending here. However, aggression being put onto Infected. No save there, no opportunity to keep him alive. As Vega tries to drag a player off the map, successfully will do so. Jaewoo trades 0, 3v3 again. But TVNT is live. Funny Astro still has a can but might just deploy it in the middle of this fight. Unless Tree can get some more damage done. Tree might just be able to save the day for his own team. Vega, you talked about how much damage and impact he had. Well, he's displaying once again with a 3K.
I'm loving Tree's movement and the picks in general here. And additionally, that major perk from Imra that Tree picked there in the heat sink lets him just keep getting more shots for that pistol, that lifesteal pistol that comes on out. So when you pop it, you can keep yourself sustainable in that fight, make sure that it doesn't go down to TVNT. And now another recontest here for Twisted Minds. Not about to be up, but it can be equaled here by Infected. They are going to have the option for Funny Astro's ult, just looking for someone here on the edge.
Funny Astro going in. Infected looking like he's getting dragged right now into the team, and TVNT will take clear advantage of that 1-0. Wanting to get some revenge here. TVNT throwing in the Panopticon. Team Liquid still need more.
Set ini
They have good
ngapain?
damage, they have good survivability, and they have a good chance now to turn this around, get the flip over. Liquid may be in the lead, but Twisted Minds have found their fight.
Great fight there from Twisted Minds off of really just that displacement that comes out from Funny Astro again, who's just using it as a way, almost like a Roadhog hook, Instead of trying to view it as an environmental kill, let's just use it as displacement entirely. Every time, set up that fight, especially when considering the Dominant just doesn't have any movement abilities to return to her team necessarily. But Team Liquid now holding on to double support for this fight, especially with the Kenkai Sanctuary, you're going to be so strong here for the point. Twisted Mind's gonna ideally want to try to win the fight on flank.
Tree as well. It's got that ultimate coming online. Sanctuary being dropped a little early. RuPaul and Infected will use that Vega as well. Ulting Twisted Minds. They have to reset quickly here. Their team is completely routed. TVNT gets one in the trade, but he's going to die late. Team are going to get 54% here. Liquid are not close enough to force a one fight. But by the time that TM comes back, it will be a must win. Watching the flank angle now is Tree.
Okay, 85 on the board here for Liquid. Override Protocol gonna be up once again here for Tree, who has been getting a lot of use out of it currently. It looks like once again the flank pressure coming out from Twisted Minds. This Tree gonna pop the ult here, trying to find anything here on the point.
The kill. Infected's already gone out of here. Tree's trying to even things up a little bit, but he's not finding the shots. Zero does, however, instantly traded. Onyasha, mind you, still has ultimate available. Quartz, big shots coming on through, and Tree can't do enough this fight. Infected dying as early as he did, unfortunately, will end up costing Liquid that fight, but they did get the flip. So Twisted Minds still stuck on 54% at the start of that.
And this is actually a pretty good situation for Twisted Minds. RuPaul has to be careful, very low. I take a bit of damage there from Quartz, but the Panopticon's up, double DPS ult, not too far away from the Kekai Sanctuary either for Simple. So a lot of tools in the kit here for Twisted Minds. And for Liquid, they have time to give. They can play it slow, build some ults, look for a pick. It's Quartz takes that damage there. I mean, it's just the sticky there for the first. For Tree, huge.
What the hell is
How about
happening?
Funny Asher sticks a play in the middle of nowhere. Infected looking to get dragged, but Vega gets the better of Funny Asher. Another double kill. Vega looking like the most impactful play in the lobby. At times a triple here. TVNT off the map, and Liquid, I think they've taken the map.
Gila.
They definitely have here. That's going to be the map for Team Liquid, taking the first map of the series here in the NA versus EMEA showdown
Pengen toilet dulu,
at
bentar.
Bootcamp. And Vega, I mean, we've
earmuffs gue udah sampai.
Bentar, gue liat konten dulu.
Masangnya gimana? Gue nggak tahu bagus atau enggak.
Coba kasih lihat dulu vintage.
Yang vintage. Kayaknya udah berapa tahun nggak gue pakai gara-gara pas vintage. Gue lebih suka kabel kayak gini loh daripada kabel biasa.
Apa? Yang ini, yang muter.
First blood has officially been drawn here in our second semi-final of the preseason Bootcamp. Twisted Minds versus Team Liquid, and Liquid to get map 1 on Lijiang Tower. Now Twisted Minds, their map choice for map number 2.
Loving the sign there. Loving the sign. The OWCS with the Life Weaver. Loving the sign here, loving the artwork in the crowd. And Liquid already looking very strong here in the series. And I do think that this is a team that has a great grasp and understanding already from this new hero roster, which I have no doubt will pay dividends for them as we head into the rest of the season for OWCS and for the rest of this tournament, hopefully.
Bootcamp.
As now we're waiting to see how Twisted Minds are going to respond. And, you know, again, I have to say, Avril, Port's just looking a little quiet.
Seemed that way yesterday and maybe continuing today. However, I will say, the cope right now would be that perhaps Omre is just not his hero. What you want to see Quartz on is the Surge. That's his primary. That's his number one. A1 from day one. Esperanza the pick from Twisted Minds. And Twisted Minds did not get to play this map yesterday versus T1.
Bentar, berisik banget ini streamnya.
Of course I didn't.
Apa?
Mythic season ini lu beli apa?
Belum tahu sih. Yang pastinya bukan Juno.
Your strongest player yesterday was Zero on the Vendetta. TVNT's strongest player was TVNT. What?
Di yang
TVNT, I mean,
di yang lama ada giniannya, mending gue pasang lagi apa enggak ya?
He is piloting, if you could say, his own mech. He's
piloting that. Baby Diva piloting all of us somewhere.
Nggak tahu kayak di antara headphone sama ininya tadi.
And I do think for TVNT that's a very smart ban coming out for Liquid, just because we've seen the impact he has. And as we get into this next map here, Liquid up 1-0 versus Twisted Minds, and they equalize.
Mendingan dipasang.
They're giving some props over to Jimin there with the minor Rhine hover, but I think lesson learned. He doesn't want to make the same mistakes as what Crazy Raccoon did on that particular map. An early Diva ban from Liquid. Note that this means you're not going to have a sort of situation like Crazy Raccoon and Falcon's got to have on Gibraltar, where you can have this asymmetric ban against TVNT. You're removing the Diva early, forcing TVNT on towards Xaria here instead. Infected on the Domina. It's going to be his choice.
Domina Zarya matchup is interesting here, right? Because it functions somewhat similar to what you see for the Sigma matchup for the Zarya. Long flex tree, Quartz, Jaywu both down immediately in there. Losing to the
taking down the counterparts. Tree, you noted he's been better than Quartz so far, and he's continuing with that trend right now on map 2. Vega onto Simple, TVNT desperate to find something, and Vega continues his own kill streak from Cat onto Lucio.
Just a dominant fight there for Liquid. I mean, they just look extremely confident here, hunting down DPS players here for Twisted Minds on the flanks, controlling them entirely as Tree, trying to get a little cheeky with the picks. So now Twisted Minds looking to come back in here, stop the bot, get some progress of their own.
What's just trying to find his way into the map. Again, he really needs to be able to step up, particularly against Tree, but everyone on Team Liquid, best hit scan in the world, just November last year. Now February. Needs to prove that he can retain that title against Team Liquid and against Tree. Twisted Minds looking to push forward on this low HP infected.
Jayru there, making them turn back around here just a bit, trying to get them off their positioning. Tree playing far back, alongside RuPaul, looking for rails. As Twisted Minds just still trying to find the opening, playing slow, looking to go to the portals here. Yeah, the rush coming up for both these squads very soon. But Vega also has that beat advantage, right? So they do have a bit of an opportunity to potentially just lap them.
That's because of the early damage and kills he's managed to get over Funny Astro and just winning the team fight. Which means once the Kitsune rushes drop down, if this goes loud and fast, Vega has a large support advantage. Funny Astro still lagging behind in that regard. Twisted Minds, they know that to be the case. Funny Astro desperately looking to catch up now. Vega speeding in. Instant sound barrier. Tree once again on course, and Tree continuing the rampage against Funny Astro as well. Not even going to give him a chance to find that sound barrier. He's not even close. 92%. Certainly a little too far away. Simple will make his name heard loud and clear as he did yesterday to memory. But it will still be Team Liquid and Vega with 3 in that fight.
Bit unfortunate there for Liquid, because if they had won that cleanly, they probably keep the bot pressure going. But they lose 2 at the very end. So they don't get to take too much present here, though they are going to be back relatively quickly. Twisted Minds now holding onto the grab for this upcoming fight, and they're going to have the beat of their own. So you look towards Tree, you look towards Infected. Can they just pop the overclock, commit aggressively, especially considering that they don't have bubbles here for Tree? So maybe they look to Infected just pop out a Panopticon. And he is, he's going to pop it.
Popped. Oh, Funny Astro had to be careful there to get stunned, but DVNT falls crucially before the sound barrier drops, and Zero delivers that pulse from Quartz. Just cannot catch a break here, whether it's from Tree or from Zero. Team Liquid still send their regards, and now we have first point checkpoint capture on board for Team Liquid.
I mean, incredible tempo here for Liquid. Very, very good tempo for Liquid so far. Liquid just playing these fights perfectly. They're using their ults exactly how you need to. Just make one advantage, know your advantage, pop it earlier if you need to. DVNT now holding onto the grab. The overclock still up. And for Twisted Minds, they have to somehow get in here. They don't really have an option to get any verticality.
Needs to be careful about his HP pool to get taken down to 1, but thankfully, in this type of matchup, Twisted Minds can't just aggress onto him. There's no sim to TP them up. TNT is stuck on the ground and Course needs an angle, which he doesn't have. Graviton Surge is available. Tree fights first, so looking for Tree. He misses, but he does grab his tank. Tree free to move around and still snipe plays. Railing shots all the way from the distance in the window. Clear fire, target-rich environment. Tree and Vega both getting kills here. Twisted Minds still cannot get anything done in this Esperanza map. Vega on the kill feed, ever as present.
Vega, I mean, what is Vega's stats right now? Vega has to have a ridiculous amount of elims and final blows currently on the Lucio, and just the rotation from Liquid in general. Again, knowing, okay, grabs up, overclocks up, we can just rotate around them, pressure them to the other side, and we can't stand up to the grab. And now they're gonna have double support for this fight. Gonna have a pulse. Liquid putting on a masterclass for Twisted Minds right now.
Now reaching nearly the 100%, or the 100-meter mark, rather, I should say. Simple dropping his ult, but guess what? Vega and RuPaul have more. Team Liquid just had more. TVNT, he's got none. No HP at all. Simple with the 1 response. Simple seems to be the most stable and consistent player in Twisted Minds so far, because everyone else around him, his entire team, falling to pieces. Team Liquid finally will be slowed down somewhat by Quartz landing some shots, but Liquid are still going to reach that 100-meter mark.
There it is. Avril Theorem, it's there, Avril. Your namesake, it's arriving. And Funny Astro gonna get caught late too, so they can't even really use their spawn advantage here that much at all. They're not gonna be able to chase without the speed. Liquid gonna have the Panopticon available. Astro won't have beat in time because he's going down. I mean, just a brutal
Twisted
situation.
has won the fight. Hang on. Twisted haven't truly won the fight because Infected survived that situation, and now he's got a Panopticon TVNT in the face, allowing Tree to find the shot again. This might be Twisted Minds pushing even further. They're going to go all the way to spawn if they have to. Team Liquid are just destroying Twisted Minds. They don't have anything left in the tank, it seems, as Twisted Minds are back against the wall, stuck in spawn.
I mean, just nothing happening here for Twisted Minds right now. Liquid just having the tempo, having the exact right calls every time, and they're chasing so deep. And even if they lose players here, Astro has to drop a 3-man beat in spawn. I mean, that's in spawn. It is in spawn. It is literally in spawn.
Not figuratively, literally, as the man said. Now Zera, the last one surviving, just going to try and delay things somewhat. Twisted Minds, I have not seen them in this type of state since I guess they play extremely close matches against last year's OWCS, where OWCS was maybe getting the better of them, but this is a very, very different looking Twisted Minds in terms of performance to what we're used to.
It's evil Twisted Minds, perhaps inverse Twisted Minds. We have
twisted,
non-twisted minds, perhaps non-twisted bodies. I don't know. We'll have to think about that. We'll have to think about that a little bit more. But now Quartz here on the off angle again, close to the overclock. Ult's pretty good for Twisted Minds, despite having to pop the beat in spawn, but 3 minutes in the bank and 130 meters for Team Liquid.
Just a nightmare scenario to be in if you are the losing team here. It's going to require near perfect gameplay, especially as we get closer to the OT here as well. A large amount of ultimates from TM. They can't afford to lose continued fights. Quartz finding as Mark TVNT using that Graviton surge to start bringing the team fight into favor. Tree will still respond with one, but Tree doesn't have enough teammates alive anymore to continue this fight. It looks stuck at the moment, and Liquid have lost this fight, allowing TM to get their first serious amount of meters on the board.
He's finally gonna go down, but I'm like, I look at this, I see him escaping. He got that pick on Quartz. Tree might have the mandate of heaven right now. He might. The Jade Emperor has blessed him. I can't believe what I'm seeing currently for Tree. I mean, he's just moving differently. Twisted Mind's gonna get this first checkpoint finally, like you talked about, Admiral. But I mean, Liquid, just the confidence in their play right now, so high.
And they have the room to take risks as well. They know they're severely ahead. They know this time is running out for TM. All they have to do, if they want to play the rest of this perfectly, is play a strong defensive game, bleed ultimates out of Twisted Minds, and eventually TL, when it comes to the overtime, when the clock goes to 0, they're going to have a major economical advantage on ults, and that will be enough to win the map and take them to match point.
Zero just pressuring here, making Quartz keep being very, very aware. And they've forced that recall for JWoo, so he's not going to be able to go for the full push yet. And Opticon is available, so they're going to go for the aggressive beat instead of the engage.
Opticon in, Vega responds with his own beat as well. Quartz waiting for the green HP to go before he can use his overclock. He won't get a chance to infect it, just running him down. Twisted Minds, they needed Quartz alive to be able to continue this fight. TVNT looks to fall next. It's simple gone. The healing just won't be enough. Just as team, or rather Twisted Minds, look to get some distance, TL shut it down.
And now they're really, I mean, equalized like half that push advantage they have. There's a rush available for RuPaul in this fight. A minute in the bank. And because of the nature here of push, Liquid, all they have to do is play to win one good fight. And they have the advantage to do so. They can just keep putting the pressure here onto Twisted Minds, who are going to be incentivized to have to pop ults aggressively because they can't afford to lose a fight. They just can't because of the distance advantage.
Need a big moment from Quartz. This is the man on the team with the big name, with the big aim, and the big gun as well, delivering the damage into the back line if he can. But so far, Team Liquid are just not taking any damage. They're taking the bot away, and Team are on the wrong side of the map. They've been completely out-rotated, out-moved. Swift legs from Team Liquid, out-positioning Twisted Minds as the grab will be solo onto Infected. That's good enough for a kill. But where's the cleanup now? They need more.
TVNT now. Using this energy, just clean up here on the point. But I mean, they're once again, they're close to the spawn. They've used a grab. And Zero also going to take out Astro. But to be fair, Astro on the Lucio going to be able to make it back pretty quickly here.
The problem is the fact that they're having to use ults and spawn, right, just to reset the bot. This is in progress. This is resetting the bot to mid, where Liquid can now reapproach and end the map here if they play a good fight.
So much pressure here on Twisted Minds, who ideally not have to use the rush in this fight. They would love to just get a pick from Quartz or JWoo early. If you can save the rush, there's a chance. You want to have the opportunity to have a double portal fight.
Here we go.
There we go now.
Tree won't be waiting any longer. He wants to end it right here, right now. And so does RuPaul. Funny Astro gone. Infected trade is simple. The last support alive for Twisted Minds. And TVNT finds the key target. Shuts down the overclock. Twisted Minds still have an opportunity. However, they are down 2 members. They still got to get Zero away. They cannot get off the payload. The good news is Quartz and Funny Astro likely be spawning quite close to each other. Funny Astro needs to speed Quartz into battle because otherwise Twisted Minds are in a 3v5. If Quartz and Funny Astro don't catch up, TM don't have the numbers.
But look at this. No beat for the Panopticon. Vega about to have beat. There's so much pressure here to make sure that only TVNT ideally gets caught. But even if TVNT gets caught, this you can just burn him down really quickly. They need to have cooldowns up. They need to have them available. Astro trying to build this beat in time. Panopticon available now. Beat available.
He's going for it. Big Panopticon. TVNT gets caught as well. Funny Astro can't do anything about this because that's Vega has one of his own. And that means Team Liquid are going to take map number 2. Don't get twisted. Team Liquid are in the advantage, in the driver's seat, and at match point.
Liquid play. I mean, just playing a masterclass. Playing a masterclass here for Team Liquid. There's no other way around it. A pretty quiet game for the DPS. We're normally extremely dominant DPS of Twisted Minds. Both Quartz and, I mean, Jaywood coming in has had a very good career. Receiving this and have great impact.
Liquid 2-0.
And Liquid playing
Liquid
everything
2-0.
perfectly, executing the ult advantage perfectly, executing the rotates perfectly, hitting the shots they need. Across the board, it has fallen into place for Liquid, while Twisted Minds not having any of the magic that we saw from last year.
It's in and out of game, because credit to the coaching staff here as well. The counter ban coming through from Liquid, getting rid of the D.Va. Perfect response to the Vendetta ban that Twisted Minds initially put in there. No D.Va for TVNT means no essential carry hero for TVNT that you want to play the match on yesterday. But not only that, you want to play the D.Va on that Esperanza map. You want the high ground, low ground control. You want the ability to Lucio Kiriko speed rush into the backline, control Tree. With TVNT not having the D.Va, Tree was out of control. So was Vega. Now Team Liquid staring down a 3-0. They might be able to do it. We'll see after this.
Beli makanan. Anjing aneh banget, gue mau beli minum, masa ada option no ice, less ice, tapi normal ice-nya out of stock, anjing. Gimana maksudnya coba?
Ada game lebih rusak dari Clash Royale, guys.
Clash Royale. Halo Fernandes, maaf baru lihat. Fernandes Fred 1 2 3. 1 2 3. Fernandes Fred. Salah mencet. Gue pengen nyobain earmuffs-nya, cuman nggak berani gue nyabut nolokin megang right gua, nanti tiba-tiba mati semua.
Itu saat ini fokus wrong sih, maksud.
Focus wrong is never right. Tapi jauh lebih enak sih kalau gue ganti.
Nempel, udah nggak nempel.
Udah nggak ada item-item kalau
It might be DGen hours for the Liquid fans watching at home, but it's demon time for Liquid on stage here at the preseason bootcamp. 2-0 in the lead in the semi-final. Winner goes on to take on Crazy Raccoon in the grand finals. And for Twisted Minds on screen right now, discussing what their options will be to move forward, because they are in the trenches. Thesaurus leading the team on the sidelines here. When you're talking to Zero, I think it might be time to bring out the Vendetta. Vendetta no longer able to be banned, but neither is Diva, which means TVNT will get his carry hero back in play.
Minds.
And really just the inversion of our expectations for this series compared to Crazy Raccoon Falcons. We're like, oh, we think that was going to be a blowout. Twisted Minds Team Liquid going to be much closer, and currently we've inverted those score lines for us going into this. And again, just a very quiet showing currently from Quartz, which has been something that we've discussed. And overall, though, Twisted Minds as a whole just feeling not put together and getting kind of feasted on by Vega as well, but often set up by the amount of damage that the rest of Liquid is just putting into the team here. And just the overall macro play for Twisted Minds, just not what we'd expect out of a previous world champion.
Might be one of those times to have a conversation like, is it time to bring UB in? Are they missing the leadership and the captaincy that UB provides onto the team? Sim, a powerful hero, still viable. The only problem is, as soon as you put UB into the roster, Liquid know what's up. Symmetra has to be protected as the priority by Twisted Minds if they are first banned. Otherwise, you know for a fact that it's going to get banned out by Liquid in response. I see a Vega jersey out in the crowd there as well as Infected. Vega having a hell of a game right now. And Infected right there next to him. And you mentioned Tree as well. The big battle between Tree and Quartz so far has largely only gone in one direction, and we haven't seen much out of Quartz.
My god, the sun is in my eyes.
Kill. That needs to change in future maps. And maybe having TVNT back on Diva will be the catalyst to allow that change to happen.
It could be, and I love the Tree call-up because I mean, we've talked about him throughout the series, but really he's just been so incredibly clean throughout the series. And I think even the first map, it was honestly a bit of a unique rule stipulation, but getting that much value in Ibra is just something that we haven't seen a lot of players do yet. And he feels so incredibly just efficient with everything, with all the cooldowns so far even. And for Twisted Minds, like you said, maybe the Diva here is going to be the solution. Realistically, we just need to see more from everybody. We need to see them pick up the overall pace. It's one of those things where you can just, you can't really point to one person in particular. Obviously, some people are like, oh, it's going to be Quartz. He's not playing amazing. It's like, yeah, sure. But you look at the pressure, you look at the ult track and the ult tempo across the board, it just feels like Liquid's lapping them right now. And it's just one of those times where a team feels like they're just, you know, lagging behind. The Queen is fading.
Bro is really about to bring out they just need to improve their aim, muscle memory, game sense, positioning, lights on stage, camera angle, position of the monitor, mouse sensitivity. He's about to put the full list out on top of TM. But that's the thing, right? Because TM had all of those and more just November last year when they dominated everyone else at the World Championships. And again, I have to stress, part of that was UB's leadership in game. He's not in roster right now. They were scrimming with Jaywu. They didn't scrim with UB. He decided to sub himself out because they weren't planning to really play Symmetra. And now, Jaywu is mechanically delivering for his team, but the team overall, as you say, are under-delivering as a unit against Team Liquid, who are looking far cleaner across all regard.
But now we wait to see, you know, obviously UB not in, but I have no doubt that UB is pulling the potential strings behind the camera, putting perhaps some coaching, some player coaching behind the scenes here for this squad, and maybe directing them, because right now Twisted Minds, they need a little bit of extra direction because they just don't have any. I feel like momentum currently going for them, and hopefully with this chance they have with this time between the next maps, they'll be able to bring it together a bit.
It's looking pretty wild out there, but we've seen crazy things in terms of, if you remember the game yesterday, Virtus Pro versus Team Liquid, there was that extra map in the middle there. Mind is escaping me, but I can very quickly just bring it up. It was New Junk City that VP kind of stomped on. I mean, surprisingly, after getting rolled on Lee Jung and Iconval, the Virtus Pro came out and just whooped TL a little bit. Wasn't for long, because then we got to map 4 and the opposite happened, and Havana, well, it's actually fairly close, 5-4 in terms of scoreline, but Havana then goes the way of Team Liquid. So maybe there's an opportunity here for
Oh, lu nggak pernah main game PC mas, semua game susah.
won that New Junk City against T1.
Game-nya susah.
So that ball gameplay came through on TVNT. Of course, that was more of an emergency.
So
Touch the point, but ended up working out for them. Largely, Diva will be the choice here, and Diva
Bisa
sort of needs to be the carry here. And I think if you go to New Junk City, allow TVNT to carry on the Diva game, you might find success there for TM. That's probably the strategy that they may be considering right now.
And really, though, I mean, you can't put all your hopes here into your tank player just propelling you forward, right? Because it's not like Infected is a pushover. I think really, ideally, it's just a better showing across the board. TVNT can be a catalyst for this team, but he's already done enough, and he's having, I think, comparatively to most of the players right now, a very solid performance still. He's doing his best. You can't hope that TVNT just brings you back from the brink here. Ideally, there's an entire shift like we've talked about for Twisted Minds. And I do like the idea, though. I think the idea of putting him onto a comfort hero would potentially just let them kind of reset, get into those lanes, because you can never downplay the ability and the strength for players to just play comfort picks in the style that they are very, very comfortable with, just get back into the game. Because at the end of the day, it is an FPS, right? There's obviously these mobile mechanics and there's abilities, but if you just shoot better than the other team, you will typically just win the game. You will typically just win the game. Just aim for it, right? And if you're shooting worse than the enemy team, then you're also typically just going to lose.
Oh gitu.
And it sounds really forehead to say, but it is the case here for a shooter like Overwatch.
Aneh.
So I hope that Twisted Minds just get into that headspace that they've had in the past.
Even in the most dire of moments with Twisted Minds in the past, because this is a team that has gone through a majority of large changes, but one of the stable factors of the team that has always been there from day one is Quartz. You talk about just aim forehead. Quartz does just aim forehead, except today, possibly yesterday, but still was more than enough to get past Proud, more than enough to get past T1. I think today's performance has been a little bit shaky even then compared to yesterday, because it was still a 3-0. Now looking at this, Tree is really running laps around Quartz, which is in parts not super surprising as Tree's a talented player, but surprising in the sense that Quartz had such a high last year. We talked about him being this incredibly stable player that doesn't really have poor moments. This might be the day where we're finally seeing that armor crack just a little bit for Quartz. I don't want to put it all on him because I think there's other factors in play. I think if you have a Diva in that matchup, you're
konsol nggak bisa crossplay.
Able to have TVNT just get into Tree's face, putting the Matrix onto him, and also have that kill threat, which I don't think the Zarya does. I don't think you really care about the Zarya if you're Tree at all. The Domina's a lot more annoying to play into if you're Quartz because of the shielding, whereas the Zarya just has the bubbles. If you're Tree, you're having a much better game in that sort of matchup, because it's not just a 1v1. You have to take into account what the rest of the team is doing utility-wise.
GTA kan keluar di PC nggak langsung kan?
He doesn't have to shoot into a shield, and Quartz does. So moving to future maps where that will likely change up now that Diva's open could be a deciding factor, but also
nggak tahu sih, sekarang gue udah nggak terlalu suka ya GTA gitu.
Yeah, Vendetta also in the background of Zero still a really much a threatening factor here, a threatening aura, I think, when you think about how much impact that he has had on the hero. And definitely the call out of Zarya being on the field here for Tree not having to play into those barriers. And Zarya is also not super effective necessarily at running down a Sojourn. When you have the slide available, you have all that extra mobility. So it is definitely something to think about. And for Twisted Minds, it's just really refocusing and coming back to, again, what the answer is for them. Like, how do they refocus? How do they move forward? And we can talk it to death and be like, oh, like this. And I think there are some very clear swaps, like putting them onto these comfort picks, ideally, but really just need to see an overall much better level of execution for this team. Because I think we've talked about it a bit here for Liquid, at least I have, and I know you've agreed with me there so far, is that you watch Liquid's overall gameplay in this style, and also just how much value like Vega is getting, for example. And so much of it is coming down to them just perfectly executing the ult fights, tracking the ults, using their advantages perfectly in every fight, where Twisted Minds just don't have any momentum whatsoever. They don't feel like they're executing on any of the strengths they have. They're just not getting the advantage in the fights they should even have an advantage for. So the macro gameplay also has to overall just improve for them.
Hey, kan Overwatch is back.
I think that's where a really big struggle for them, and hopefully they can turn it around for New York City if that is going to be the map they played. Is that we haven't picked a map yet, right? So
no,
I don't
the map has not been
currently
backed.
have decided.
So we're still waiting for confirmation on that, as we have a couple of delays at the moment. It's only been League Jump, Power, and Esperanza. New Jump City is available, and hang on, let me double check on that. I do believe actually that New Junk City and Esperanza, in general, the push and their Flashpoint maps have been combined to a single pool, so might just scratch that onto in terms of what the possible next map could be. I had assumed they were separators that you could pick either in terms of the subsequent maps available, but actually if you go to Esperanza already, you remove Flashpoint from the current available pool until you get to map 5, so it's going to end up having to be we have Hybrid available and Escort available, and then after that you can open up yourself to any map you haven't played on in game mode, so that could be interesting.
Yang actor.
Yeah, so I mean, there's not necessarily an easy call per se, I think, for them on the map pool either, because you look to Liquid, and as of right now, you can't necessarily say for sure like what would be a really bad map for them to play, especially with, I think, in a way, they've almost leveled up a bit in terms of the matchup into a team like Twisted Minds, because with Domina being allowed,
Kayak nggak ada apa?
Kayak nggak ada game.
Apa gitu?
ability to brawl some of those more comfortable heroes for Infected, who is a very flexible player across the board. But you wouldn't necessarily say like, oh, let's put Infected on like a Zarya matchup or Diva matchup into TVNT traditionally. But maybe with Domina, it'd be like, oh yeah, Infected's actually looked really good on that hero, and you can play some comps that are a little bit more comfortable here for Liquid, or just line up into Twisted Mind a bit better. And I think that's something that's also not able to be overlooked in the matchup now with the addition of Domina for Liquid, is that having a very flexible tank player like Infected, who maybe has some weaknesses comparatively to like TVNT on the Zarya Diva, just throw them on the Domina. And so those map pool weaknesses shrink down a little bit, especially because Vega has Jetpack Hat in the repertoire now to move Infected around and just mitigate some of those value that is lost between him and TVNT.
The more I think about it, I do consider that Gibraltar might end up being the best available choice coming through now for Twisted Minds, if you want to lean more into Diva, which I think they should. Forcing Infected into a bit of a weird spot where, as you say, he could play the Dominant and continue that journey, but would require a lot of additional support from Vega, having to go to Jetpack Cat, which of course he's done well. He's performed well.
Dari full screen,
the first map, certainly he was doing quite a bit on that hero, but also at the same time, you then sort of have to continue building around that setup, maybe have Tree on the casting as well, and move into some of what we saw on that Gibraltar from Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons. But even then, consider that eventually Hanbin moved away from the Domina, decided to play his own Winston, because the dive kind of still looks really good on Gibraltar, and I wonder if the Diva is just a little too good to pass up. Infected is either going to have to match the Diva or think about his own Winston or Bull. I think Infected will probably end up matching the Diva in that case. So that's one way that Twisted Minds can sort of move things over towards their sort of favor. I think Jaywu is capable on that Vendetta as well. Maybe not as flashy as some as other players of what we've seen, but more than good enough to allow Twisted Minds to get that win versus T1 when Zest, who was looking like one of the better Vendettas in the tournament, ended up getting taken down, and Jaywu was no slouch in that matchup. Jaywu did not look like he was the worst Vendetta by any margin, certainly, you know, on par on that sort of competitive level. Beyond that, map 5 could end up being a problem, because there's a real chance this one goes the distance, man. We could get a second map 5 back-to-back in the day for our final day of boot camp here, and on that map 5, mandatory Dominant required. I think that's going to lean into Liquid's favor, because Infected looks far more comfortable in the Dominant.
It's not out of the question at all when you consider just how strong both these teams are historically, but really I'm not seeing the confidence level for myself to be like, oh, map 5, it's not like how Crazy Raccoon Falcons was when we were watching the rest of the series currently, because I look at them like, oh, I feel like there's a lot more opportunities for Falcons to make their way back in to the series comparatively right now. I do like that we've gotten to the point of the fill where we're doing the here's the 1,000 timelines that could occur, and we're going to map all the 1,000 timelines and alternate universes together to form a potential narrative, because we've been sitting here trying to figure out, like, what do we talk about? We're running out of options just a little bit, but I do think that, for me at least, I'm not feeling extremely confident about a map 5 right now when you compare it to our past series, or Falcons, Crazy Raccoons, right? Where I just feel like Falcons were on the edge of taking a map a bit more closely, I think, earlier on. Well, right now, Twisted Minds doesn't feel like they've really been competitive in the series at all, currently.
And Twisted Minds, honestly, it really comes down to, I think, the Diva coming back in is going to make the difference, because you are going to have a tool to shut down Tree. Now, you are going to have a tool to enable Quartz a little bit more. Even then, maybe Quartz just doesn't hit the shots, and that isn't going to be enough for you to win. If Quartz doesn't step up and start hitting shots, nothing else anyone else is doing on the server is going to be enough for Twisted Minds. But certainly a little bit of extra time now, as we sort out some issues, to have the teams figure out where the next steps are, and ball is in Twisted Mind's court. Twisted Mind's technically, they do and don't have a coach at the same time. UB is both a coach and captain and also player. And as UB is watching from the sidelines, he's getting a bird's eye view of everything that is happening in game and sort of taking it all in and understanding, probably with a better viewpoint than the players are in server, what is happening. Maybe he can deliver some answers to the team. But next map choice and the ban choice is going to be quite impactful, because Twisted Mind's getting 3-0'd would be very disastrous for the team, but Team Liquid are feeling good about where they are right now. We'll feel much better, though, after this break when we come back. Hopefully things will get sorted.
Do your worst, or I will.
Hello. Feeling better yet? We'll show them a trick or two. The Kitsune got you. Supernova ready. Greetings, Earthlings. Come closer. I won't bite.
I'm feeling it.
Prove your skill.
I'm in the groove.
Be uplifted.
Incredibile.
Victory is at hand.
That will in orbit. Nice try.
F it up.
Magnifique.
How do I look? Oh,
Yes. Yeah. All right.
The world has changed. A new enemy has risen. The power of Talon, now under my control. This is a fight we cannot lose. The war is here. Let's fight fire with fire. My training is over. Who wants to feel the heat?
I do enjoy a hostile takeover.
Time to show them what we're made of.
Ini belum mulai juga. Dan bilang delay 2 jam lagi.
Anjing.
Kalau delay 2 jam lagi gua matiin stream lagi ya ini.
Ini dari komentarnya gak ada.
Katanya ada
Dari kabel.
kendala.
Tapi dari kabar.
Tahu sih, gua nggak merhatiin, gua habis dari bawah tadi.
The choice is yours.
Makan.
Resistance is pointless. Talon is everywhere.
Your divine support has arrived. I have landed among the stars.
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Victory will be ours.
Masalahnya back in-nya nggak ada jamnya, nggak ada menitnya, nggak ada countdown-nya.
Blazing a path. I am the inferno. Domina has arrived.
Got you covered. Good shot, right?
Enemies coming in hot. Can someone heal me? Damn it! Disgraceful. Rise from the ashes! Come on. Feeling warm yet? Such a bull.
Too easy.
Who's a pretty kitty? You are.
Yo, can we come back to the game, please? Dong. Gue pakai saat ini untuk makan.
Brighter than a shooting star.
Do your worst, or I will.
Oh. Feeling better yet? We'll show them a trick or two. Let the kitsune guide you. Supernova ready. Greetings, Earthlings. Come closer. I won't bite.
I'm feeling it.
Prove your
Kenapa?
I'm in the mood. Incredibile.
Paling 1 jam lagi.
Victory is at hand.
Howlin', Norbit. Nice try.
2-hour pause.
Magnifique.
How do I look? Ah,
Waktu itu build apa Mercy gelak-gelak.
Stadium build. Waktu di Tahausen.
The world has changed. A new enemy has risen. The power of Talon, now under my control.
Kemarin di IG gue ada yang lewat
Fight we cannot
Battle
lose.
Mercy, jadi ngehealnya pakai tembakan. Nggak tahu deh ada powernya kayak.
The war is here. Let's fight fire with fire.
Battle Mercy dikasih nano kuat loh.
Iya.
My training is over. Who wants to feel the heat? I do enjoy a hostile takeover.
Time to show them what we're made of. Can't live without me? I'm getting into this.
Anyone can make a difference. The choice is yours. Resistance is pointless. Talon is everywhere.
your divine support has arrived. I have landed among the stars.
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Victory will be ours.
Yo, come on.
Yo.
Kasih maintenance nggak?
Nggak ada maintenance.
Ya apa? Baru mulai jangan.
Ini masih di tim, belum di logout.
Blazing a path. I am the inferno.
Sup? You can't break free. Where are you going?
Domina has arrived.
We'll be back shortly.
Good shot, right?
Enemies coming in hot. Can someone heal me? Damn it!
Ya main depannya base.
Apa? Depannya apa?
From the ashes.
Oke.
Feeling warm yet?
B belakangnya A.
Kakak.
A. Anjing.
Oke.
Bangkok ya.
Anjing.
Apaan?
You are.
B. K.
Tim sebut kecintaan tanah air.
Nggak tahu.
Iya, gue juga nggak tahu.
Seriusan gue nggak kepikir B.
Any transit dramatic.
Brighter than a shooting star.
Do your worst, or I will.
Oh. Feeling better yet? We'll show them a trick.
Oke, bentar lagi gila dah kalau gue ngeliat ini mulu.
Come closer. I won't bite.
Kemarin udah 2 jam gue ngeliatin ini. Gue ke bawah lagi bentar.
Prove your skill. I'm in the groove.
Be uplifted.
How are we not back yet? Oh my god. I love Overwatch.
Resistance is pointless. Talon is everywhere.
He sponsored me Overwatch.
Your divine support has arrived.
Overwatch, please sponsor me. AA Ron, please. Please sponsor me, AA Ron.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Victory will be ours.
Hey, come on, AA Ron. Let's start this AA Ron.
Blazing a path. I am the inferno.
Sup? You can't break free. Where are you going?
Domina has arrived.
Got you covered. Good shot, right?
Enemies coming in hot. Can someone heal me? Damn it!
Disgraceful.
Rise from the ashes! Come on! Feeling warm yet? Such a bull.
Too easy.
Who's a pretty kitty? You are.
Fuck this pause. Gerak ngapain Frogger?
Kenapa?
Anjing si Frogger matanya merah banget.
Kenapa dia? Udah stres.
Capek kayak dia. Dia Australia kan?
Long stream kan?
9 jam dia. Australia itu berapa jam lebih cepat sih? 4 ya?
I guess I like cats making some of the prime for a shake.
So, but apparently it has like.
I'm feeling it.
Prove your skill.
Gue udah mau gila denger lagu ini. Oh my god, please.
Makanya unmute aja gitu dulu bantuin.
Kita nonton Best Overwatch League Plays aja. Moments. Top 10 clutch plays.
Sparkle! Carmen, what are you doing? This is unbelievable! The headshot after headshot after headshot! How did you turn the gun around and round? EQO! He's killed 4 players now on his own!
They need to keep Ivy alive. The heal station trying to sustain. Everyone grouping onto Ivy. He does fall to the tanks, but it cost them all their HP.
99 to 99. This is absolute pandemonium on the point. XE gonna dodge self-destruct. Back over to the top, taking down Astro. A key pick off here for the Eternal, but XE in danger. Walking away, takes down the Hammond. Sato wasn't looking. XE still in the fight. And now they're looking to Poco. Poco in danger. Eternal nearly flipping it. But
Anjir, Fanny Astro udah dari dulu masih, sampai sekarang masih main.
fighting strong. It could be a Tracer duel that decides this round soon. So much damage. Can he find a stick?
This is so back and forth soon. One side, Carpe, the other. Poco out of the fight. The stick ready. Goes for the Hammond. Does not hit.
FD God juga.
Meanwhile, XC has built attack visor. Alarm though, a response. The Transcendence, the fusion, still in the fight.
XE caught by the Hammond. They need to take him out, but the support's keeping the 76 alive. Diva comes out of mech, but Sato falls in the exchange. Ivy's still fighting.
Sato is down, but Carpe is still here. Ivy still in the fight, soon under pressure. Funny Astro down. Both teams, one haymaker after another. XE though takes out Carpe. Carpe out of the fight.
Hip 90 to Trance. The Trance could be the nail in the coffin here. Billy Fusion, they're fighting, but soon
turns the fight. The Pass Eternal. They take it. The undefeated season is over.
Can you believe it? What a stunner here in Washington, D.C.
The Shock. They have one fight to repeat the reverse sweep. Going to be two Blizzards in the fight. I'm looking at those right now. Let's see how they're employed. May the better team win. Jungle's hit with a body grenade early. That's a very early immortality field as well. Could be dangerous, but there's a Blizzard there now getting thrown down. Jungle. Oh my God! The Outlaws have done it. We thought they'd be kissing the ring, but they forced the Kings to bend the knee. The plucky upstarts have done it in the final moments. The Outlaws reign supreme.
That looked like it was going to be all Shock on that map. Jungle with a flying shatter. The Blizzards come down. The self-destruct is actually over the top at that moment in time. And he just turns the corner and lands a perfect shatter. As Houston had the comp there at the end to win it. Man, what a performance from the Outlaws.
The Florida Mayhem have little to nothing to work with, just really a nano boost from Hugapun. Dante, it's up to him to start this one up. It's up to him to set the wheels in motion for a map 5. He needs an EMP, but he's holding on to it. Sire player, pressured down. 5 players caught out by that one. A body grenade on towards Fade. He can't do anything. Fade hacked again. He can't even play the game. Dante shuts him down entirely. And our Fate is missing.
Oh, ini belum ada role ini. 3 tank, 3 support.
They refuse to go down. Zephyr returning back to the point now. He gets a body grenade and a hack, and everything is coming out. They're giving it everything. The Outlaws, they just want it more. Zephyr desuited. Chris trying to get back in the spawn. Fade in trouble now. Sire player returns with a rally, but Fade is hacked. He's pushed back. Soundberry even for the Florida Mayhem. Zephyr returns on the Bastion. BQB gets rid of Jake. Rumor trying to stay up and shield Raucus on that backside. He needs the healing. But the
Oh my God.
Surely not. This is where it ends. Zephyr back in towards turret mode now. Boyk is struggling in the Florida Mayhem. I've brought the house crashing down. It's just Boyk. He's trying to hold on. Dante returns with the EMP and Boyk gets the sound barrier. It's 2 versus 3 right now, but BQB falls. Dante finds the kill. Boyk is down. Zephyr sitting in the back corner. Fade is very low and Jake returns on the Doomfist now. He's got to be out of time. But he's not. No! I can't believe it! I cannot believe what I've just seen!
Dulu arena Overwatch League bagus banget anjir.
What? I've been in this game for a long time and never have I seen a display like that.
As close gets. And the Eternal need to rotate back over to the point. They let the Shock get the control. Now at 90%, they're going to wait for a full 6.
And Hanman coming back on the Wrecking Ball too. This could work, but it could also be kind of awkward. Hainu comes in, channeled on everybody, but the Pulse Bomb catches XE.
Sparkle! It's all Sparkle in the back! Sparkle cuts them apart! And the Eternal, so close to dethroning the Shock. They wipe them on out, and how fitting it is!
Sparkle.
The man of
Gua
the
cek dulu
game,
udah
the
balik.
legend himself.
Oh, sudah balik. Oke. Kira.
I haven't seen him pull out the sim. That wasn't really a hero he's been known for, even back when he was on Virtus Pro. And of course, no substitutions for Twisted Minds either. I'm not too sure if there was a ban that would have severely helped out Twisted Minds here anyway, but they're going to have to make do with what they got, and what they got is a reverse sweep required. Let's head into map 3.
And we're back, Avril.
Icon
We
world.
made it into the map. We're here. RuPaul doing a little bit of skating around. We're finally getting ready, and as a reminder, only going to be the Tracer ban. because of that admin penalty imposed upon Twisted Minds for just not able to comply within the
Kayak gue pengen beli
time
mythic
limit earlier.
sedih deh.
Suppose a ban that would have potentially have helped out Liquid would have been a Zarya ban to
Walaupun nggak sering main.
and make sure that the bubble combo onto
ya kali skinnya gembel banget.
Zero to just get away with everything he wants to. Twisted Minds, as expected, will be putting TVNT back on the Diva he recently played the match on yesterday. He was able to carry the game with, and now possibly use this to shut down Tree a little bit. So we're in the backline. He's really flanked.
However, Tree already finding the pick onto Astro. There's going to be the dive, though. Simple TVNT committing into the back. Going to find Tree in return. And now TVNT on the point, looking for the next move, looking to find someone they can catch out ideally here.
You lose one, but your players will regroup a little bit quicker. The respawn advantage here, and Tree's going to spend course low HP, but still alive for now. Looking for more targets as Jaewoo in the backline. TVNT to follow through. Infected gone. Tree finally returns, but maybe a little too late because his team is folded around him. Team Liquid likely here to lose the first point. Twisted Minds with a cap.
And TVNT on the Diva, a difference maker there. Just going for the flank, having Simple join him for that as well, using the Kiriko TP and that mobility, the damage there. And TVNT finding all of those limbs. Quartz was in the kill feed, but let's be honest, we saw the feed itself, and TVNT was doing the majority of that damage.
That's exactly what he was doing to T1 yesterday as well. So, Vendetta or not, Zarya or not, which by the way is a pretty decent matchup into the Diva, mind you. The fact that TVNT was willing to sacrifice a player on his team to Tree finding a shot, and the TVNT striking from behind completely unscouted, I mean, ends up paying dividends by getting rid of Tree that early. And now this is a great hero for B. Consider the fact that Diva, the high ground, low ground mobility, superior to what Infected is going to do in Zarya.
Yeah, Infected, I mean, pretty much going to have to wait for the right moment to go anchor the point here, or maybe use Bubbles onto a player like Zira. Just get the contest. It is going to be Bubbles for Zira, who has a bit more mobility, trying to maintain the high ground, but Infected going to have to drop soon enough, because really right now,
Simple,
they're just... Yeah, I see that. I see what's happening there. Rush is up. Rush about to be up for RuPaul as well. And here comes the chase onto Infected.
He's caught. He might be dead again. He has to be very careful to stay alive. The healing barely keeping him in play, but not for much longer because TVNT is once again on the hunt. He'll lose his neck, but he's got a remake available. Vega, 98% to the sound barrier. Not quite close enough to save his team. And Twisted Minds, this is the momentum they've been waiting for. This is the guy on camera playing the hero he's been waiting to play.
Now Liquid are going to have 4 ults coming up. Soon to be 5, but 4 ults available here, including a grab with no bomb here for TVNT, so you can't really just stack the point. The rush being used for RuPaul. Here they come. There's going to be the Thundering Blade. Doesn't find anyone. And Zero immediately out, though.
Takes a little bit of time for Funny Usher to build his response sound barrier. Double support ultimate's in, but Jaewoo still finds Vega regardless. Tree gets his mark on course, but is it enough? Tree needs a lot more work done here. He just doesn't have the team support around him. Zero fell so early in that fight, and Twisted Minds, they've got B capped as well in record time with 5 minutes in the time bank for C now.
I mean, the reversal here is insane. The TVNT Diva, I mean, definitely paying dividends currently. And the grab from Infected, I mean, losing Zero like we called out so early means there was no damage there. They couldn't finish up any of those players.
Kecil banget.
Now you're on last point. With Zarya definitely increases the value here.
Oh my god, Ford.
Ford's back in action. That's the shot he needed. Zero taken down.
Kecil banget.
Tree responds with his own overclock. Tree still getting the better of course when it really matters. However, 4 versus 4. It's not over. TM still have the capability of pushing forward here. Infected now no longer having to worry about the high ground, low ground. Can anchor the point and the payload with a ground base. Zarya, Twisted Minds have run out of gas for this particular fight. Waiting for a reset. Waiting for respawners.
However, relatively charged for Infected, so they have to respect that Zarya energy a bit. Don't want to feed a lot of free grab there to Infected. Rush up for Simple very soon. Thundering Blade available for Zira. So they can play it slow, look for the engage, maybe look for the punish as Zira's playing these off angle here. And they have to be aware of Zira, right? They don't want him to just be a free ult, a free engage in the backline.
Free ult is played though. Simple in. And here comes TVNT chasing so fast. Quicker it is going to be Vega going back to spawn here. Zero trying to control space, but Simple's got a target. 4 players. TVNT has a remake. If he does go down, RuPaul finally responds. Wait for Infected though. Grab is going to be available. Funny Usher should have his beat in time to block that one through. Zero's free spawn, so Twisted Minds not going to have the opportunity to play the 5v4.
And there's the grab into spawn. Catches to the beat. Vega doesn't get beat. The pressure there onto Vega. The rail from 14. There's no beat now for Vega.
Low and dead, tree gone as well. TVNT carrying the day, giving Corsa space to play through.
Gila, massacre
That doesn't
anjir.
do enough with
Buset.
Flying Astro in position to block it all, and Vega will end this one on 91% to sound barrier, just short of what is required to maybe allow Liquid another fight. But this is what Twisted Minds look like when TVNT gets to be put in the driver's seat again.
And maybe
Berapa menit?
just
4
what
menit.
Twisted Minds needed. Maybe they thrive off of having a little controversy there, not having a ban, getting late to the map, because it feels like the momentum is all back here. TVNT on the D.Va just leading the charge, but in general, everyone hitting shots again. Court showing up on the kill feed. Jwoo keeping Zira in check as well, and with Vega not even building a beat at all. Very tough defense there for Liquid, but can always turn it around. And I mean, an over 3-minute bank as well on Eichenwald is a very, very good cap time.
Like, you're gonna get something like that when you have a flawless attack where you get no fight losses. Speaking of 0, TVNT 0 deaths, 16-0. This is the power of a world-class tank player on your team. Might not have had this level of impact on the Domina or the Zarya, but in the hands of TVNT here, piloting the mech of D.Va, Team Liquid are struggling now in this matchup, as it is a speedrun attack record 308 on the clock for Twisted Minds.
So Jwoo on the Pharah here as well to play this central pillar, play this vertical geometry around the map, just try to put in rockets and have Liquid. I mean, it's tough to contest the Pharah as long as Jwoo has really good control. It's okay. The rocket there followed up the damage for TVNT. Vega gone already. There's a lot of focus infected now, swapping to the D.Va here into the Pharah.
This
and
is
also the
important
Echo
as well.
coming out for Zira.
Yeah, very important, because now you want to have a capability to actually contest this fire in the sky. Infected's feeling like Azari's not doing enough in this matchup, needs a little bit more mobility, especially as you want to scale into the B point as well. But Zira's not holding back at all. The Vendetta, not getting as much value as he was yesterday. Jwoo's not on the Vendetta either. Zira just wants to knock Jwoo out of the sky. Or the opposite happens.
Well,
Jwoo outplaying Zira is huge.
That's very big, because typically you're going to favor the Echo in that duel. Now TVNT looking to
Langsung
chase.
keluar aja.
Coming up forward. They're going to find Tree as well. Quartz lighting up the kill feed a bit more now. Coming alive for the chase.
Look at the
Still
confidence.
ongoing.
Nearly into spawn there as well. TVNT boosters forward. As Twisted Minds are letting Liquid know.
Ini map 5 lagi nih tim.
Play here. The reverse sweep is potentially on here. This continues as time begins to run out. Team Liquid, remember they have to
Fix
finish
map
the
5
entire
lagi
map
aja
and
gini. Udah lama map 5.
they have to
Aduh.
play flawlessly. That's not happening right now, so they just need to get any time available to finish at all. But it starts with getting a good fight on A.
This could be an opportunity, knowing that the Suzu's already been used. So Minds just playing this pillar, looking for the opportunity. They still know there's no Suzu Tree. Going in deep, gonna likely get chased down, but no, not. Zero instead actually really want to fall.
That's massive. Again, Zira just can't be Jwoo in the skies when really the Echo had the advantage here. TVNT finds RuPaul. As RuPaul drops in the Yelp, Vega falls. Also, Liquid are melting as Team Twisted Minds showing the World Championship caliber. Infected resetting off the map, and questions to be asked now. What did Liquid do from this? Because even going towards counterpicks, Infected on D.Va, Zero and Echo, Jwoo is being a menace in the skies. TVNT still flawless, no deaths. And Twisted Minds about to sit on 5 ults.
That's just a disastrous fight overall. Like you said, the stakes are pretty high here now. They aren't going to have the rush. Double support for Twisted Minds, a full bank. In fact, as now the entry happening here for Liquid. The Rockets still landing here for Jwoo.
Barrage, yes sir. Just for you, Zera. That
Anjing
one
di
is
solo.
signed, sealed, and delivered, and so is the rest of the package for the rest of the Team Liquid members. A massive 5k, 2 ultimates spent. Really cheap when you think about it. And a last minute remaining now for Liquid to push.
They're going to have beat. They're going to have double DPS ult here. I mean, technically you get an extra ult out of it, theoretically, with the copy, with the dupe coming out for the Echo. But still, with Astro having the beat available, they can counter that. Port's likely going to be looking to pop that overclock here. Less than a minute remaining now for Liquid to potentially get this first, keep them alive for the map. Obviously, this will be fine for the series.
Tree desperate for that kill. Well, we've seen him do that before. Quartz is going to go first. Double sound barriers, looking like they'll both land here. Quartz goes down early, but so does Tree. It's going to be the copy now from Zero. 2 Divas on the field. 3, in fact, when you count the fact there's 2 original ones. No more ultimates to be played through him as Zero can find this Diva bomb. TVNT still gets through Paul in the middle of the melee. Vega falls, which means no more healing, and Zero hasn't done enough on this Echo copy at all. Twisted Minds are still in effect.
Buset,
Infected
ngapain main
team
gitu
next,
loh.
and 20 seconds left. There might not be another fight.
And because Astro gets the boot too, I mean, Astro 60% to another beat already. Rush is going to be up in 10 seconds here on the board. Vega going to go to the cat, try to get the touch. You see the very aggressive hold here for Twisted Minds, trying to find any of these players streaming back.
Vega going to go for the touch here. He's the fastest hero. Vega goes down. And that is the first death now. No more supports. TVNT, heat-seeking missile, denies RuPaul from using the Kitsune Rush. And Twisted Minds will deny Team Liquid from the full-on sweep. No hero ban, no problem. TM are back.
I'm not going to lie, if I'm Twisted Minds after this one, I might start hitting an emote. I might start hitting an emote on Liquid. Losing the ban. Coming into the series, into the map, down 2-0. Then record, I mean, not quite record cap, but full cap there for Ikevolt in a very quick fashion, and then a first hold dominantly as well. I might just hit an emote if I was Twisted Mind.
Hit an emote.
What a tough game. I mean, again, Liquid even went to the counters. Credit to JWoo as well, bringing out the flyer. Bit of a rare pick in current meta, even previous meta. Spara is a very niche hero, only played by a few heroes at the who plays at the professional level. This guy on the screen right here, he copped 2 player swaps on the other side just to deal with the fact that there was a Pharah in the field. Zero no longer interested in playing the Vendetta when, well, you got to do something against the Pharah, and Vendetta has no real gameplay against the Pharah at all. So you have both an Echo and a Diva coming through from Liquid, and it wasn't enough. The fact that JWoo was repeatedly winning against Zero in the skies when Echo counters Pharah in the skies is a huge problem. Exosaurus has to figure this out now for Liquid. We'll see what the next map is after this.
To get in because I gotta go pee really badly.
First to 3. I don't know what the finals are. Yeah, no, I agree on that one, Hotbox. Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Come on.
Nice, guys.
Gue udah dapet semua drops. Kenapa ada orang yang nge-subscribe ke Overwatch Esports ya? Buat apa?
Anjing, buat apa?
Ngapain ngasih duit ke ini?
Exciting turnaround for Twisted Minds. 2 maps down, requiring a reverse sweep in the first step in achieving that one. Done in stunning fashion. This is what I'm talking about. The D.Va ban is gone. TVNT gets to put on the pilot boots again, flying into trees, shutting down what was the biggest threat on Team Liquid. And on Team Liquid are the ones that need to find answers.
After a loss like that, it's definitely going to have any team reeling currently, despite the advantage they had going into that map. But for Liquid, still have opportunities, of course, to close out this series, regain a little bit of composure. Twisted Minds looking pretty good spirits over here, which, I mean, I would be after a win like that. And TVNT, you put this guy on the D.Va, he is a difference maker. And we talked about it previously, we've seen it before, even last year. What a player here for this squad. Just seems so incredibly dominant on that hero in particular.
Now you start to look towards what is remaining in the hero, or rather the map pool. Has to be Escort next. When you consider the Escort options, Ground Gain is good. Havana, good. Shambali, good. Avoiding Gibraltar, probably the name of the game here for Team Liquid. You want to drag this one to a ground tank battle. Likely TVNT will try and still play that D.Va. We know that Infected is good at the Sigma, so Havana, which was a great Sigma map, could be the right call and the right choice here for Team Liquid. This would be the best way to prevent TVNT from finding the same level of success that he found in the last map. And more importantly than that, as we do in fact have Havana, once we get to map 5, remember, it is mandatory dominant from both teams. So even if Twisted Minds get to map 5, which is looking more and more likely, consider the fact that TVNT will not be able to play D.Va on that final map. So TM have their work cut out for them still. The job is not yet done.
I think another also hidden angle of danger, as well as we get to some of these escort maps, especially with the long sight lines, is that Vega, RuPaul, very flexible backline. And look, yeah, they're going to ban the Lucio, which I love, because Vega loves not having to play Lucio. Regardless of the Vega Ajax memes, I do think he's a player that has a lot of flexibility comparatively. I like the idea of banning the Lucio, removing the Lucio Curie from Twisted Minds, and forcing a potentially slower double flex.
I think they should have banned Sigma here. Twisted Minds may have misstepped a little bit. Zarya is not the tank. I mean, when you look at what Team Liquid are basically showing you, if the Lucio ban comes in, it means that Vega and RuPaul are going to play double flex support. You know there's probably going to be a Vega Wu Yang in there. RuPaul might even be on the Ana. Could be on the Alari. Could be a Bap in play. Simple is going to be good on those heroes. Funny Astra, the only hero that he can go to when there's no Lucio, and we're in a double flex support environment, he's going to have to go to the Wu Yang. Zarya, I don't think it's going to be a necessary factor here. Infected, in my mind, was always going to play Sigma, and as we get into the map, let's see if that's true.
Gue suka ketuker Havana sama Dorado.
Potentially some very impactful hero bans here.
Rasis nggak sih itu?
Havana. Liquid, I think, coming out a bit ahead, like you were talking about with this ban. However, no Zarya on the field is still nice because it can make sure that TVNT is able to force this D.Va without much fear. But obviously Sigma, like we were talking about earlier, making his way here onto the field for Liquid, for Infected.
The real difference to talk about here is that Vega's not going to be the double flex support. The Brig here, just to make sure that TVNT struggles a little bit more. If you really are considering that TVNT will stay on the D.Va as he has, having the Brig for the whip shot, having the capability to put a little bit of CC on the TVNT will slow the gameplay of Twisted down, as well as the fact that there's no Lucio. If Funny Astro wants to play for speed and Twisted Minds want to speed engage, Juno is the next best option.
Zero using the dash to get away, instead of choosing not to fight that off angle really effectively. TVNT takes the high ground. Gonna be peppering Infected, and here comes the Rika as Zira. Vega off into the high ground, taking a lot of damage. Has to be careful. It's from RuPaul.
Space taken though. Twisted Minds gaining more map control as the payload moves forward. Zero trying to just contest at least slightly onto the high ground as Quartz's angle is superior to anything that Tree can find at the moment. And as the damage comes through on both sides, we're looking at where the ultimates are.
Buset, dislip mulu.
Makes into the high ground. Now here's a back angle, an off angle up against the players on the side of Liquid.
TVNT with the back angle of Doom.
Oh my god.
Unfortunately, no one's going down. Jewu, though, I think also, Jewu was finding that very important limb now. Jewu staying alive here. No nano up for RuPaul just yet, and there's so much point pressure right here for Twisted Minds. They have to get the contest.
They got a cap. Quartz is just Dome Tree, who was the last player there that could contest, and TVNT will now get the cleanup kill on towards Vega. Team Liquid, a very slow start. Mind you, that Team Liquid the entire way through as we get into this poor situation. They were just losing map control, losing portions of the map bit by bit, piece by piece, and the real estate being gobbled up by Twisted Minds as Team Liquid just get forced out of the A point entirely.
Tahu kenapa.
So pause gonna be coming out. Twisted Minds still with TVNT on the Diva, looking really confident. Once again, Vega having a bit of a mic issue. This is the second Vega mic issue so far this series, so they're silencing him. They're silencing my boy. Let him speak. Now we're just waiting to
main
get back
support
in.
is speaking, listen and learn. As Brigida probably didn't bring it slow things down. I mean, has to make TVNT a little bit more careful. RuPaul being on Ana, I did say this was likely going to be the case. However, consider that Diva is great into Ana. Ana can get all of her utility and the healing completely eaten away by the D-Matrix if TVNT is on point, and I think he's on point.
Listen, that's all well and good. Do you see RuPaul take control there? Do you see him come in so dominant, take control of his support duos?
Did he frame
PC
Vega
here?
There?
He absolutely. You just know, when you want to listen and learn when a main support is speaking, but Vega will be listening when RuPaul is talking to him. And I love the dynamic we're seeing it play here between the two. A little bit of care me happening here. It's not just for healing in game, it's for tech healing as well. But definitely still back to the game at hand.
Okay, so check this out.
It has come through.
RuPaul respawning 96%, but there's no good nano targets just yet. In fact, he's going to have a flux as well. This might end up just being a dry nano onto Zero to enable him to maybe get into the back line, because otherwise Team Liquid don't really have any initiation tools yet.
And with no boops and no speed boost here outside of the ring for Funny Astro, they're really reliant on the Suzu, and that's a good anti there.
Gila, break rally. Oh, nggak ada, gue kira break yang di nano.
Largely respecting that despite using their own
Break rally nano, unkillable sih.
Vega goes down to Jewu. They can now re-aggress and look for attention onto the backline of Liquid, who are hiding away slightly here. Palo continuing to push.
And Blade is up. RuPaul has to play really scared right now too, because without Vega, doesn't have those packs for the heal. Infected likely going to need to save the Flux for the Blade here, potentially, because they don't have a lamp, they don't have a Suzu. The ult bank is really rough here for Liquid.
Jewu in first, looking for
my god, Jewu.
Disrupt the shot, and the Flux
doesn't hit.
Used here to try and slow him down. The Flux, though, did prevent the Blade from connecting. However, TVNT finds Infected on the backline. Zero now, the opportunity to maybe carry the day. He's going to have to do it, but he's got no teammates. It's him versus the world, and the world is winning because Twisted Minds have already capped. Where is he is a great question on the wrong side of the point, and now he's back in spawn.
Where? I would love to see what happened with the Blade there. It looks like they were chasing Simple and some of the other players outside of the point. And they were just completely off that point there, and then the orbital ray goes down for Funny Astro, so it was a very easily handed cap for Twisted Minds. And now Liquid, they're going to have the overclock. They're 70% to a nano, but Twisted Minds continuing another great pace here for Havana. No answers from Liquid just yet. Again, for this Diva comp and the aggression that's coming to play here for Twisted Minds.
It's just a speed run so far. This is a great time bank so far for Twisted Minds, having also lost 0 fights. Tree and Quartz looking for this OC situation. Infected does have shield and kinetic grasp to maybe impact Quartz's ability to hit targets, but TVNT also can mark Tree with the D-Matrix here as Jewu is potentially caught. Deflect is good, but he can't get out of dodge. 0 plus Disruptor Shot will take him down. Vega falls in response, which is not great for Liquid. And with 0 down on top of that, Liquid are down numbers. This is 3v4. Jewu respawning. Now the nano coming on in. This is the opportunity. Tree overclocking, takes down Quartz. One of the overclocked Quartz eventually dies to Team VT, who seems to be all over the map. Every single player in trouble with Team VT flying into their face.
I mean, you see here too, Infected on the Sigma just feels like very limited presence currently. At no point has Infected been able to lock down the background, or the back line rather, as the rush used for Simple. TVNT in 0 though, gonna find Quartz. That's a very important pick.
Big Purple on the back line there. Simple gets caught. TVNT still hurting from that, and Funny Astro might not have enough healing to have Twisted Minds continue playing this fight. So finally a reset required for TM, and I think Liquid a much needed breath of air.
About 3 minutes here in the bank. Bomb gonna be up, Blade about to be up as well for Twisted Minds. Liquid though, probably gonna wait for a Nano Blade for this fight. They're gonna have the Flux as well, but with a rally, they don't have to worry about using it here to peel for Jaywood, to peel against Jaywood rather, with the Blade. So a lot more in the bank for Liquid currently, a very strong defensive position. Twisted Mind's gonna come up here for like a test.
Some cooldowns though. RuPaul used the Bio. We'll be up very soon. Jaywood looking for the angle on the Blade. You caught it, Nano Blade, as Liquid are looking forward to a lot of ultimates here. Zero in the lead, looking for the backliner. Force is slid away. So
oh my god, what a Blade.
Funny Astro gone, but Tree also gone on the opposite end. And Jaywood doesn't even have a Nano. 4-4. Rally still running for Vega as the orbital ray runs out for Funny Astro. Twisted Mind still looking to fight this one through. Funny Astro coming back on a cat right now, but it seems to have slowed down. TM waiting for backup.
And Liquid still just playing it a little slow, not able to find anyone just yet, but the ults get traded. Bomb still up, Simple though with the rush, so the likely Twisted Minds gonna play a little poke, hope to find a pick, and if they don't, just commit with the rush. But TVD in so deep!
And Infected, nothing to do there to unfortunately be able to save Vega. Infected down now as well. TVNT's got a remix, so he's fine. Payload pushing on through. Liquid are down 2 numbers. They need plays to come into support. Tree can't go for the touch. Zero is stuck somewhere as Jaywood annihilates RuPaul, denying anything further coming through from Team Liquid. I'll be honest though, Team Liquid did drag the timer down, but 1:52 on the clock is still quite a lot for Havana.
And also a troubling trend still, again, is the response to the TVNT Diva, right? You said like, oh, we'll play Sigma here. I just don't feel like Infected Sigma has had any presence here on the map whatsoever. There's been at no point have the backline felt particularly pressured from him. He's even called there that last point where TVNT goes in, isn't rocked, isn't found, isn't stopped. And that's ideally one of the moments where you want the Sigma to potentially hit that peel or at least deny some of the support coming out to that to the front line. So there has to be an answer.
Bricker's one of the better heroes on the support side as well, to maybe deny the Diva. TVNT is looking like a man undeniable right now. He somehow gets onto the back line and just destroys Vega, where it doesn't seem like anything that Twisted Minds, or rather Team Liquid, are doing are stopping this Diva at all. You mentioned it. Infected's not even looking in the right direction. He doesn't even realize that Vega is basically already dead by the time that Infected's turn around. Vega's gone. The utility, I'm not too sure if it was even there. Maybe the rock was already used and TVNT was just biding his time, waiting for that moment, but he strikes with such ferocity that it's crazy how easily he gets into that back line and finds a kill.
Definitely need to see a little bit more coming out here from Liquid. Zero still putting up some solid numbers when possible, but even Twisted Minds just playing the split so well versus those Nano Blades, making sure they're not losing anyone to it. Tree tried to get a little cheeky pick with the Widow, not going to find anyone. Infected staying with the Sigma. And RuPaul now off the Ana, playing the Kiriko here. So instead of playing with his Nano Blade, maybe playing for a little bit more survivability, with the option to play the off angles a bit more effectively, especially considering that TVNT Diva into Ana, a very good matchup.
It's getting to a bit of a weird comp for Team Liquid, but I do think the Kiriko offers a bit more, especially on the utility side, but not enough to stop
again.
TVNT. He just gets 2.
Gila,
This guy
TVNT jago banget.
is unstoppable right now. Infected completely on the opposite side of the map here. Controlling space indoors. He'll get taken down by Quartz.
TMNT, Teenage Mutant Ninja.
How do you stop TVNT right now? Because it doesn't look like it's possible.
And right there, that was really a comedy of errors, though, because you see that Zira takes that Genji duel, doesn't get the mini, has to back up, and RuPaul drops the TP, uses that to get close, and then is caught because there's no TP anymore. Zero had already backed up, and then TVNT just sees those 2 players there on the flank, goes in. So a bit of a mistake there on Liquid's part as well. TVNT just capitalizing on it. And Tree trying to find the rail for anyone on high ground.
But by the way, look how fast TVNT reacts. As soon as Infected sends the rock, TVNT presses the go button. He's looking for targets. As soon as Infected doesn't have the peel ability, and Infected on Sigma is too slow to do anything else to combat this D.Va. In fact, he's in trouble now. He needs to make sure he doesn't go down. TVNT all over the map, working with Jay on the sidelines as well. Vega caught once more. Funny Astro adding himself into the kill feed as well. And this is just a cleanup once again. Liquid are so slow to move up and do anything. At least Jay will get traded, but that's all they're getting.
I mean, TVNT is the shark. TVNT is an actual shark in the water right now. If he senses blood, if he sees anyone half HP, he comes over, runs in, hits him with the car, hits him with the car real quick, with the D.Va mech, runs him over there with that burst damage that D.Va can bring. And the coordination now with Twisted Minds, in particular with TVNT, to just follow up on that damage is so crucial. And again, I point towards the Sigma
that's
and ask,
unacceptable.
where's the value? Where's the value?
Cannot be dying. That's just a free reset. Okay, TVNT is overcommitted potentially. No, just a rock. Doesn't lose his mech. That's good. Flux coming on through. Infected is getting desperate here. Who's he going to look for? Suzu regardless, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Simple had the counter ready to move, and TM is sitting on 5 ults, by the way, and they're going to use all of them now. Xerac has a deflect on course. It's a good start for Team Liquid. They needed something like that. Still plenty of ults to use on the side of Twisted Minds, and slowly but surely, it seems like Team Liquid might be falling apart. TVNT still uncontested. 3 versus 3. Xerac still slicing away, looking to demake, but doesn't have one more blade to get that done. And finally, that is like the first death I've seen on TVNT in what feels like a long time.
And what a fight there from Zero. Zero again, I mean, gets the reflect onto Quartz during the orbital ray, has the blade ready to position himself properly to clean up and remove Jwoo. Jwoo now going to the Tracer here for the recontest. The rush is available, so no support ults here for Liquid, by the way. Tree has to have a hero moment.
Oh, Jwoo's getting the hero moment treatment from RuPaul's POV right now, and Tree, he might just deliver a little bit more. TVNT low HP.
Oh my god, 3.
That's the backline basically fraud and Twisted Minds. Quartz can only do so much. TVNT cannot return back in the mech.
Kok anjing gak mati Quartz, what the hell?
Quartz is just going to have to return to the spawn room for the rest of his team. Team Liquid waking up in the final moments here to cap.
And they needed a hero moment. That means they actually had to have a hero moment. There was no other possibility there. RuPaul delivering some of that veteran experience, getting the pick on a Jwoo, and then Tree finding another pick onto Simple. And finally, we see a little bit of Sigma value from Infected, just locking down Quartz. And you really want to see Infected control this high ground versus the D.Va, right? You want to see him get some rock, build a flux, knock them out here for free, especially knowing that Twisted Minds does not have much in the tank.
Especially early on, but no, that Infected is split from the rest of his team because you see through the walls and the silhouettes as well. Infected very far into the side. He's ulting right now. He might even just be solo here. I don't know if he caught anybody by the flux.
I don't think he got anyone.
So some low HP on the side of Twisted Minds, but it's actually Zero that dies regardless of the HP bars of Twisted. So Team Liquid are the ones that are slowing down a little bit, waiting for respawn.
Now with that pick, Liquid have to play it slow. 2 minutes here in the bank. Orbital Ray being built up here for Astro. They're going to engage Tree very low, but they're not going to find him. And now they can play for the rush here, potentially. They know that the booster, they know some cooldowns been used here.
Zero in trouble here. Suzu being used. Paul sending through that Kitsune rush. Simple a little bit low. Funny Astro waiting for his moment for the orbital ray, and Tree finds Simple. So 4 players still alive for Twisted Minds, but the orbital ray is good. It allows Jwoo to get the damage necessary to kill Zero. Still though, back and forth trades 3 versus 3. Vega, the rally should be the difference maker here. Should allow now Team Liquid to consolidate together as their trio.
The heals to Vega, keeping Infected alive. The Mega Pack going to be grabbed over TVNT. So the movement again from this D.Va. TVNT just staying in this fight, being a nuisance. Both support ults used now, so Simple gets to come back in here with a rush. The Blade's going to be up for Jwoo as well.
Tree, Zero, both looking for their own ultimates. Quartz not far behind. TVNT now has a ring mech available. That'll be powerful. Tree instantly defensive matrix. Look at TVNT. He wants Tree bad, but TVNT is taking a bit too much damage here. And in the meantime, Infected deleting Quartz away. Still though, Vega will fall. 4 versus 4. TVNT blows Zero up. That's going to be an extra kill in the favor of Twisted Minds. And time is running out here. Team Liquid can only afford a couple more resets.
And the Shark in the water again. Infected also probably going to get delayed here. Stagger occurring. It's going to be brutal, guaranteeing there's only one fight now for Liquid. Flux will be up. They do not want to lose anyone else here, though. They have to be really careful to chase. They're chasing in. They're going in. Zero going to blade them when they're in spawn here with the rush.
Using a lot of ultimates here. Both teams are going to do so, but Zero gets killed. Bunny Astro obviously traded to start with Quartz. Now the next man up to try and use some ultimates. By the way, 20 seconds touch required. And there's no fast heroes. Who's going to go for the touch? Zero now only just respawning.
TVNT gets another. JWoo gets another. 10 seconds here. Flux investing. Liquid, they're going to have to get the touch.
Gila.
They got the touch. They have to
They
get
can
the touch.
touch. No touch.
Rock doesn't hit anything. Really slow heroes here. Tree going Tracer. 3 seconds left. Who's
No
gonna
touch.
get that touch? Barely a Zera. Not gonna
No
quite get
touch.
it. Deleted before he make the final touch.
Map
happen.
5.
EVNT delivers Twisted Mind yet another map. Even with Havana and the map choice
Habis ini main sih.
coming on through. Lucio gone.
Kenapa ya gue tiap kali ngeliat orang main Overwatch pasti langsung gak terlalu pengen main.
That a Sigma and a break should put enough pressure onto TVNT's Diva.
Reverse sweep. Reverse sweep.
Just not able to close out after that long pause coming off of Eichenwald. And TVT, like I said, a shark in the water, just finding pick after pick after pick, the positioning perfect. Cover any damage, moving as a unit in 2 with JWoo. This is this 2-man squad. And for Liquid, I mean, I have to point back again to this Sigma composition and just not able to find anything. But we're going to see this map of the series coming up. Team Liquid versus Twisted Mind.
Flaming people, but that's kind of the shtick. You guys flaming me and me flaming you.
Si Boger nonton OWCS malahan daripada main Rivals.
It's a vibe. Yeah, it's just a rage bait competition.
Ntar gue bawa dulu. map apa ini?
Yeah, so that is a pretty big power shift for these squads. What we are going to see is going to make the difference. Final map of the series here, Team Liquid versus Twisted Minds. Let's see who comes out on top.
Kita tolol deh.
Kenapa?
Minta nusuk tuh besok.
Besok?
Iya, kan tanggal
Nothing else
15
is available, no bans on this map at all. So as much as
it's Sunday, February 15th.
Disproportionately here. Part of that is self-imposed.
Goblok juga ya kita kan waktu Amerika. Ya Allah, Bol-Murai udah post lagi.
On a multitude of heroes in this meta.
Kalau gitu
for this particular game, this particular meta, Dominant is one of those heroes mandatory by nature, map number 5, and
it's Vega. Look at his face. Look at his face, by the way, Avril. Look at Vega's face, and you see.
Ya udah lu main aja.
It's Vega again. He's the one with the problem. He's looking towards the admin. They're saying, Vega, what's going on? It's the mic. It's the mic again. They want to silence him. They want to silence him. They don't want him. They don't want him here in the series.
Oh. Gue sih I'm sticking with talent, man.
Something fishy in the water here, but sure we'll get that sorted out. Sure there's another mic that can get him.
I'm sticking with talent.
A sneak peek of what we could potentially see on this opening map as players were kind of hovering their initial picks. Obviously there could still be some changes, but largely it's going to appear to be a Lucio Kiriko backline, Dominant enforced with Quartz and Tree obviously on the Sojins. Jwoo's locked in the Tracer for the time being. Zero Echo, but I don't know how serious Zero actually is. More than likely, Zero will either be Vendetta or Tracer.
Definitely a good, solid bet there for see either of those heroes come out for Zero, especially on this map. You can get a little bit of the lore buff, a little bit of the lore buff, of course, from Vendetta. As we wait to get to see this issue resolved for Vega's mic. And right now for Liquid, I mean, this is as much a mental game as it is actual being on your game in terms of a macro mechanical wise, because you're in a potential reverse sweep situation. It's been 2 brutal map losses. So now Liquid really have to get their head in the game, show that they have what it takes to be that top competitor, which is because sometimes you're just going to be falling behind a bit despite being in the lead. And, you know, this is a team of some veteran talent, so I have no doubt that they can do it. But definitely a tough situation to be in here for Team Liquid.
Ini orang
back against the wall.
Eyelashnya panjang banget.
Is in Twisted Minds' favor, considering that it's all well and good to be 2-0 up in the series. You would think that most teams would probably crumble under the pressure of being the team that has to reverse sweep.
Kenapa pada ngangkat tangan semua?
Put your hand up if you're in the crowd. But
there they are. There's our crowd.
Have dealt with that more so, and now you're having the reverse situation where Team Liquid, they're at being reverse swept, which means that in and of itself is a huge amount of pressure.
All right, now for Twisted Minds, I mean, they have to be feeling really good coming into this because they just had some, I would say, tough circumstances themselves heading to this reverse sweep. And without a doubt, Avril, I mean, regardless of the outcome of this series, you still have to walk away from this being TVNT is such a difference maker for this team. And the strength of D.Va, in particular, in his hands, and just the power of that mobility and the burst damage is incredibly strong here. Even though some of the players may be having slightly quieter performances, in particular Quartz, like we've talked about. And then for Liquid, you look to the comps, you talk about the Vendetta here for Zera, and you wonder, is there going to be any changes in the backline potentially again, or are we just going to try to mirror this Lucio Kiriko repeatedly? Because I feel like for both these squads, they probably do just want to play the Lucio Kiri. But I could see Vega theoretically making a swap to maybe empower the flank a bit more. But on a map like Colosseo, you really do want to have that speed boost available. But Cat is definitely a viable option, honestly.
I think if you go Cat, you have to start considering combos. You would have to drag Tree over to cast to really make it work. Because the ultimate really not providing enough value, considering the difference between a sound barrier versus a cat nap. I think the choice is clear on that one, of which one will have a higher chance of delivering you a win. But let's lock into the actual heroes. Chosen Zero has in fact locked in for this Echo. And as the crowd gets hyped, let's get into the final map of our second semi-finals. Winner takes on Crazy Raccoon in the grand finals. All to play for between TL and TM.
Zero actually.
Oh my god, this Echo.
Looking to use some of these angles around this first area that we're going to be fighting here around the bot. Get some poke. The C Court's peeking around. Not finding anyone just yet. Lucio Kiriko for both squads here. As the poke so happens.
Liquid still looking for something around the sides of the map, and Quartz will just eat a bunch of damage as he explores that same area himself. Again, a risk for Zero to be on this hero, but certainly something that's going to be difficult for Team to deal with since they don't have anything that can really attack the sky unless Quartz is really sharp on his aim, specifically against Zero. Just slow going in the first minute here before we get either a pick or somebody gets an ult.
Yeah, exactly right. And so much of the ebb and flow.
Oh, mereka bisa ya kayak kalau Flash sama Clash. Robot apa namanya? Push gitu. Pasti awal-awal nggak ada yang mati sama sekali. Ya bisa 2 menit nggak ada yang mati. Cuman nge-skirmish doang gitu loh. Kalau kita main kan pasti kayak dalam menit pertama udah ini menang fight.
Got a little dicey there for a second with the aggression, but good finds for Liquid here. 5 ults about to be up for Liquid as well.
Oh my god, another pause.
Comes out again here.
Everyone's looking at Vega.
And they're looking at Vega. Is it going to be Vega? Look at him. They're looking at him. They're looking at Vega. It's Vega's mic.
And comms.
They don't. He knows something. They don't want it to come out. I don't know what it is. But Vega knows something that they don't want the world to know. Because it is a mic issue again here for Vega. Honestly, can't they just yell at each other? Let's just have them yell at each other across the desk.
Crowd's getting loud in there as well. You can only imagine how hard it might be to hear things, but I mean, I don't think any of them understand Korean, so it's not like they'll get any info from Korean casters. But either case, alrighty, well, we're resuming the game. I don't know if the mic problem got fixed or not, but we're getting back into it. I think Liquid just briefly getting an advantage on the meter. It's TVT already half HP, by the way. Funny Asher might have to think about ulting here. It's Infected, already sending the Panopticon through, and look at this, Team Liquid looking like they have a major advantage. They will send that one home, continue this push, and TM not really getting much in response at all.
You're definitely starting to see a bit TVT being off the D.Va here. And seeing Infected just feel a bit more comfortable on the Domino. Also, as a clarification, apparently it wasn't a Vega mic issue. They just had some a miscommunication, apparently. So Vega baiting us there just a little bit.
They had a miscommunication because they couldn't hear him, clearly.
Yeah, that must be it. But the retake that's going to be happening here for Twisted Minds. Advantage right now for Liquid, still holding on to 3 ults. Zero getting to the backline here, putting the pressure down.
Okay, he's looking for something, gets the copy onto the Domino. Now triple Domino on field. TVT finally gets to use his Panopticon. Not too sure if he really hit too many targets with that one, but it's good enough for Corsa. At least get the kill onto Infected. Simple delivers a little bit more tree falls as well. And finally, Twisted Minds, before Team Liquid are allowed to snowball too heavily on the map, will finally get their own meterage on board.
Still, ults being invested across the board for both squads here. So for Liquid, if you can be relatively happy with that, considering that you already have the advantage. It's going to be a pretty neutral fight here. Respawners coming back for Twisted Minds. Liquid now just want to poke TVT here off the point a little bit. Resume some control. And Twisted Minds, they're playing a little split. Spawners still coming back, but it should be fine now. There isn't really an opening currently as Tree just looking for a head. Couldn't find anyone with the rail.
Has to get past all the shielding first and currently just struggling to do so. TVT making sure his part of the map is covered. Twisted Minds struggling to get around this corner. Vega low HP, and both of the Lucio players are going to end up falling by the wayside. Simple's going to deliver one extra here as Jay was looking for the pulse bomb. Won't end up getting that hit, but slight player advantage here. Might just be enough for Twisted Minds to push on further, threaten the cap.
Oh my god, nggak mati. Oh my god.
Yeah, Infected gonna go down. Off that pressure, they just don't have the off angles controlled anymore with Zero also going down currently. J-Wo here on the point, just looking to clean up. They're gonna keep the bot moving. Liquid trying to play on the high ground, stay away from that man disadvantage they might have currently. And Optic going to be up here for Infected. Rush going to be up as well, so they have some options. As you see Twisted Minds repositioning, knowing about the ult bank, just trying to play in a little bit of a safer position here, potentially.
Well, certainly they don't want to fight uphill best they can. They want to drag Team Liquid down into the dumps. And, well, so far it's only RuPaul being dumped away. TNT follows through 99 to Panopticon. A little bit of a shame there for Twisted Minds. And Jaewoo's getting work done. Triple kill. Jaewoo might just be the hero that Twisted Minds need. In fact, he's going to get the cap. He's going to back cap, which means even if TM loses fight, they got the job done. But it looks like they'll actually win. Jaewoo delivering and then some.
Yeah, Jaewoo there just exploiting the chaos. Infected wanted to fall off after the Panopticon, but Jaewoo just uses that chaos, the mobility, the damage of Tracer, all that flexibility that you have. The cleanup there on the point, get the cap, and now Liquid not having the second checkpoint. The ults are going to be building up here, but Twisted Minds, you look at the bank here, it's a very strong position to be in.
Here we go. Strong kill because the Katsuna rushes. RuPaul nearly dies there, but stays alive. TNT, Funny Ash are all ulting in, and Infected falls. Tree gets clocked as well. Team Liquid, only 3 members alive. The green HP is simply not enough because simply Simple pushing his way through, getting those kills. They already have the cap, and now they're going to be threatening to get 100 meters.
Jaewoo and Quartz both still holding on to ults as well. Twisted Minds. This is the Twisted Minds we were expecting heading into the series. Took them a little while to come back out. Maybe a bit of a summoning ritual there. But you expect this team to be so good at the brawl comps when the chaos breaks down, making the right macro plays. Sports gonna pop the ult.
Oh my god.
Pulse though, Infected alleviating pressure. Quartz forced back on out, looking for further targets, and RuPaul finds out exactly what Quartz is talking about. TNT, so in the front lines, Vega and Tree falling down as the payload continues moving forward. 1 kill from Infected is going to actually make somewhat of a difference once the respawners come through. Note that Quartz is super far away. When Infected comes back in, they will have a player advantage. Twisted Minds can only push a little bit further before they're forced to back on out.
RuPaul there finding that limb there on the Jaewoo, so Liquid can be really aggressive here for the recontest. But TNT just pushing forward, finding Vega off that damage, the Domina damage, being very strong. And Liquid, they really haven't taken a lot of position off that limb. They need to be taking more space here, ideally, especially with no Tracer on the field.
Brother, TNT has to get out of this situation. He has to consider it at least. But maybe he's not the one in trouble. Maybe Infected's the one in trouble because the players with Twisted Minds that they need to reinforce have simply returned now. And now TM, 90% onto Panopticon, waiting for the heals to come under Suzu just to help TNT get back up in there. We've evened up in terms of the ults for Panopticons, but we have 127 meters and counting. Team Liquid are in real trouble.
And additionally, Simple's going to have the rush ahead of any of the other support ults. Panopticon goes out. No one gets
Panopticon.
Aggressing now. This could be the full cap.
Infected down. Team Liquid can't afford to lose too many more. TM need a few plays to die here for TL to have any chance of saving the map, because otherwise Twisted Minds, they're just going to deliver this one all the way into Liquid's
belum.
Stab through the heart, and Liquid are going to fall to pieces. Twisted Minds,
Anjing reverse sweep.
the defending world champions, still now going to the grand finals to take the very first title of 2026.
Liquid, unfortunately, doing a bit of a phase of matter change there and solidifying that EMEA is still on top comparatively as of right now. And really for Liquid, a kind of a crushing defeat, a crushing reverse sweep there. The overall just tenacity of Twisted Minds is incredible. I mean, you look at this team bringing it back, it's always hard to do a reverse sweep at this level, especially with the circumstances involved. TNT still putting on a masterclass. Quartz waking up there a bit. Simple, Jaewoo, the whole team having a great shot, having a great performance in general. And really, you just have to be impressed with the squad.
When it counts, right? I mean, first 2 maps, things were not looking great. The second map in particular was a bit of an ugly one, but whole team on stage here, hands up in the air. What a performance, a reverse sweep.
Let's play. Masih lama kan?
Where they were in the World Finals. Remember, T1 had
Watch non-stop Roblox action on Twitch. Come on, let's play. FIFA. Rex online nggak Rex? Chris?
Apa?
Main?
In game.
Oke, sama.
Next saya.
Now entering Midtown.
I'll decide my own fate.
Boosting your damage.
I feel a little bad. We're about to ruin their day.
Right by you. No unnecessary risks.
We'll wrap this up quick.
Five, four, three, two, one. Attackers incoming.
Yo.
Defend objective A.
Waduh. What is my team doing? Ya, langsung mati dia. What the hell? What the hell? No, brother, what are you doing, brother? Nggak ada yang mau touch.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
I'm getting into this.
Don't underestimate a link hole.
Whoa, no touch. Can't live without me.
I need some help.
No, she shouldn't.
Constructing my barrier.
Hurt already?
That really helps.
Enemy over here.
Heroes never die.
You can't break free.
Keeping the heat on.
Ah, fuck.
It was moving. It really shouldn't be. Outnumbered.
大したことじゃないから。Enemy here.
Serve my design.
Time of well-oiled high-power machine.
And I'm out. Out of my face.
Outplayed.
We've secured a monopoly. Challenging us. Fools. Get them off my desk. Over here.
Might as well.
Sharper than words. What here? Heroes never die.
Kaelah. Ini orang ngapain?
What can I say? I'm a team player. I'm out of there.
It was moving. It really shouldn't be.
Not so fast. Protect us, kick guys.
Can we get another going game this game?
30 seconds remaining.
Just a little longer.
Eyes peeled.
Got this.
Enemy, heads up.
Yo, where my team at? Where's my team at? Yo, where's my team at? Tolol tim gua anjing. Ditinggal poinnya.
Why am I showing weakness?
0,4. Can we get a nano going? Can we get a nano? Can we get a nano going?
Play of the game.
Can we get a nano going? Udah belum, Chris?
Belum, overtime ntar.
Lu pure offline ya?
Gue paling kalah sih. Hah?
Lu pure offline atau enggak? Oh, nggak ada di ini gua. List. Yo, where's my esports? Gak ada di gua nama lo. Gua lu yang invite gua sama Timo.
Udah. Ngantuk.
Vote for a map. Arriving at watch point.
Lah, gue lagi ngeliatin Hero, dia pilih Mizuki.
Kiriko.
Your new house lighter. Nobuto did a good job.
Yeah, I like it. Wish it was a little more low-key, though.
Right?
If the Hashimoto find out what he can make, they'll paint a target on his back for sure.
They do have a fashion statement.
Dari bawah semua harusnya. Doomfist juga nih. Doomfist. Yo, kill. What the fuck? Mercy. Mana Sombra ya? Oh my god.
Vexing.
Langsung ganti Sombra dah. Nice.
Enemy spotted.
Mampus lu. Ya di revive. Tinggal TP aja.
Back in action.
Hey, it's Kiriko.
No one can hide from my sight.
Uh-oh, the payload's moving.
My next kill.
Weak banget. Sombra deket gua.
Enemy spotted. Exhilarating.
Oh udah jauh, udah cabut. Revive.
Apagando las luces. Apagando las luces. I've been waiting for a challenge. Helden sterben nicht.
Mati.
What can I say? I'm a team player. My ultimate is ready. Protect us, kick game!
Oh. Kok gue turun. Ya elah, telat.
Sombra.
Someone needs to fill this saddle.
Sombra. Kok ini orang di bawah gini?
Itu di mana anjir?
What the hell?
Oh, turun dari sana.
Kagak, mana bisa di bawah situ nggak ada apa-apa ya.
Dia turun yang dari bawah situ. Kanan.
Emang bisa turun ke bawah? Nggak bisa.
Dari yang depan situ.
Don't shoot him.
Sebelah kanan. Terbang ke atas.
Di kiri sini. need help?
Apagando las luces. Scorch the sky.
Maybe a different angle.
Meteor strike.
Masuk keluar, masuk keluar.
Masih dead.
Mana dia? Ah.
Step right.
Death ain't on my doorstep.
Sini aja bisa.
Kiri lu. Weak. Nice. Nice. You have punch.
Aman.
Monkey.
That payload's pulling away.
Nice, bisa touch. Gua nggak ada ulti tapi nice ult.
Not exactly what I expected.
Dia masih touch. Bisa.
Dapat Mursi ya. Ikut 71.
Ayo, please fight.
Tahan.
Really feeling the heat.
Kobra. Dia bakal touch lagi.
It's high time. Counted your chicken.
Victory. I never give up on
Ultimate defensive.
Man, let's go.
Defended crazy.
Play of the game.
Sombra this ass, bitch.
Anjir. Tim show match-nya 5v5 cut semua. Iya. Lucu banget. You did nothing. I killed him last minute. Ini anjing lucu banget.
Bacot counter pick gak bisa ngapa-ngapain. Counter picknya masih ke pick.
Orang-orang kenapa kena rage bait dah main QP.
Stay true to Doom. You win, cok.
Dikira kita bronze kali main sama Sobra nggak bisa.
Karena dia malu, cok. Dia counter pick kan dia ganti anjing.
Bodo amat awal-awal dia ngedominate tapi akhir-akhirnya juga kalah kan? Mau stats dia killnya 30 kalah ya sama aja bohong.
You lost, bro. You lost.
Kayak kemarin kita ada Cat jago banget 35 kill, tapi kita menang. Terus dibilang Cat diff, padahal dia kalah. Tolol. Nama bukan Cat diff anjing.
Namanya lu kalah.
Kalah ya kalah aja.
Kalah.
Menang ya menang aja. It's QP, bro.
Kayak di rank lebih dikit orang talk trash gitu dah. Pada bodo amat.
Tapi kalau goblok banget anjing.
Lu main apa?
Nggak tahu.
Are we running it?
We running it? Are we running it?
Apaan?
Alright. Ini lagi meta DPS.
Are we running it?
Gua kan lagi ini making a
Gak
statement.
apa-apa, dua aja aman.
Gua lagi making a statement. Go, man.
Tapi tadi Tracer gue lagi gembel lah, jadi kita lihat gimana ini.
Aman.
Gua nonton katanya first.
Superior firepower's good, but superior brain power's better.
Skin lu apaan? Ada ini, ada face paint-nya.
Skin gua. You are asking my skin, son? Are you sure?
Anjing, ini skin apa? RBJ di itu.
I'm too famous. There's another dude. Guys, there's another dude.
Taking space. Oh my god, gue langsung mati. What the fuck?
Unlucky sih itu lo kena hook.
Iya, aman.
Dia aja bukan nembak gua, anjing, dia ngasal nembak. I'm coming.
Oh, we are running.
I'm not doing shit.
Aman, lu distraction.
Man, you not know this skin tip. This is the OG.
I see Mizuki.
Kejar.
Okay, everybody di sini, everybody.
Ya.
Posat, udah.
Oh, dia turret.
Bikin raptor.
Nice. Shoot. You need to very low. Okay.
Hok. Nice.
All better will be gone.
The tickle monster. Mizuki. I'm the leader now. Yo, I need heals.
Salah.
I have pulse bomb. Bentar.
Gua udah ulti. Usah deh. Mati semua.
Nggak perlu.
Bisa terpoin.
No! I killed myself.
Lu anjir. Nice.
I killed myself.
Let's go, dude. We are so back, dude.
Oke. Bawa mereka ke poin, ntar gua ulti. Nice.
You're the one who's supposed to fail off the wheel.
Lagi stream.
Let's go, bro.
Oh, we are running it.
Gue gak ngapa-ngapain.
Chris lagi stream.
Dia ngomong apaan tadi?
Hey, no one knows who I am, man. Hey.
Ya, ini temen lu yang di-ban.
They don't know
On my
what
bike
skin
left.
color
Watch your
I am,
flanks. They might try something.
dude. Hey, no face cam. You got the gig, Chop.
Pre-mission checklist complete. Now it's time for the good bit.
5,
Pada leave semua anjing. Kayak pada masuk join lihat scoreboardnya terus langsung pada leave.
Gimana tadi tanknya? Ini tank ya lu tadi hop.
Protoke aja tadi bunuh gua hoki banget. Asal nembak pas gua lagi low. Vendetta kiri nih, Chris. Vendetta di kiri, Chris.
Soalnya darah lu sekutik aja.
Nih, I'm baiting her. Bodoh.
Oh shit, apa tuh?
Anjing kok ada Doomfist tiba-tiba.
Thank you. Oh. I got punched in the face. One. Doom belakang. Bisa. Coba.
Bisa. Dapat 3 gua. Dapat 4.
Nice. We are running this.
Beat. Gua ada ulti.
Iya boleh.
Nggak kena lagi. I killed. Ini. Keluar dari sini.
Ya.
I'm gonna die.
Kalau mereka di open gua bisa ulti.
Itu weak banget.
Kok nggak kena?
Flashbang, fuck the flashbang.
It's go time.
Damn, bro.
No way. Gue cari parahnya.
Mereka lagi beat.
Iya. Tunggu bisa selesai baru masuk.
Lucio bisa ada. Lucio can die.
Gue sendiri. Ada 3 orang di corner belakang.
Ya. Oh, thank God ditarik. Oh my God.
Bentar, dulu.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Ah shit man, I tried touching. Bisa masuk.
Dia ganti hero, cok. Parah dia, cok.
It's alright.
Namanya juga counter swap.
Nggak apa-apa, map ini lebih enak nih, lebih terbuka.
Oh, heal me to exit.
I've got a good feeling. This could be our best mission yet.
Where's my acknowledgement? Bukan, praise. Where's my praise?
My praise.
Let's go, man. Let's go.
Where's my praise?
Fuck your empire.
Beban. Pakai tracer.
Aman.
Parah besar.
Bentar, gue masih ganti praise. Oh shit.
Kalau udah balik, bilang ya.
Aman.
Gue lagi ngumpet.
Iya.
the point. Okay. Go on the point.
Para down.
Gue harus cabut. Nice.
Parahnya sih.
Iya.
Parah bro. Parah bro.
Ah, dimakan.
Bom gua gak kena lagi. Anjing, gantilah gua nggak bisa pakai ini.
Kenapa? Winat changing tuh.
Lihat beban gua.
Tengah ada anti-air.
Langsung terbang.
I'm on the point.
What the hell?
Oh, langsung mati gua. Kenapa gua yang di revive?
Udah bagus lu bisa nggak bisa.
Oh, you wanna know what happened? You wanna know the problem? Do you know the problem, guys? Press tab.
6.000 damage, 2000 healing.
Makan bro. My empire.
Foolishness has consequences.
Gak apa-apa, I did work on soldier.
Orang jahat. My empire, bitch.
Lama lagi mulai Crazy Raccoons. Oh, hujan.
Hah? Kok cat versus cat draw? How bisa draw?
Knuckles.
Hey, I've been streaming for 5 hours. Di Blizzard World mereka main apa? Kiriko inilah pastinya ya. Kiri Lucio. Tapi gue gak suka main Lucio.
Yaudah kita main ini aja. Main Backland Crazy Raccoon.
Welcome to Blizzard World.
Kero pi.
Juno Kiriko ya.
Kiro, yaudah gue Kiriko.
Alright.
Kiro pi. Kiro pi. Red cannabis.
I'll find my own path.
Vast.
Ini part yang being airborne slightly heals you agak useless ya.
Kalau ini aja lu pakai kalau cabut lompat ke atas.
Iya kan Doomfist ada tag-nya yang lu terbang ke atas. Buat nge-stall.
Iya.
Yang lu pencet shift sama E bareng-bareng liat ke atas.
Less slows better.
Hey, someone pick me up. Oke. Duh, ini nembaknya gue masih kebalik lagi. Kiriko nggak enak banget.
Ya Allah.
Kan ke reset semua ya ini gue.
Lu bisa tuker aja kalau mau.
Dah. Oh my god. Tim heal gue di sebelah lu. Biar gue yang heal Timo. Biar gue yang kill gitu. Turut. Ryan.
Gak bisa di-heal ya dari situ. Holding high ground.
Ntar gue nyuruhin turut belakang lu.
Mundur.
Your nemesis di belakang lu.
Gue gak bisa heal lu, gak kuat.
Well, that wasn't called for.
Cing, mau ngejar sampai sini.
Like mending a shadow.
Someone touch. Ya elah, tolol emang nih pada DPS tolol.
Kan berdua bisa kabur ya.
Iya anjing, udah gua ini rush juga loh, Kitsune rush di point. My god, I'm so shit.
Let's get back to it. Guys over there. On the move. Let's change that. Watch yourself. Kokoyo, let me balance you out. Your payload's moving. No time to stand around.
Oh my god, DPS kita kemana aja sih?
I don't give up that easily.
I don't really know dia mau ultiin apa.
Cabut. Masih di solo ult, Cok.
Stop the payload from moving.
Antara di solo ult, jangan masuk situ.
Protecting.
Vendetta nih belakang sini.
Draw strength from nature.
Ngumpet.
Check out the enemy's turret. Now we're talking.
You're trolling. Ratu. Feels nice, fam. Woo.
I need TP.
Let the Kitsune guide you. Carried on the wind.
My empire, bitch.
The Kitsune gains new champions.
Gue TP ke depan, nge-ulti ke belakang, bunuh Vendetta. Nice. Kiri.
Watch here. They're attacking me. Under my protection. Enemy turret.
Kabur. Iya, cari helpak bisa gak? Cari helpak.
Touch point ya.
Yuk.
Time to get clever.
I need taxi.
Bentar, gue masih nge-heal Reaper.
I need taxi, thank you taxi. Ah, gue nggak bisa bunuh, mau gak? Nice.
What's up?
Gua mundur.
My gift to you.
Yuk.
Oh tuh ada di atas tuh. Emerald.
Kalau mau ke atas, gue temenin. Emre one, oke dead.
Take some time off.
That's good.
You're targeting me.
60 seconds remaining.
Gue udah ulti. Dia nggak ada pick.
I'm with you.
What?
Speed out dong, speed out. Cabut.
Sorry, kena atas. Oh, mana mas?
I'm here.
Tiga mereka.
Let me balance you
Terus
out.
balik gue.
Thanks for the heal.
Gua masuk.
Mizuki lo.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Nice.
10 seconds.
Mana lu? My empire, bitch. That's what you get.
Done playing
Hey.
around.
What? That's crazy. Gila. That's crazy.
Play of the game.
Om gendut.
Jenggotnya ada ikan.
Happy Valentine's Day, Elvita.
Anjing. Di solo ult.
Play of the game, by the way.
Tonton dulu guys. Final.
Return toward the glory days of Overwatch League away. He got the first 3-year contract, I believe, with Twisted Minds with that extension. There's a staple of EMEA, a really talented support player, and one of the original Lucio gods when it comes to the mechanics on that hero. And
Mau ngambil makan dulu. Anjay, simple.
Minds as well.
And it really is just that simple for Simple. Coming in on flex support here. Another defending world champion on Twisted Minds, finding his home on this team after being largely overlooked for the longest time. No more underrating of Simple. He is simply the best.
And you talk about his performance at OWCS Stockholm, but also this event has been probably the second best player behind TVNT overall, bringing so much impact on the Kiriko in particular, being very crucial to his success.
And Yubi gives his team the much needed encouragement to get into map number 1. Don't discount the fact that in the longest series there is always a chance that maybe Yubi comes on in. We've seen it before. Could even be a map 7 sub, could be anything that you wouldn't necessarily expect. But we can expect at least for map 1, as we are going to be playing once more the guaranteed all 5 season 1 new heroes as a mandatory requirement. Jay will be starting again.
We've seen both these teams obviously playing on this, and it's interesting because I would argue to a degree that both of these teams now, both Crazy Raccoon and Twisted Minds, have probably struggled the most comparatively in this all-new hero lineup, and just not feeling as comfortable at times utilizing some of those meta-defining heroes throughout the rest of the series. But now they're both here in the finals because of their grasp of just playing their style and having incredible firepower across the board.
Really proving that they are the best among their region as well. I mean, Crazy Raccoon had to get past Falcons to get here. Twisted Minds once again taking T1 down. And you have the defending world champion Twisted Minds versus Crazy Raccoon, who are the one team that you would have thought would have had a championship by now. And when they get to face the king, we're going to start out with once more a 1 versus 1 death match between 2 of our players in each of our teams in the 1 versus 1. Picking one of the new heroes from season 1 to duel out with, and then the winner of that 1v1 will get to decide the map for their team for map 1.
Excited to see them match up here again. In particular, Quartz has been on the Imra, and I would love to see Quartz have a bit more impact as he learns that hero. Here's the one we're getting ready for the 1v1 to start. And really just these squads, I think, so interesting across the board. Like I said, where they didn't feel that comfortable, didn't feel that confident perhaps on these newer heroes. But by just sticking to their guns and sticking to their style and having just incredible talent, they're here in the grand finals. And we've already seen the impact of some of these newer heroes coming through. But even then, even with that, those meta-defining aspects, you still have these teams like Crazy Raccoon and Twisted Minds that are able to just play the way they want to. And I think that's kind of the beauty of Overwatch to a degree, is that you can have new heroes that do switch up the meta, and you can still just play the style you want to play.
I think we do have some distinct styles here as well. Obviously, it does depend a lot upon what the tank situation on Crazy Raccoon is going to look like, but the style inherently changes if you have Maxin instead of Jumbin, and vice versa. I mean, we got to see the Rhine on Esperanza. It didn't end up working out for Crazy Raccoon, but they're willing to experiment and take their losses where they need to. Probably won't be seeing that again coming through, especially not against Twisted Minds, who watched that one and will be prepared for any possible shenanigans that do arrive. But Twisted Minds, their identity has evolved as well. I mean, people were calling this team potentially just a sim one-trick team at one stage. And
ini best of 5 juga atau gimana?
Currently in the starting roster, they're winning with Jaywood. They're playing complete non-symmetric comps. So this Twisted Mind squad has evolved through and through to prove that they are still a top team in the entire world, maybe the best team in the entire world, regardless of what comp they're playing. And the 1v1 is going to be Chorong fighting Astro.
All right, both supports coming out, so likely going to be seeing a support duel as well. But obviously, it's not guaranteed. And this is, I mean, really when we've summarized these teams, just Astro, Chorong, 2 of the best players mechanically in their role in the world. And it is going to be, again, the Jetpack Cat we just saw the show match. And now we're going to see the 1v1.
Cats. Now we're down to 2 cats.
Now we have 2. Just 2 cats.
Damn, bro.
Well, at least you don't have cats healing each other with nobody going down. Giving me PTSD of certain other moments in games that Fighting Astro is being very sneaky.
What the fuck is this?
Enjoy hiding under things. This is a crazy place to take a fight as well, by the way, because someone could touch the bottom and it'd be all over.
Chorong does not know where he's at.
This is reminding me of the first CAD duel we had on day 1, where I think it was Lep was just hiding inside the point itself. It was FD God on the side looking.
I mean, he has to know something, right? He has to know that Astro is doing something very cheeky currently. Both of them just playing the waiting game.
We gotta unlock the point. We gotta unlock the point so somebody can cap. Otherwise, the stall is just gonna be crazy.
Now, just it's not. We would say it's a cat and mouse game, but it's more of a cat and cat game. And I do think that this is just a battle of patience and wits. Who has been watching more short-form content between these two players? Whose attention span is more cooked currently? And right now, it's looking like it might be Choron. Looking like it might be Choron currently.
I mean, the time's running out. The point. I don't know what happens when time runs out, by the way. What happens when the time runs out? We're about to find out.
I mean, he has to know. There's only one place he could be. There's only one place he could be, and now it's danger close. You could fall into the pit. Choron recognizing that. And the fight's on.
Choron taking indoors, forcing Funny Archer to come and address him. This might just come down to a single all-in fight with a claws out as well. Choron wants it, but he got punished. Funny Archer ready for it. Nice Twisted Minds will take away the 1v1 and we'll get the map choice for map 1.
You see, he just said so easy. Astro just said so easy there after camping underneath the platform there. Actual European ranked player in the flesh. This is the most EMEA ranked moment you've ever seen. Right there is doing ridiculous cheese, then dropping so easy in the 1v1.
The mind games have started. But of course, the first map in a much longer series. I mean, it'll set the stage for obviously getting the point on the board. However, I think what you're looking at just to reiterate what the format is now for the grand finals, BO7 best of 7, or in other words, a first of 4 if there are any draws.
Best of 7.
You have a lot more room to potentially lose maps and still make that comeback happen. So the first map with the mandatory heroes, it is what it is, and I think given that it's a perfect mirror match, it's not really going to suit any team more than the other. This is just going to be a very even matchup in terms of the strength of the teams, I feel.
Yeah, I definitely feel though, considering that so much of the driving force for Twisted Minds has been TVNT, and he hasn't looked incredible on the Domina. He's looked solid, but I think that is by far more of a negative factor for them than it is for Crazy Raccoon.
One additional thing to consider here is because Busan's been picked, note that once we get past map 4 and we reset the map, well, typically in the past it's been like going to get past map 5, but here we've combined push and flashpoint into the same map pool, which means 4 maps and then to a map 5 reset. If you want to go control again, Busan's gone. So if there's ever a world where a team had something extra they wanted to do on Busan with a normal team composition that wasn't a mandatory team composition, it might be impacted. I can't think of anything right now that would necessarily be in that regard. Maybe back in the day, there used to be some ball comps with Soldier and stuff like that. Some old Florida Mayhem stuff that used to get cooked up. But right now, Busan first up, currently one Korean talent going for Crazy Raccoon. Everybody else is liking the look of Twisted Minds.
Definitely a little bit less split here when we look at the talent Preds versus the overall predictions. And it is anyone's game, realistically, because Crazy Raccoon, this team, they're hard to nail down. They come to the match and they perform so well. They just have that killer mindset. But Twisted Minds, like we've talked about, previous winners of OWCS, we feel confident currently in Twisted Minds. Not that we've ever been wrong, of course.
I think our pred red is 100%, something like that.
Ayo prediksi tim.
That sounds right.
Siapa yang menang? Predictions.
We are of the same mind here.
Maybe even higher. Maybe 110%. Could be. We've gotten Preds right. We don't even know we're right
yet. There are future Preds that we've made that haven't even been realized yet. So ready for that one.
Bilang twist.
Just waiting to get here to the map.
Yeah, plenty of room for our teams to sort of figure this out. I wonder what Crazy Raccoon have sort of learned while watching that last team look.
Funny Astro. The only Brit. Enggak lah.
That would have been a point of contention.
Most British looking man ever.
Ended up being a good look for TVNT at the end of the day on map 5 anyway for Colosseo. So
Menurut gua Crazy Raccoons kayak 2-0 dulu terus Twisted Minds comeback lagi. Belum. Tapi best of 7. Jadi first to fourth. Nanti dulu udah sampai situ, gua belum. Buset.
Preseason Bootcamp Grand Final starts now. Kalau mirror matchup, gue pegang
Crazy Raccoons gue.
Iya.
I just assumed. I didn't even see that it was Lip being positioned here on this off angle. I like the idea. Typically, you're going to see the Domino being moved, but now Imra for Lip just trying to play on this angle, find some damage. Twisted Mind's going to play on them. They're just going to play around the Mega Pack currently. Just wait for the point to unlock.
From the 4TM is once the point does unlock, Crazy Raccoon have superior positioning. Lip in particular has the high ground, does drop down as Course is looking for an angle. He gets caught by the chains, and now the rest of the team trying to collapse on top of him. He's saying finds the opening first blood of the finals here. Twisted Mind trying to consolidate anything in response strong onto Jaewoo, and it does seem like Crazy Raccoon will be able to flip this point despite.
Gue pengen Crazy Raccoons menang sih. Underdogs.
Beautiful chain there coming out from Vigilante. Getting that binding chain from Mizuki, and Mizuki, one of those heroes that lands in kind of this hybrid place of, yes, they are a support, but a lot of their kit based around making a play, doing damage, scaling the aura based off the damage they do and the healing they do here. And Vigilante, I mean, honestly, on the Mizuki has been probably one of the more comfortable support players on this role, landing a lot of those binding chains here as Twisted Mind's looking to get the re-entry. Be pretty close to that double support ult soon.
Not close enough for Heesang, who falls very early. Concentrated, so 1 for 1. One DPS per side is out.
Lu mau tau nggak British Man dulu diajarin cara main Lucio sama siapa? The fucking Australian.
Oh my god.
Si Frogger ngomong, I've coached this guy once. Frogger kalau main serius kan jago banget sebenarnya. Kayak kalau nggak nge-troll, cuman masalahnya dia bosen kalau nggak nge-troll, makanya harus nge-troll. Di Aspen juga ada competitive background, walaupun nggak tier 1 tapi masih aja ada. Kalau yang si Warren, si Ashmin dulu main di konsol. Gue inget banget gue nyari best Ash settings, terus dulu dia small YouTuber kayak baru 1000 subs.
Anjing Warren 1000 subs.
Dia main di Xbox.
Gonna go down actually. Charn taking a little bit too much poke there. As Quartz gonna follow up off the damage. He's going down here. Twisted Minds getting the limbs they need.
Swedish apa run drop.
Big punish on the shoring allows him to reach the point and flip it without having to spend an ultimate that is economically.
Kok Swedish sih? In Canadian man. French Canadian. Swedish.
Crazy Raccoon need one fight to flip it back around and win the first point.
PewDiePie, Swedish.
The old bank here very strong for both these squads. Charn bringing in the Domino here to the flank. Quartz gonna pop that ult here for Imra. Trying to find anyone with the override protocol. Not gonna find anyone just yet. Crazy Raccoon is LOSing that.
What is that ult?
Good dodging. Quartz didn't want to overcommit too far. Don't want to fly into the enemy's face. His Lip will be the one to try and put some shots into the enemy backline now. In a bit of an air duel at the moment against Twisted Minds, and all the ultimates now flying through from everybody at the same time. Simple in a little bit of trouble as Vigilante popped that Sanctuary down. Finding Astro trying to get some damage onto Jumbin, but largely Crazy Raccoon are the ones staying alive. Twisted Minds just can't hold on. Crazy Raccoon, 3 members low HP, but nobody goes down.
Yeah, nothing found there. Crazy Raccoon LOS that initial bit of engage. And Jumpin even getting dragged into main, not going down, has that pass from the Domina. No touch gonna happen here. Crazy Raccoon up 1-0 now on Busan here on our first map, and as a reminder, they are gonna be playing these 5 new heroes full time for this first map. And you just see Crazy Raccoon, the adaptability, how confident they are. The options to pounce as soon as they see an opening. There's a reason that they have been a top team for so long.
Yeah, the consistency of Crazy Raccoon is something to be studied. Twisted Minds. See if they can have a little consistency themselves. They've now reach the heights that Crazy Raccoon themselves haven't even managed to reach themselves in terms of winning the World Championship. However, heavy is the crown here for Twisted Minds. This map 1, losing that first round. It's only the first of many. Once again, we'll drag our dominance into the top middle.
Balapan.
See who gets the early advantage here.
Watch for the Imres there. A lot of poke possible, especially with that right click hitting those headshots. Oh, going the way Twisted Minds here a little bit. They have very solid position. The Crazy just going to back up, take a little space. As Quartz looking to find anyone, but not quite. And Lip on this off angle here, looking to release some of the pressure.
And deep in on the tank at the moment, but Jaewoo has to be careful about his own life. Finally, the Punish using Repulse as Junbin, pushing Jaewoo away, securing that kill, securing a double on the TVNT as well. But it's a 2-for-2 trade. Quartz now going to try and even things out a little bit further, giving Twisted Minds the edge in this fight. Crazy Raccoon desperate to find anything to remain still competitive in the opening, but Quartz says no. The first cap goes Twisted.
That's 4 for Quartz there in that fight, and Quartz finally coming alive here a bit. What you expected to see from a player like him. Many were calling the best hit scan in the world after 2025. Now,
best hit scan in the world.
Point. Slight ult disadvantage here as Quartz just playing this very long off angle near the mini.
Astro looking towards ultimate, nearly there, but low HP. Could be problematic if he goes for it too early. Jaewoo onto Heesang, no delay whatsoever. Chorong to fall next, and Twisted Minds are continuing the rampage, fight after fight, without having to use any ultimates either. 29% and counting on the actual cap itself, and might be a couple players left to stagger through just Junbin burning away.
Don't want to lose anyone else here though. Because we need to back up. Don't want to get staggered. Need more ult charge here to Twisted Minds. We're getting close to a 10 ult fight here, the dreaded 10 ult fight here. Because Raccoon's building up their bank. Bunny Astro just doing a little bit of repositioning here on the flank.
Yeah, I gotta check to see just in case there is a Chorong Junbin combo flying through. Be a little problematic. In fact, they have flown through, but I mean, Bunny Astro left the angle, so unfortunately couldn't catch that one. Okay, early fight, Quartz TVNT, just collect. Instant reset, you can imagine Crazy Raccoon.
They tried to make it happen there from the flank, use that mobility for Jetpack Cat, but immediately punished by Twisted Minds. Looking to equalize the rounds on Busan. Still no ults used for either squad here in this round. 80% and counting, ticking up. Crazy Raccoon looking to get any sort of entry here to the point, and it's just a pure ult battle. As Jumpin once again being brought along the edge.
And ultimates, you said it earlier, 90% on board for Twisted Minds, but Vigilante falls simple again. There's been such a masterclass on that flex support. You called it a little bit earlier. Funny Astro looking for the pull. Not too successful for the time being. Chorong largely trying to do the same thing. Panopticon used here, but Junbin falls anyway. TVNT still has an ultimate available, and no touches available. Chorong
no touch.
Right there. But unfortunately, I think flying slightly too high to enable the touch.
And additionally, I mean, the Imre ult was being used, so they were up in the air, no contest possible. Just a bit of a misplay, especially with Vigilante going down, so they didn't have the Kakai Sanctuary. Twisted Minds were going to play around that, mitigate the projectile value, and a bit of a C9 there to equalize the round.
C9
for Busan. And despite what the score line is saying here, you see the limbs. Crazy Raccoon looking pretty strong off that first round performance. Twisted Minds bringing it back.
Seemed like a very Twisted Minds favorite type of fight anyway. They were largely ahead in terms of the cap itself. Would have required a big comeback from Crazy Raccoon. Want to refresh, reset onto a brand new point. Much faster is the rotation with Chorong and Junbin to get themselves onto the high ground section, which is now going to cause Twisted Minds to reposition themselves.
Junbin wanting to pressure here. Maybe find someone on that back line. It looks like they actually want to commit. They want to go in here. They want to keep fighting. Try to get this ignition on, get that damage onto TVNT, but they have to be worried about Quartz playing the off angle here. Looking for the headshot.
Could have been a good nade.
You're going to find it.
Oh, Junbin will catch Quartz, who's got a little bit greedy there. Quartz really want to get Heesang down, and now Crazy Raccoon have the 5 versus 4 they need. Jaewoo will complete the job that Quartz couldn't do at the start. 4 versus 4 TVNT. Make sure the numbers are even further in TM's favor. And despite Crazy Raccoon getting the initial cap, it does look like TM should be able to flip this one back in short order.
Wrong though. Gotta find one. Not gonna be enough there with the man disadvantage. Twisted Minds Like you said, losing the initial pick, maybe a little over aggressive for Quartz, but just bowing back, getting the cleanup here. And Opticon going to be pretty equal between both these teams. So maybe you're going to look to Chorong, try to open it up, get perhaps that early catnapper, just remove TVNT from the rest of his squad, especially knowing that the Sanctuary very far ahead here for Simple.
We're already seeing as well, especially given the positioning here, not necessarily even dragging a player off the map, but perhaps just dragging them out of position towards their own team, he's saying. A bit of a duel happening over towards the side drum as the main drum of the point is where the bulk of the action will take place. You talked about Panopticons, those are both online now, as well as a decent chunk of the support ult that's coming online, except for Vigilante. Jumbin out first, Funny Astro responding, trying to catch a player out. Chorong on the Simple, and now suddenly Crazy Raccoon, unless somebody really dies to TVNT's ultimate here, it's looking Crazy Raccoon 3 versus 3. Jumbin down is not great for Crazy Raccoon. Twisted Minds need a little bit more, and Course is delivering that more. Course is giving them everything, and TVNT might just secure this.
And a beautiful anchor there from TVNT. You see that fall off the aggression from the Panopticon. Chorong going deep, finding Simple. So the Sanctuary not even built, not even used yet for that fight. But Quartz just playing back, finding the damage, and TVNT never getting found on point. And they found the squishy.
Twist dari PS. Mana enak.
Now Crazy Raccoon, they have to recontest. They're going to have a Sanctuary pretty soon for Vigilante. But still, Twisted Minds in a very strong position here.
Override. What's first? They're still lagging behind by a couple percentage points. Of course, has to be careful about poke damage coming back the other way, but Treasure can look to have dodged out the entirety of the damage. Lip should be popping his ultimate shortly here, and Simple needs to be ready to counter this if he has a Sanctuary nearby to use, but he's gone very aggressive, having to TP back. Now for Twisted Minds, looking to see if they can survive against the onslaught of ultimates that Crazy Raccoon are dropping into the fight. Everyone is dropping every ult that they have, and now Funny Astro is the only one left to still use his ult if he so pleases to do so. HP looking a little bit lower on the TM side as Funny Astro goes for the kidnap.
Gue dapet itu kidnapnya.
Jay will force first. Now Funny Astro TVNT are both exceptionally low. 1-for-1 trace. 3 versus 3 now. Jumbin and Vigilante, the only ones alive. 2 versus 2, but if Jumbin falls, this one probably goes TM.
Wah, gila.
Jumping so incredibly low. About to have the Panopticon here as well. Getting the heals. Jumping to Vigilante. Trying to clutch it up. Vigilante finds another. And Vigilante,
damn,
surviving the initial aggression, gets the Sanctuary up to keep them on the point. And it was a hair's breadth away from Jumping going down here. So Crazy Raccoon get the flip. They're going to have ults available. TVNT holding on to the Panopticon here. But options now for Crazy Raccoon. They have the Catnapper. They have ability to potentially remove someone, take them into the mass of their team here. They just have to be worried about a flank, worried about losing someone early.
Here comes TVNT. It's a catch on Jumbin, and nothing Jumbin can do about it. Chorong and Vigilante don't have the heals to keep him up, and Twisted Minds only need one fight to claim the map. They're already on 99%. Crazy Raccoon just don't have the members alive, and Chorong falls next. Overtime initiated. The wick burns down. Crazy Raccoon, nothing left to play through as TM in the grand finals secure the first map.
4-0 sih menurut gue.
And Twisted Minds, you see the DNA of this rush team. You see the DNA there. Because they recognize we don't have the ult. We don't have the advantage necessarily. Let's keep the pressure heavy onto Jumbin there. Rush him down. Force the Panopticon. And the thing about the Panopticon that's so interesting is that
kayak
you
gini
can
bawa
burn
mouse keyboard
through
sendiri ya?
that ult.
Iyalah.
Because it's 400 barrier health.
Mouse keyboard, mouse pad.
And you can just eliminate as well.
Tapi headphone sama monitor dari sana kan?
Maybe not expecting that amount of pressure coming on.
Gila sih kalau nggak boleh pakai mouse keyboard sendiri. Buset. Tiba-tiba pakai mouse beda, keyboard beda.
You don't have the options of Kiriko, you don't have the Suzu, you don't have the lamp from a Baptiste. So really well read there from Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds now will have that advantage going forward into the rest of the series. Previously, they had lost this map to Team Liquid, but not in the finals. Let's see if Crazy Raccoon can strike back after this break.
After this break. Di bawah. Roger masih live. Pas gue ke streamnya nggak ada orang, guys.
That's it. Yeah, I just like if I drink a tea, dude, I'm just peeing. A lot of liquids for me today. Water, coffee.
Anjir, gue buka Twitter. With the return of Overwatch World Cup 2026, we're looking for players who'd be interested in representing Singapore. Xiaomi. Saatnya ganti nationality kah jadi Singapura?
It's time to wake up if you're that one very sleepy fan of the crowd, because we're about to start map 2 of the grand finals here at Bootcamp. Map 1 being won by Twisted Minds there after a little bit of a rough start, considering that Crazy Raccoon did in fact get a point. A C9 scuffle unfortunately ends up costing Crazy Raccoon an opportunity to push things further as we decide where we're going to take this now, and it will be Crazy Raccoon's map choice.
There is Coach Yubi coming on out. Right now, just the decision to be made is where are they going? What are the bans going to be depending on the map? And Crazy Raccoon, definitely a little bit of fumble for map 1. Twisted Minds, though, having that killer instinct still. I think it's just the like I said, the DNA of a Rush team, a DNA of a World Championship team. So immediately after their win, and they can just recognize the win conditions, the flow. But now that the, I would say metaphorical ankle weights have been dropped, no restrictions for the comps moving forward, at least for the immediate future. The real match kind of begins here, Avril.
The scary thing is, at least in the Team Liquid semi-final that we just watched between them and Twisted Minds, we'll talk about the max sub in as well. But when you looked at that semi-finals, it was Twisted Minds that didn't look comfortable in that opening map, and the fact they didn't get to play the D.Va in the opening map, they had the D.Va banned in the second map. Those are the two maps that Liquid took away from Twisted Minds, and now in the finals versus Crazy Raccoon, the first map being won by Twisted Minds is actually a huge relief for them.
Definitely gets them off on the right foot here. Blizzard World, Crazy Raccoon's pick, which has been a map that they've liked to play so far. They have good tools for this map, with Vigilante being able to play the Ana if they want to use the sight lines, obviously having Lip in the roster. But Twisted Minds would not say that they are lacking options either for this map. And Crazy Raccoon immediately also going for the Kiriko ban too, to try to force them to get off that Lucio Kiriko comp, maybe onto like a Lucio back, or just play a double slow flex support even.
Obviously a key hero for Simple to play, and you also know here, okay, let's address the elephant in the room. The fact that the Diva ban is somewhere in the works is still going to be available to Crazy Coon at some point during this series.
Vendetta
It will
ban?
come out, but it will not come out on a map when Max is in. Wait for Jimin to be in, then expect the possibility of a Diva ban to come on through. So Coach Moon of Crazy Coon's got to be saving that one for just a little bit longer. Max and TVNT probably both want to look towards a Diva here. Maybe again a Sigma for point 1, then a Diva for the rest of it. TVNT probably Diva the entire way through. But you have to talk about now also the fact that we're going to get a very, very, very early Vendetta ban coming on in. The only time you're going to be able to ban away the Vendetta. I don't think Crazy Coon are a massive Vendetta team, but Twisted Minds don't want to take the chance.
I think this is really well played from the coaching staff for Crazy Raccoon. Taking the Blizzard World, removing the Kiriko here, leaving the Diva ban for later in the series, putting them on the map where they know they have a bit of an advantage because of the Vigilante Chorong backline comparatively, that flexibility they have. I do think this is a really smart pick for Crazy Raccoon early to just save that Diva ban for the right time here. And a lot of this matchup and what's so important for these teams is just the map picks here.
It's also a test to see, like, okay, we know TVNT's good. Let's put Max in. He's a good off-tank player. World class. How does Max now compare in a very similar matchup? And make no mistake, there will be a Diva mirror at some point on Blizzard World. Max might start Sigma for point A, especially if he's on the defense side, but once you get to B, a swap is going to end up coming through. And so that's going to be the test. Crazy Raccoon want to test themselves to see if they can match up in that Diva matchup. If they cannot, they're going to look for other options. They saw Jimbin waiting in the wings. But the problematic
Quartz duduknya silang nek. Akhirnya hilang gitu.
Beat TVNT and Twisted Minds on the Diva comp. That is a huge problem for TM.
Yeah, if you're losing in your, what would be the favorite composition, that's a huge problem for them. But it has to happen here as we get in the second map of the series. Twisted Minds versus Crazy Raccoon here, the grand finals for OWCS Bootcamp.
And Found's out in full force to back their team and Crazy Raccoon, but the Twisted Minds fans still out there as well, making sure that their boys in blue can retain that crown. Win the first title of 2026, they won the last title of 2025, and they won that first one in 26 as well. Looking at the early compositions here, no surprise, TVNT on towards the Diva straight away, Quartz on his Soj, Jwoo on the Tracer, Vendetta banned away. No Kiriko means we're just simply moving away from the entire Lucio Kiriko setup. No Lucio.
Agak biasanya buat awal-awal doang, langsung ganti kan.
Yeah, so both of these teams, instead of even trying to force the on Vigilante, knowing that TVNT probably.
Oh my god.
Sports already finding the better of Lip.
Langsung.
Here on this Brigitte, here on this Bouillon, just playing for the flank fight entirely here, just trying to build a nano. And Max in a little deep, might get demeched really late here.
We'll get staggered out as well, which is going to be a little bit problematic. Crazy Raccoon already suffering early on, losing their tank. There's just a ton of HP pulled over into ult charge for the Twisted Mind side. And even a little bit of a chase here. There could be further deaths. Obviously, TM doesn't want to over chase. He can't afford to lose cores there. Got a little bit low. TM otherwise happy with that first 45 seconds.
Crazy Raccoon looking to get in here again. You don't want to lose someone to the Quartz rail shot again. And what a time for Quartz to really come alive here. Twisted Minds is here for the grand finals. The Lip gonna answer that in return is now Crazy Raccoon gonna charge on in.
Two red scans. Red scans.
Have Jwoo touch the
Dua
point
scan yang serem.
slow things down. There will be a recontest. Max of the Simple's gonna cause more.
Wait, what's with my quality?
Making his way back in. If Lip goes down, it's TV Minds, but Max is there with the save, which means Twisted Minds are in real trouble. Cap's gonna fall away. TM give it up.
And that's just Lip making it happen there. Good kill as well from Vigilante to keep Lip alive. From TVNT trying to run at them. And that's the name of the game to a degree, is just making sure that TVNT can't throw that Diva charge in with the micro missiles. Immediately just delete one person like it was happening versus Team Liquid here. Zip playing the offense video, really charged up. The title bus going to be used from Astro.
Wants left, but he's a little too. No, he's not. He's got to get him anyway. And Quartz as well. On to Heasing. Double DPS down for Crazy Raccoon. A little bit more here in terms of last final kills. TMNT has to be careful not to lose his own mech in this trade. Max will be the only one who's still alive. Gets back into spawn, but Twisted Minds heads up play. Funny Astro enabling that one, and Twisted Minds knocking the pins down.
And Twisted Minds don't want to let them out of spawn here now. Off that pick, they really want to hold close. They want to make them fight for every bit of space here. Use ults to come out of the spawn. Control the high ground here. A lot of damage there on the Churong early. As Crazy Coon still trying to get out of the spawn doors.
Jaywu taking risk as well. Went down to 1 HP. Could have been a kill. There comes the next Wuyang ultimate title blast onto the backline, but protected for a while until Heesang comes in with a melee. You can't matrix through that one. 4 ultimates still available for Crazy Raccoon. TVNT in trouble in terms of HP, but Quartz wants to keep in the numbers. He won't be allowed to do so. Churong, far too vigilant. Slams the shield in Quartz's face, and Twisted Minds are not going to be at the spawn camp any further.
Now Max going to lose the mech there, and the paw is going to come out. But very good find for Crazy Raccoon. Churong, really good. The rally pop coming out in time to make sure they get out of the spawn doors. They get the ult out. But with Max being out of the mech, a little unfortunate for the upcoming fight. He could just go for the recontest. He's close to the edge, but probably, I mean, he's not going to be in the fight if they do so. They have to give up any of their positioning. We're not quite sure what the pause is for
it's
here.
The Vega mic issue again. Watch.
Do you think so? Just the curse setup? The curse setup and the curse microphone? We actually do not know, but that would be a little bit funny. A little bit of thematic element.
Would it be Funny Astro?
It could be Funny Astro. Could be Funny Astro. Could be... And actually, it's going to be a monitor issue, supposedly, for Simple. It has been solved as well. We're getting a lot better at solving these, honestly. You know, we're getting reps for both the teams and the new meta and the new heroes, and reps for the admins.
Reps for the tech setup here. Lights go down. Transition through. Max resetting off the map. Getting his mech back into play.
Okay.
Twisted Minds waiting for that respawn to Jaywu. This is where the Diva really counts. It's the B point. Max so far has had a pretty good game on the Diva, all things considered. But Rep is just elite at TVNT. Spots a bleeding, wounded animal, and you call them a shark. Will get that meal that he so desires.
And that's just, I mean, unfortunately, that's just very aggressive, perhaps even poor positioning from Lip. You have to respect against a Diva player like TVNT, where you can just run into you full force. Drop the micro missiles. You don't have Max there to matrix for you either. That's the power of the Diva here. You can just run down a DPS player or a support hero even. You don't have the peel. Scorch is playing on the off angle right now.
That's just long range spam from the left flex of the Wuyang. Traded. Vigilante into Funny Astro. Max onto Simple. TM losing their backline. Jaywu is trying to pulse this one, but Max is not going to allow it through. TM backing out. Crazy Raccoon. Incredibly good comeback after losing Lip.
Kenapa lu?
Right now, Crazy Raccoon just trying to take the space for the pick. There's going to be double support available here for Twisted Minds. Lip. We're going to find anyone early.
A lot of low HP bars potentially. Jaywu went down.
Sekarang ada ini soalnya pasif baru. Kalau lu take damage, healingnya reduce parah. Jadi harus cara mainnya kalau udah low, mendingan ngumpet aja.
Barely gets back in the mech. He's then going down the courts, giving Twisted Minds a new lease on life. But a meter 79 is all that stands between Crazy Raccoon and the capture. And a lot of forward pressure might just cause a C9 to happen here as well. It's a back and forth fight. Churong goes down. Funny Astro popping off. And Twisted Minds still have 2 alive. Lip and Max, so the heroes of Crazy Raccoon are looking to be able to finish this cap eventually.
Maybe, I mean, the D-Mech here, Jaywu.
Oh my god.
Jaywu hits the stick.
Gila Jaywu.
Nothing hit the stick. And now, still staying alive on the point. Jaywu anchoring this the entire time. Quartz gonna find another. And despite the chaos. Oh my goodness, the chaos of it there. Twisted Minds bound back, staying alive. Churong with a rally, just not able to keep everyone up there. And really, Funny Astro, the hero of that, getting those 2 limbs late in the fight.
Even later in the fight after that, the DPS line, Twisted Minds holding strong. Jaywu getting the job done. And it looks like Lip was maybe going to be the clutch factor for Crazy Raccoons to cap. And well, a minute left to play through. Still ultimates in. Big overclocks on the horizon.
Vigilante though holding on to the title blast, so they have options here to commit. Maybe for Heesang going deep, even Max. Also have the flexible possibility if he wants to run at you. But Funny Astro getting closer to his own. Heesang looking just to anchor pressure forward as there's going to be the title blast out.
Doesn't get a catch. No, he does just in the nick of time. He's saying takes down Funny Astro. So here's the 4v5 situation. Now Quartz isn't hitting any shots so far, and TVT gets D-Make. That's going to be the capture.
Oh my god, Lip. Oh my god, Lip.
Haven't really lost anything at all.
Oh my god.
Show who's boss in this fight.
Beautifully well played there for Crazy.
Hey, veteran nih, Lip.
It's just standard stuff. Drop that Tidal Blast onto Heasting, send them in, find one. No ult build in time for Astro because they make sure to prioritize Astro for that fight. So they have a very good ult track for Crazy Raccoon as well. And they made it the last minute and a half, a little under a minute and a half on the board.
It's going to take all minute and a half to get there as well. Very difficult to cap the entirety of C and Blizzard World. With this amount of time remaining, Quartz taking low. Jaywood pushing forward, looking for targets. One knockdown required. And got it, but didn't get the kill. Good D-Matrix coming through Max. Double bombs now being inserted into play. And Max finds Funny Astro off the back of that one. That's a poor showing. Unfortunately, Twisted Mind's losing a player. Now Simple having to rally Choro. Matches the rally. Big stun from Choro. And Twisted Minds still haven't managed to get a trade yet. TV and Moose Mech. And it doesn't look like Twisted Minds have much left in the fight.
That was such a heads-up play from Max as well. Knowing that with no Lucio, no Kiriko, there's no Clims, there's no speed boost. You can't get away from the bomb that effectively if you have two blows for Quartz. Takes away that pressure, and now Crazy Raccoon, 30 seconds in the bank here, getting close to double DPS ult. Twisted Mind's looking to make their way out. Jaywu holding on to the pulse. Could potentially find one here.
Anjir, stuck lagi.
He's the hero so far. He's done so much. Funny Astro.
Buset, stuck. Gue stuck.
Jaywu strikes back. It's both of the pulse bombs from both of the traces doing the majority of the work. Twisted Minds, mind you, have a respawn advantage. 10 seconds or so left in the fight. Max D-Mech. He doesn't have a remech available. TM will get the regroup at Crazy Raccoon. They need more firepower, but they got no ultimates. Vigilante, final Tidal Blast goes on himself. He needs to carry, but he just doesn't have the capability to deal enough damage. Left, trying to be the hero, trying to dive on in, gets shut down, and the attack is over. 100 meters gained. No full map completion, but a lot of distance regardless.
Crazy Raccoon coming up with a lot of very clutch plays, some very solid fundamental ideas there into this, but Twisted Mind's not giving an inch. And really just those pulse bombs being traded there so crucial because the spawn disadvantage. Twisted Minds now looking to get to their offense here as we see some of the replays coming out. It's really just a lot of Wu Yong Tidal Blast with the Tracer gameplay coming out. And it's looking extremely evenly matched so far here on Blizzard World.
Tracer is really impressing me so far in this battle. I hyped up the Quartz versus Lip situation, EVT versus Max even. But it comes down to the fact that Heasting has been landing disgusting pulse bombs and going tit for tat right there alongside him is Jaywu, who also landed a pulse bomb in that final fight. Allow Twisted Minds to have even numbers and a player advantage eventually when it comes down to the respawns.
So now, gonna be Crazy Raccoon here on the defense. So far, their understanding of Blizzard World, lining up with their experience with them as a team, just controlling the flanks, and Max on the Sigma. You talked about this previously, something they would like to do for the first. Twisted Minds, they might play the sim, but I find it highly likely, but more than likely just for the rollout here. Jay, we're going to swap back. Keeping the same backline here for both these squads. So now we're going to watch this interplay here for Max on the Sigma. Able to just anchor an area, maybe zone off some of the heals, some of the damage from Quartz.
Of course, lessons need to be learned here because we saw Team Liquid also play Sigma on Havana, and TVMT's ability to sneak in and out of battle and get behind the Sigma and get behind the capability of stopping TVMT from diving on in. Difficult for Infected to take care of, but maybe Max can be different here. Maybe not, because Vigilante has fallen. TVMT, again, assassinating backline members behind Max's back.
And still we see this issue when we run into the Sigma, right? Of like, you need a rock, you need to find somebody, you need to zone off somebody because TVMT is just going to run into you. Going to use that D.Va as Quartz. Going to pick up
Gila
here
Quartz.
Playing the off angle. Going to meet Max's line. TVMT's there again. Now,
Max on one.
Mind.
Invincible somehow. 1 HP, still surviving. Some of the extra healing from Vigilante coming in, but obviously that does mean that nothing else going to happen in terms of
Oh, ini menang sih. Twisted Minds. Dapatnya cepet banget.
Max trying to stand his ground best he can. TVMT not wanting to bite off more than he can shoot.
Just this interplay here between the Stigma and the Diva comp. TMT just peeking around the shield, finishing off players here. Really need to see a little bit more from this composition.
Eyes on Jaywoo here.
There it is.
Go, diving to the back line. What can we do to stop this one? Everyone could be a potential target, but no one got knocked down. Max can't really walk forward too much with this Tidal Blast, or can he? Because otherwise, it's not normally the delivery payload you're looking for. He's saying get simple off the back of that. The Quartz and Jaywoo will get the trades necessary. Quartz is still low HP, but doesn't look like he'll go down anytime soon. And Jaywoo again, another successful pulse bomb that allows TM to win the fight.
Max still holding on to this Flux, has it available. We just see this interplay here between the Sigma. Comparatively, TVNT running around with Quartz, going up to the high ground, acting essentially as a large DPS. Just moving around the map, controlling it, which Max just can't do here. Doesn't have that mobility. The Flux is available here. Simple gonna hold on to the rally for it. Likely gonna need to hold that because there isn't anything else defensively in the bank for Twisted Minds right now. Kaiser Raccoon, they have 4 ults available. Gonna fight for this high ground here. Maybe Max looking just set up the Flux. They could also just wait, use it as sort of more defensive option. It's Quartz. A lot of damage here into Max on the high ground. Keep the pressure up.
I mean, just pumping those rails in when he can't. Might be a difficult Flux to land as well because a lot of mobility on the side of Twisted Minds. You'd have to wait for somebody to burn a cooldown first. As Lipper's going to try and land some rails himself. Catches a ball of water from Funny Usher to the face instead. You want to see some ults being pulled through. He has the first. I don't know what Max actually catches. Ends up being caught, so that's going to be death. Doesn't even need to land on the ground. Funny Usher trades back though, and Simple is going to rally through. Chorong responds. Max still low HP. Lip, he's going to be the first one overclocking now that Quartz is no longer on the field. And the damage can be there. Lip can save the day, but Jaywoo's just too slippery. Lip isn't hitting the shots.
That's scary. Don't find the Olymp. Funny Ash are going to have the Tidal Blast available for Vigilante here. They have to anchor the point. They're not going to be able to, though, with this ult. So much sustain here. And Twisted Minds hitting that cap. Lip just not able to connect in that fight. Yeah, 4.5 minutes for Twisted Minds here for Blizzard World.
Anjing, gue baru nyadar Twisted Minds pada nge-spray Shanghai Dragons. Terus inget gue Crazy Raccoon tuh dulu core-nya Shanghai Dragons. Lip kan kayak Shanghai Dragons. Di Shanghai juga Shanghai Dragons. Oh, gue cari.
What I'm taking away from this is it just feels like the Sigma Gambit into the TVNT Diva just not working out ever, even for a player like Max. And there's the Tidal Blast. Vigilante commit here into Max, going deep, trying to find someone. But the split for Twisted Minds pretty good.
Oh, nice.
Funny Usher outplays Max entirely, just boops him back with that wave. But Jaywoo, not to be faulted here. Lip is found. He's a key target. Max couldn't catch that pulse bomb. TVNT demech, but he's got a remech available. Just needs to make sure his baby Diva's fine. Vigilante, though, is going to sneak in a wave himself, catching that tank play, which gives Crazy Coon the opportunity now to bounce back. This could be the defense that Crazy Coon have been waiting for. Still need to clean up the last few members because TVNT is respawning and TM could still consolidate.
Fourth go, recharged. Trying to find one. Rally's going to be available. Vigilante again. Finding Jaywoo here. Vigilante keeping him in this new addition to the squad. He's hold on to the pulse. Trying to pressure him back on. Going to get the stick there as well. Beautiful stick from Heesang. Now Crazy Raccoon can chase him out.
Massive. Exactly what Crazy Raccoon needed. Heesang's been consistent today in this particular Grand Finals on this map, getting those sticks to push Twisted Minds back. And now the big reset for TM. The biggest reset so far for TM. Crazy Raccoon. They get the heals in the front corner of this last point. Have to be a little bit careful and considerate of the fact that a flank can occur. That angle that Jay was trying to take has been marked. Watch for the Funny Asher ult again.
Lift here on the off angle 2, trying to find one, not gonna connect just yet. The Tidal Blast in. Rally knocks down Chorong. Chorong immediately gone.
That's barely gone as well. Quartz is going to fall up in Vigilante. Lip hero mode. There's no healing, by the way, so Lip just has to do this by himself. Quartz, he's just going to take down Heesang in the meantime, and Quartz doesn't even need to ult. Lip is so desperate.
Bunuh diri. Oh, nggak ada yang di...
Simple's going to get the kill credit for that. And now, the golden box of victory. Who's even alive to touch? It's double support.
No one touch. Oh, bisa touch.
It's going to be all over. Booped away. 45 meters, or rather 0.45 meters left to play through. Vigilante uses his ultimate. Nothing left in the bank for Crazy Raccoon. And this grand finals is going only in one direction so far, and it's
4-0. 4-0. 4-0 sih.
Again, questioning the Sigma big into the Diva here, Avril. This is another team that we've seen do this. It just doesn't feel like you can deal with the tempo of a player like TVNT on the Diva. The damage that Diva brings around the map to follow up off the DPS players really feels like the Sigma hindered them pretty heavily there for the first time.
Break bentar kan?
They put up a
Toilet
pretty
ini.
good showing for the last, but they have such a time.
Yellow dan 6 jam setengah. Yo ilah. On that grind. Dari mulai sampai sekarang. Map selanjutnya apa ya? Lu main rek atau apa sih? Pompe. Kayak masih pakai Doomfist. Doomfist here. Paling nanti jadi DPS lagi dia.
Nanti jelek banget sebenarnya tulisan kayak tolong.
Bagusan DPS Doomfist lah. Ini kemarin pas spotlight ada di sebelah devsnya kayak ada apa tangan lagi kayak lebih kecil. Doomfist Gauntlet tapi lebih kecil. Pas nge-introduce hero-hero kan sebelah kayak ada gauntlet warna hitam. Terus di belakang ada demon.
Again, no, the Eternal! They're heading to the finals!
Yo, ngeheng. Overwatch.
The fans in Korea have truly woken up for this 2-0 grand final so far, but I think it's also now time for Crazy Raccoon.
Anyone. Ini bukan Gauntlet Doomfist kan? Kalau nggak salah. Beda lagi. Who knows?
Ya kalau nggak lu kasih balik lah uppercut-nya.
Gue kangen uppercut-nya sama yang charge apa sih yang seismic slam yang bisa di ada ininya loh. Charge-nya. Iya. Banget gua.
And just looking built around these diva compositions for TVNT, and there has to be a solution for Crazy Raccoon into these comps. And there is still a diva ban available, like we were talking about for Blizzard World.
I don't know if this is the right map though, because
Di stadium kan ada uppercut-nya.
That's one factor. However, we might want to save that one for something like a Gibraltar. They say no. Let's get a map win right now.
Diva ban?
Get rid of the diva. What Crazy Raccoon did was they watched that Coliseum between Twisted Minds and Team Liquid on map 5, and despite TM winning that one, Crazy Raccoon are thinking to themselves, there is something here we can exploit and we can beat. First of all, we gotta get rid of the diva, then we'll address everything else. Ooh, that is a big ban. Quartz, he's gonna lose his own season as a Sojourn at the cost of Lip also having the Sojourn.
Itu Twisted Minds yang nge-ban Sojourn sendiri loh. Berarti mereka ada plan pastinya.
Are we forcing a Cassidy matchup here for this squad? That's the next best thing I can think of. Ash, yeah, Ash.
Ini si Lip gigitin kuku mulu sih, buset. Dari tadi.
Kan Lip.
I feel like
Lip. Kemarin ada yang namanya Dip. Terus saling lawanan mulu jadi Lip and Dip. Berantem.
A little bit of a wrench into the whole thing here of the predictability of this all. Just removing that Sojourn from play entirely.
Ling, hello.
In a wild world,
your phone ringing.
Freya has been shown this
your phone ringing.
That's true. To kind of play the super side, long sight lines, maybe countering a fire. So if he's saying decides to bring out a fire, Course could definitely go over towards that. Freya not particularly meta anymore, I might have to add. The bigger question will be what is going to happen on the TVNT side of things. Given the available tanks, Domina obviously available. TVNT just won with Domina against Team Liquid on this exact same map. Not even that long ago. Ram is another great choice. Zarya, an obvious one. Vendetta goes unbanned here. Zarya Vendetta as a combo.
Mari kita lihat mereka pakai apa.
But Zarya is not a hero that Jimbin is proficient on.
Yeah, I imagine a Zarya matchup definitely favoring TVNT here. So he has plenty in the bank.
Mungkin Quartz pakai Freya.
In terms of his choices for Coliseum, comparatively Jimbin.
Tuh kan di spray, lihat di spray. What the hell is that, man?
Also can threaten the ball to Winston, but we're gonna find out soon here. For the next half of the series here, grand finals.
He sprays water on his mouse pad. Come on, quick 4-0.
Domina hovered straight away.
Mau gak?
Enggak, ini nggak mungkin. Masih ganti nanti semuanya.
A likely solution here, but will we see a cat combo? Be able to move the cast around and drop the Deadeye around the map as well.
Ganti kan? Nah, tuh.
Simple, likely to stay on Kiriko here. Just gonna be the Juno rings out the gate before we have our actual real.
Anjir, mirror matchup.
Matching the cast is going to be a complete mirror matchup here.
Ini iseng aja pasti. Bikin crowd-nya ini.
Rolling on up. He's getting a lot of pressure on these flanks.
Damn, mirror. Mirror on the wall.
Apparently Lip in the dinks, and now we just wait and see. The poke's gonna be happening. EVT is taking a lot of damage early though, so can't get too aggressive just yet.
You have to note that Cass is the big target in these fights. Does not have the mobility that a Sojourn does. Has a little bit more survivability, but against a 5-man rush squad into your face with a speed boost or a Katsuna rush, hard to survive. So Quartz and Lip have to be the ones that are the most careful. This Quartz does deliver a few shots, takes a couple in return as well.
Oh, look at the shield placement here. the shield placement. They back up, and then the shield array comes on up for jumping so far forward, but Force gonna find the return. Lip with another here. Lip hitting the shots.
Tip for tap between our hit scan players, but he's saying to add insult to injury a little bit. Twisted Minds now not gonna have the players remaining to contest this one any further. Big shots from Lip, taking down supports. Quartz had a couple of good ones in there, but Crazy Raccoon get the first fight done.
Crazy.
Ya, tapi pistolnya yang mythic skin Cassidy juga bagus ya, yang bukan weapon skin. Ini yang dipakai Lip. Tapi nggak ada inspect aja.
Tapi weapon varian yang merah sekarang keren banget aja.
Gue kurang suka ada talonnya gitu, kayak nggak cocok.
Come down, support all differential, simple ahead of Vigilante, but can push the minds, move forward, they will pull the trigger. Lip now looking to pull his own trigger on the Deadeye. This Deadeye has completely stole the Kitsune rush, allows Crazy Raccoon to back on out.
Gila, nge-Deadeye biar mereka nggak maju pas Kitsune doang.
Fight continues, Kitsune rush now in response from the other side as well.
Nah, terus dibalas lagi sama Deadeye lagi. Terus di stuck lagi, terus nggak ada yang mati, gila banget. Paling bales semuanya.
TBNT low, but still alive for now. Lip gone is a lot of damage missing, as you say, and for Crazy Raccoon, doesn't look like he can hold on to this fight any longer. The chase begins. Gonna get extra kills here. TM is looking for stagger kills, particularly onto the tank and Jumbin. Prime target priority number 1. Jaewoo even committing a storm on top of that one, but whatever it takes to get the kill and whatever course he needs to get Chorong down as well.
Apakah kita perlu coba main pakai air?
What the hell is that?
Cool banget sih.
Pulse being used to just keep the tempo going right now. They're trying to take a little bit of positioning. Being forced off this high ground a bit from the pressure from Heesang. Knopf's about to be up for Jumbin. A lot of pressure here on the TBNT. They have to use the shield. Need to back up just a bit now. Crazy Raccoon might take this opportunity to move forward.
It's a neck and neck game. 4 meters separating them so far. The team that wins a fight in the opponent team's territory is going to threaten the cap and likely take it as well. Simple going on in, Jumbin under pressure, Panopticon coming out, it's Jaewoo down to Lip, 4 versus 4, he's saying Pulse Bomb available to play through, don't think he got the connect there, does get hindered response, and Quartz is going absolutely buck wild. TM
Damn, Quartz.
Getting the advantage here now, they will be the ones potentially threatening a cap.
Oh my god, Quartz.
Finishing out there. And the Panopticon just coming out under so much pressure too. Jumbin was
Sumpah gue gak ngerti dia pakai air.
50 HP if that.
Itu di prediksi kan?
You understand the point being very low when popping the Panopticon. Now TBNT building one of their own. Barry's doing Astro, about to have the beat here. Rushes up for Vigilante, so they have an option to stop any more progress, but not if Heesang goes down. Jaewoo on a heater right now, finding these really important picks.
Quartz is heating up as well. We saw the kills he got in that last fight. He has the captain now confirmed. Downhill from here in terms of Twisted Minds having to put the effort in. It's Crazy Raccoon that have to be ones fighting uphill. Deadeye is going to force a rotation. Largely has to be respected here. Could still have a kill come on through Funny Astro late in the day, but the sound barrier is good. Chorong too delayed in that regard. TBNT finds him anyway, and now the push continues. Twisted Minds going to be shoving this one.
Oh my god, oh enggak deh, he lives.
Absolutely beautifully played there, TBNT positioning wise. Waits for that to come through, has the Panopticon just lock them down, prevent a lot of that damage, and then just plays the room. Jaewoo there to
dulu
follow
Korea
up
tuh
here in 80 meters now.
Ini region paling kuatnya Overwatch. Sekarang ini Europe, Middle East. Oh my god! Oh my god!
He's done it again! Crazy Raccoon has absolutely fumbled the fight, and now
No way!
the full cap. Crazy
No
Raccoon has been
way!
dismantled.
No way! Malu banget anjing itu.
TBNT smiling there, knowing that's the Ajax. Admiral Theory about to be reached, but more importantly, could be a full cap even.
That game?
With enough pressure,
Game man, game. No way.
Gonna have the lamp just to
Gak kena siapa-siapa ulti ya.
Wow,
Game.
Wow,
hitting, nothing being found. Lip under pressure in the back.
It's blunder after blunder, but Lip might just be able to save the day still. He's going to have to do God's work here. 135 to 39 meters. Crazy Raccoon have just enough time to go for a miracle push across the entirety of the map. But Quartz is not to be doubted. Leb still trying to get these kills under play. TVNT gone largely means the Twisted Minds cannot complete the cap. It would have to require
I don't think so.
They might get a bit more because Quartz is simple, still getting kills. How are they doing this?
Oh my god, Quartz.
I mean, he's in spawn. And he might be able to cap.
Di spawn mereka loh.
The bot got stolen. No, so we can't cap. The bot got stolen at least. But Quartz still in the spawn. Gonna get found late there finally. But the stick coming out. Not gonna find anyone. A little bit of a stabilization here for FaZe Raccoon. But Quartz, simple. Just taking the fight here into the spawn. Twisted Minds definitely feeling confident right now. TBT in the backline here. Looking to take this fight.
They got the ultimates. Look at this. As long as TBT lives, he does it. Vigilante drops down the damage required. A little bit of assist coming through from the other members. And Twisted Minds looking like their journey to full capping the map is done for the time being. But with 3 minutes left, they can play a brilliant defensive game to deny Crazy Raccoon, because Crazy Raccoon essentially have to get nearly 100 meters and push in this 3 minutes. And they can't afford to make mistakes.
Their bank is already so strong here, ult-wise. There's going to be the rush. That's sort of simple. Window going to come on up. They're going to try to walk through this here with the Panopticon. That's exactly what they're doing.
JWoo, massive in these fights. TVNT, even bigger. A full team wipe. And Twisted Minds shoving the payload back again. Every single time CR lose a fight, they're going to have to start again, resetting the progress.
Vigilante now on Judo here. Okay, no, Vigilante.
Yubi.
Vigilante playing a little hero chess.
Yang main
Finally
Symmetra.
gonna land on the Kiriko. Roll the dice enough as he's taking a little duel up to JWoo.
Mereka kan nggak main Symmetra sama sekali turnamen ini kayaknya.
Nopticon out as well. Jinmin wants to lock up a couple of members. Seems like he does find Quartz, and he's saying the funny Astro. Small wins here for Crazy Raccoon, but note the ult difference. Every single time CR are doing this, they're ulting from spawn just to take control payload in order to reset the payload back to mid. They're not gaining progress.
Yeah, that's really the killer here, is the progress bar differential and having to use these ults just to get out of the spawn doors almost. Twisted Minds coming back here to answer here. They don't have to be afraid to necessarily drop a beat to just get it out of Chorong here. Play that as Quartz dropping the high noon.
Wah, hampir. Oh my god.
Anything with that, but the flashbang is good. Jinmin collected. Now the 5 versus 4. TVNT low. Might end up falling here, but the damage is not good enough from Crazy Raccoon. So once more, Twisted Minds getting themselves ahead in this fight. JWoo getting the better of Heesang once again.
They have no front
Caught
line.
on the
No
open
front
here.
line
Cooking
here.
another player left to fall next. Staggered kills. A minute 20 left, and the payload once more resets back into CR's base.
I mean, there's gonna have to be a miracle. It's just gonna have to be a miracle here. It's gonna have to be Crazy Raccoon having an amazing moment. Jumpin has made his way back here. Rush is about to be up. JWoo getting pressured out on that flank just a bit. Bot about to make their way there. Quartz might go down. Takes a lot of damage.
Final fight territory. 1 minute remaining.
Oke, diangkat. Oh, ya satu doang. Tapi they win the fight. Never mind. Never mind.
As well, the payload is there for the win, and Twisted Minds are gonna grab it. Just the cat left to play through, and then the last.
Never mind. They lost.
Twisted Minds will get to the completion, and now they're at match point.
JWoo having
Quick
a
4-0.
ridiculous match.
One more. Crazy.
I'm pretty sure the Tracer killed like 5, no?
Crazy, man.
And really just carry limbs for this squad. And Crazy Raccoon now down 3 in the grand finals here. And what's the answer? It seems like Twisted Mind right now just have everything going for them.
The best of 7 reverse sweep. The only time I remember that happening in an Overwatch grand final.
Bayangin tim reverse sweep.
Seoul Dynasty and
Coba
Shanghai
sih.
Dragons.
Kan kayak nggak mungkin.
Long ago. You remember that one? It was the brand headshot after headshot.
Masih gitu kan? Masih apa force?
With Josh dropping with one at the end.
First to 4.
Clinical as we see Twisted Minds
kalau game 5
so firmly in control. I mean, it's crazy to think that Team Liquid put up
Paling game 7 berarti itu.
Oh.
Pokoknya match terakhir harus pakai Domina.
Stunning stuff here. I mean, it is also exposing a bit. I think Crazy Raccoon, this team is so talented, but definitely struggling a tiny bit with the addition of Domina being added. You know, just gives you more tools into the bank for Twisted Minds to have, even if they ban that Diva. Right now, everything on the line for Crazy Raccoon. And I have to add a little bit of narrative posting going on, Avril. If it's a 4-0 here for Twisted Minds, showing adaptation, looking amazing, beyond just the caliber of the players here, is UB the best coach in the world?
I mean, at this point, he might be in that
Itu tuh yang berdiri si Yubi itu kalau nggak salah.
Dia ngesap apa nge-coach itu?
Kan Twisted Mind nggak punya coach pas kemarin menang. Tahu nggak lo? Demi Allah, nggak pakai coach. Kayak mereka saling percaya sama teman-temannya gitu kalau.
Holy shit, that Lucio pick is crazy.
Power of friendship ya kan.
Power of friendship. Saudi money sih. Saudi money yang bener tuh ini Twisted Minds apa tim Falcons.
Oh iya.
Tim Falcons. Oh itu gila sih yang nge-cancel ultinya Lucio.
Taruh situ.
Tadi endingnya gimana sih, gue agak nge-lag tuh.
Ini semuanya pada muter balik ke belakang kan. Tuh.
Oh.
Di-pick sama Dewi.
Best Guardian player ever!
Kalau dari awal-awal gini kelihatannya sih Twisted Minds juara lagi nggak sih? Masih pre-season sih.
Belum tahu, belum ada ini kan major jalan.
Belum. Mulai seasonnya officially kayaknya pertengahan Februari apa awal Maret? Kayak awal Maret deh. Oh, Maret 21, masih lama. No, tim live LAN pertama tahun ini di Jepang April tapi
Jepang kapan?
April, gue ke Jepang Juni.
Espa kapan?
Espa April. Finalnya di Cina. Mid-season championship-nya di Arab, OWCS Esports World Cup.
Twisted Minds, they can feel it, they can taste it. It's in front of them now. Another win versus Crazy Raccoon after beating them last year in Stockholm. 3-0 is the current scoreline in the current grand finals. A reverse sweep would be required from CR to bring themselves back into this match. But looking at how these last 3 maps have gone, I'm not too sure it can still happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking
Yan lisan Al-Gaib.
Raccoon, who putting up a good fight, but just not having an answer, in particular on the tank department. TVNT just seems to be this driving force. Though we say that, obviously, Jwoo having an incredible performance on Coliseum. Raccoon now making some substitutions.
Where are we playing? What map?
For what could be potentially the last map in the series here for the grand finals with Bootcamp. But I'm just walking away from this after each map. Not only just impressed with Twisted Minds, which would make sense as the
Please, no
champions of OWCS
talking.
from
I'm in the
but also
break.
TVNT in general, just being such an incredible central pillar of this team.
Gila, Quartz, tebak Quartz lahir tahun berapa?
Gak tau.
Massive factor.
2005.
Quartz, you mentioned at the start of Coliseum, he continued throughout, especially in those final few moments with the 4K.
Ya muka orang Arab gitu nggak sih? Kelihatan tua.
Back to form, sharp as ever, taking Lip down, putting him to school. As Twisted Minds is entirety. The individual gameplay looks better. The team gameplay looks better. And Crazy Raccoon are running out of options. They have yet another substitution, bringing Max back in.
Max being in here means that, okay, you could maybe mirror the D.Va, play a little Zarya. More than likely the options are going to be seen. And just playing into this team around Twisted Minds is just you do want to say, like, oh, the D.Va, a driving force for this team. 100%, but then you put TVNT on the Domina, also still looks just as comfortable, and especially with Quartz waking up a bit for this grand finals, bringing back a lot of that stopping power for this roster here. There's a reason they won Stockholm 2025. Crazy Raccoon, a top team, but once again, they might fall short here for another event win.
What a decisive win
Kan Timo udah
Imagine if
PS5.
it's a 4-0. Korean Overwatch has dominated
Timo udah PS5.
Overwatch for the longest time. Now lightning in a bottle may be captured twice here as Twisted Minds on the precipice of proving that this is not a fluke. Winning the World Championship in Stockholm last year was not a fluke. Crazy Raccoon cannot take them down. It's a ball into Brig Ban. Let's talk about the Brig Ban first. Very simple to explain. TVNT likely wants to play D.Va again, wants to make sure there's no Brig to hinder his movement, whip shot him away, and prevent his gameplay from succeeding.
Makes a lot of sense here. In what might be the last map of the series here for the grand finals of OWCS Bootcamp. Crazy Raccoon versus Twisted Mind for the grand finals.
Adilau.
Oh, we're back here again.
Shambali.
Getting late in career, but the night is still young for this grand finals. At least one more map to be played on through, and the opportunity for Crazy Raccoon to still prove they've got more in them than just the 4.
Oh, tapi di sini nggak terlalu gede
You know
sih,
what
kayak
Crazy
40
Raccoon
gitu
are capable of. Can they pull it off now?
Oh.
Max back in the lineup, starting on the Zarya. Isang on the Vendetta. The one thing that we haven't really seen yet is the Vendetta Zarya, and Crazy Raccoon are going to bring it out now.
Available here in all of its glory. Shambali Monastery. Mind just playing on the high ground court, looking for the rails. TVNT just peppering the point, keeping the contest on that cart. Crazy Raccoon looking to potentially set up the next wave. They have a fully charged rail here for Lip, trying to take some space.
And by the way, that ball ban, likely the only real explanation for that is Crazy Raccoon respect banning it away from TM after they used it to beat T1 in the first, or rather second day. Aside from that, Crazy Raccoon currently taking some forward positioning, wanting to get that high ground payload around that first corner, but TVNT still lurking and waiting, as is Jwoo.
So Crazy Raccoon keeping the pressure on, making TVNT have to rotate here a bit. Zarya just keeping that constant pickle on the TVNT. Maybe Max might be the answer. TVNT D-mech as well. Crazy Raccoon coming alive a bit here. Quartz gonna find that elimination, but trade going both ways.
TVNT getting back inside his mech.
Yeah.
So once again, the tank carrier of Twisted Minds in his position to take this game into his hands. So far, though, Jaewoo is also that player that is just doing so unbelievably well. Twisted Minds will rebuff Crazy Raccoon.
Jaewoo coming alive, continuing to be a difference maker for this team. Crazy Raccoon just not able to close out just yet. Rush is going to be up a little bit earlier, but Simple going to have that in return. And Astro going to have that little bit of beat advantage here. So Lip just trying to find the off angle here. They're trying to get on the court.
Jaewoo first, so he gets Heesang down. Left onto Funny Astro, 1-for-1 so far. No sound barrier available for Funny Astro. Chorong still needs a couple of percentage points here, and he might have to be forced to use it. It depends. Does Crazy Raccoon think this fight is still winnable? Maybe no, because Chorong still hasn't and is still holding onto the ultimate. He gets a clean up. Crazy Raccoon once again
Parah.
back his spawn.
Jauh banget.
He's really just not finding anything right now on this Vendetta either. You don't really see the value you see from other Vendetta players just constantly finding those limbs, keeping the pressure up. Being hunted down currently.
This dude, man, quartz.
Peeking to the spawn aggressively, looking for a rail.
Pause.
And Paw is gonna come on out.
Tuh, semprot lagi.
Trying everything here for Crazy Raccoon, just putting Max in on the Zarya, getting the Vendetta out. But no success currently on the offense at all.
Hoping that this one goes
Gue pengen nyoba dah. Penasaran banget gue. Makanya nggak bisa coba jadinya.
Full hold map in the entirety of Overwatch currently.
Tapi jujur aim gue di mousepad ini jadi bukan aimnya sih, trackingnya jadi bagus banget. Tapi gue nggak bisa ngeflick gitu. Toppingnya agak susah sih, soalnya licin. Habis ini gue mau nyoba Sense Quartz, nanti gue cari dulu, penasaran.
Raccoon still have a lot of push ahead of them though. This is why this A point cap is very difficult. A long way for this payload to move up the hill, and for Twisted Minds still a repeat attempt to try and defend this. 3 ults still in the bank. Max this time will have the grab. Beat for Chorong and Funny Astro as well. This one's going to kick off with Chorong taking probably way too much damage. TVT taking even more damage than that. Lip is going to have to do a little bit more to try and carry this one through, but might not be that much required because Twisted Minds just don't have the HP required now. Members falling quickly as Lip everybody up. And finally, Crazy Raccoon, 2 strong fights in a row. A point is captured.
Zarya making a world of difference as well. Max having the bubble to keep Chorong alive from the pressure on the flank.
Reverse sweep incoming.
And a little bit of lack of
Gue baru nyadar mereka nge-ban ball.
Dropping that beat. What could have been just a likely one fight post grab, knowing that we just need to get the cap here. We need to keep moving forward.
Crazy
Rush is
Raccoon.
about to be up for both these squads. Jay will hold on to the pulse, but he's saying with the blade gives you an opportunity to just deny a lot of the value for that. Just find one person here, especially with no bubbles available here for TVT.
Simple does have Cena Rush coming up, and he's lagging behind Vigilante. He's taking a bit of damage. If he wants to go with the Sundering Blade, it will be risky. Jaewoo, double kill, call that one. And this is now where Twisted Minds will be able to have that 5v3, and Crazy Raccoon, for all that they were doing well in the last 2 fights, has been shut down.
Jaewoo again coming up so big for this squad. The chase going down. TVT maybe going a little deep, gonna get D-Mech, but Jaewoo still finding more. And TVT sure out of mech, but they've kept the stagger up. A little risky to be this deep though, and they know that TVT's stuck here.
Yeah,
there's gonna be the final.
Oh, dia langsung di-headshot sama Lip.
A little bit of time here for Crazy Raccoon to catch up. TVT still get the respawn. See, I need to move now. Heesang trying to cut off the escape of the rest of Twisted Minds. TVT finally back, but has to get into action. Twisted Minds will have to fully retreat. Allow Crazy Raccoon some space.
Rushes up here for Simple, but this Thundering Blade for Heesang still something to worry about. Have to be worried, have to be watching. They round the corner, Rush gonna be used. Can you engage?
And TVT goes. First target was Heesang. Crazy Raccoon successfully have disengaged away from the rush.
Oh my god, Ford. Gila sih.
And now cutting off the rest of the members. Heesang taking some damage himself.
Kayaknya nih orang kalau main Valo atau enggak CS nggak sih? Main Valo kayak bakal jadi jago banget dah. Aimnya udah bagus, terus manajemen ininya, manajemen abilitiesnya bagus banget. Aimnya gila.
Nearly got the remake available on the self-destruct. Max is looking for the Graviton surge.
No,
Has to be careful about it being eaten
Ini orang Arab
away.
pada nggak suka main
Suzu, as you
Valo,
say,
sukanya
has been spent now.
Overwatch.
Bonds gonna be making their way back. Rush about to be up here. For Vigilante, they're gonna have the overclock port. It's gonna pop it first. There's a Sundering Blade. Doesn't find anyone. Puts a little bit of pressure.
Hisang.
It looks like Astro wants to go for aggressive beat, but they have to be aware of the grab from Max.
Big damage. But no kills. Lip got taken low there. He's saying trying to challenge. Court's a little bit marking him off the angle. Max still holding grab. Funny Astro, sound barrel ready to counteract that grab when ready. Vigilante in. Funny Astro maybe pressure to beat early. TVNT already low. You
No
have
beat.
to hold this ground. TVNT
Nice beat.
self-destructing forward as well. Max releasing the grab, but it's
They
not
can't
doing
hold.
enough.
Oh my God,
Here's
Port.
Lip as well, trying to get some damage in here. Funny Astro and Choring are both dead. TVNT and Baby Diva for
Yeah, GG.
is the one that's still getting kills here. Jwoo to follow through. 7
Homer.
seconds. Crazy Raccoon. It's all Lip. It's
No
Lip
touch.
or nothing, and they still have to touch.
I mean, it's not happening. It's not happening there. And
4-0,
just
4-0.
what
Easy
looked like a
4-0.
position of strength for Crazy Raccoon coming for the engage turned to disaster because of the Diva Bomb. The Diva Bomb comes
Coba
out
kita
and they
ke-
want to finish those limbs in the grab, but they couldn't stay committed. They didn't have the bubbles. The bomb forces them to back up. And just a
Four.
Bisa
combination of
berarti
issues.
nggak pernah dipakai ofensif ya.
And that means that they could not finish up that point. They are
Paling
going to get
kadang-kadang.
held there, not even getting the second for Crazy
Chat.
Raccoon. Despite some moments
Tahu nggak? Gue ke chat Port kan offline bisa chat kan ya.
really just coming alive here.
Ditanya
The rest of the series, comparatively the rest of the tournament.
isinya sense.
The bomb finishes. They can't find more. And then they're just able to walk on forward with TVT back in the mech.
Every single player, but particularly Joe on your screen here, everybody in Twisted Minds playing at maximum tilt 10 out of 10. No holds barred here, nothing left on the table. No mercy, no quarter given to Crazy Raccoon. And this will end without a time bank. It's all going to come down to beat. Crazy Raccoon on the defensive side now. Largely, you'll say the Zarya Vendetta combination has not been the most successful. Hisang lacking
tadi Hisang
a little
on
bit on
fan
that
base,
Vendetta.
not the
And
right
Xiao
play
will
ya.
give up on the Vendetta.
Harusnya
Zarya.
Hisang on River aja nggak sih tadi?
Iya.
I mean, and matching the Diva here for TVNT is always scary, though. I really feel like there was, at points, a little bit of momentum for the Zarya, but Diva just so strong on this map, so strong in general here. And you really need to see a bit more from Crazy Raccoon now. They have a win condition. It is possible. You said this map, very full holdable. Happened multiple times before.
What's hunting?
Yeah, he's hunting.
Looking for targets. Top left angle has been marked and checked by Max. Phantom Matrix out on both sides. Strong low though, no cleanup. He gets healed back through, but that does force Crazy Raccoon backwards a little bit. Max
Gila
still
juga
trying to
Divanya.
challenge the angle.
Puter
Look
kanan.
at the space. Look at the space. I have an Astro found there. Perfect. There's the pick. Maybe a little momentum here. TVT still very, very deep.
Berantem di ruangan kecil gini dah.
Surely they can clean up this fight. It's trades back and forth, but he's still alive. They have the Tracer. That should be more than enough. The perfect hero for the cleanup. And the Diva paying some dividends now where Max can actually put pressure when the Quartz and the rest of Twisted Minds walk forward a bit. But Simple moving this play forward.
The Astro low. 1 minute 15 gone. Crazy Raccoon doing well to start things out with. Max being the one to take initiative on the Diva this time to get those early kills, and also, by the way, allows Strong to have a massive advantage in that beat battle. Strong's going to find that sound barrier first. Course looking on the angle.
Oh my god, langsung one shot.
Death there.
Lip trying to hit the rail, not going to find it here. Playing the off angles
Oh,
right now,
Lip,
so
nice
Portal's about to be
position.
up Strong with a pretty big beat advantage right now as well if they want to commit.
Max.
Ditahan.
I get D-Back. Is D-Back? Oh,
Oh,
99.
Max.
They don't have the beat yet either. They need the anchor point. They can't give it for free. And Max
Gue kalau
is down.
railgun 100 langsung gue lepas loh, langsung gue tembak. Mereka tahan mulu.
Mereka tahan di Ramsey dapat
They're
clear
going to stay in this
shot
one
ya.
with the beat available. Remember, Funny Astro's lagging behind here, so Crazy Raccoon is going to use this to allow them
Kadang aja bukan nyampe 100 kayak 70-an udah gue tembak.
and have fun. That's an expensive way just to regroup with Max.
Yeah, I mean, Max is back, has the bomb. Overclock's available. Oh, there's the rush used. Counter rush now, but Astro's just going to pop the beat
For the
right
Astro.
now.
Yep, Vigilante and Simple, both a Kitsune rush. Here come, you'd imagine the overclock soon to follow through, but Max already got
Damn, Jewu jago banget.
don't have to spend any more. Double support out
Ini orang Jewu datang dari mana? Yang setahu gue kayak masih muda banget.
Survive to allow Max to return to the team, and now they're getting cleaned up. Twisted Minds will be threatening the cap. However, he's saying do a good job of stalling the payload.
He's doing an amazing job there. Off that late limit, still I don't know without Heesang. Max is up. Max is available. Touch does have the bomb. Vigilante get on the Juno here for the speed ring as well. No, gonna go to the Kiriko. Yeah, Max trying to touch, getting boop. Overclock used. Suzu out already though, so they have to be worried. They need to keep the point anchored here though.
Here we go. Cross was in, and he gets into by Vigilante headshot. Finding him long range from downtown. He's saying
dari mana itu?
Twisted Minds on the retreat now. Jewu trying to turn things around a little bit. But Twisted Minds know that they're down numbers. TVNT staying in the fight, trying to keep this available and maybe winnable.
Yes, bomb.
Liver's just getting too much damage done. Bombing, don't think it's gonna be enough, will it?
The boom! The boom!
Dapat satu.
They need one. They need to be able to finish up here on the point. No
299. 0.01, literally 0.012 the cap. And it's anyone's game still.
Oh no, Heesang dapat.
Collects the pulse bomb as well. Twisted Minds, you gotta think, surely don't have the numbers here. TVNT trying his absolute best, but Vinci once more will collect the kill. 3 seconds
They hold this.
And Twisted Minds,
Serius.
they gotta touch, they gotta cap. Funny Astro barely gets in.
Oh, dapat tim.
No, they got off the point with the chase.
Astro masuk pakai Lucio di boop, kan tinggal 0,01 kan?
Ngebut ya?
Dia ngebuk, nggak ke kontes langsung dapet. Holy shit, clutch. What the hell? What the hell is that?
Tadi kiri cancel quartz juga clutch anjing.
Holy shit. Kalau menang gara-gara itu sih tim.
Iya.
I mixed with the crowd.
In this OWCS bootcamp, here come the Ultras and Lippers just destroyed. Chorong trying to beat his way through. Funny Astro on 1 HP. He's going to go for the beat anyway. 4 players alive. Both sides. Max onto claws, but Twisted Minds, they have better staying power. They have more HP right now. Crazy Raccoon looking a little bit routed. TVNT just deletes Chorong. Only a little bit more for the payload to get the cap.
Wah, cap ini.
No way they win. Gila. Clutch. Holy shit, clutch boop.
Ini anak buah murid Frogger nih.
Muridnya Frogger. Tadi gue barusan ke streamnya Frogger, dia cuma geleng-geleng doang.
Do or die, the grand finals could be decided right here. Port still trying to catch up. Lep, here we go. 1.52 meters.
1.52. Nah, bye-bye. 4-0. Easy 4-0. Never mind. Not yet. Oh my god, Lip.
Oh shit.
Never mind.
Still in this fight. He's saying returning now. 3 members for Twisted Minds still in here. 30 seconds. It looks like a soft reset.
For TVNT ada ult, dia bisa taruh poin.
Iya.
Terus ada asal nggak mati aja. Have to go in.
Here it is. 9 seconds, final fight. Quartz is his turn to carry. Under
Wow.
pressure.
Put bomb on point. Bomb on point. Oh my god, Quartz. TVNT naruh bomnya di belakang. No, I think they lost this. Corong ada beat. Wah. Astro dapat beat. No. Oh my god. No way.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Oh my god.
That shit just woke me up. That just woke me up. What the hell was that?
No way, man.
Di situ tapi
Harusnya bomnya taruh di card nggak sih?
Iya.
Kayak si TVNT ngincar backline tapi dia mati, jadi makanya ngebom biar dapet ini lagi.
The series continues. Holy crap.
Gila itu best map of ini sih, the event sih. Buset.
Clutch momentsnya
Holy shit.
You earned that one. Any hope of winning, you gotta put it in. And for Chorong, he got that beat first, and he got Crazy Raccoon another chance in the grand finals.
Oh my god.
It could have ended all right there. Crazy Raccoon, historically the clutchest team of all time. Let's see if
Reverse
another
sweep.
map is what they need here after this.
What the hell is that tracking, brother? Oh shit.
Pro tuh selalu ngambil yang apa sih ini? Kalau Sojourn yang railgun apa sih itunya? 150 ya? 150 sama double slide.
Tapi kadang gue gak mau milih itu, gak mau milih per kiri soalnya kalau gue regram, kalau gue overclock pasti gak pernah kena.
Ya siapa tahu. Kalau lu mindsetnya gitu ya pasti gak kena. Lu mindset lu harus I'm the best.
Gak ada yang kena. Tapi play lihat gak nano overclock kita.
Nano overclock
di Colosseo.
Oh iya. Last minute touch.
Iya itu gila juga sih.
Itu untung gua ngambil perk speed boost.
Itu gokil banget.
Ini gokil banget touchnya, gila. What the hell is that touch, man?
We'll see what happens, but holy crap, dude, that was crazy. Oh man.
Gue langsung melek lagi anjing nih, gue tadi udah capek banget. Langsung melek gue. What a game.
Ini crazy sih.
Si Astro dapat beat tapi gagal anjir ulti ya.
Oh.
Holy shit.
So early pick dari Lip juga won the fight.
Bandcat save tank.
Anjing jago gambar tuh itu rakunya. Bagus banget.
Itu yang Yubi. Chat ini. Chat Weaver.
Grand Finals is not over yet. Crazy Raccoon late in the series. Fight back. Shambali Monastery Miracle igniting their fires for yet another map in this final.
And you see it. The players of old here still so strong. Lip getting those ridiculous clutch picks. Max coming in for the Diva. Getting a bomb to remove Jaewoo there for that last fight. Charon coming in. Clutch beat nearly going down for it before the Ajax happens for Astro. There's an overall fight of cinema a bit. Something you want to see out of a grand finals here for OWCS. Hope the glimmer it's alive, Avril. For Crazy Raccoon, there is a chance.
That full hold nearly happened. It was 0.01. Funny Astro clutched that one out and actually capped.
Yeah, I mean, what a
ada net. Baru lihat saking nggak fokus ya.
Ada net.
Buset 7 jam. Yo, kagak di Twitch chat.
I wouldn't be shocked to just see Max
Miau sama Nyang. Itu tadi kayak apa sih, team deathmatch ya? Show match gitu. Draw lagi nih 14-14.
Tell you what, not gonna have another Reinhardt incident here from Crazy Raccoon. Oh, Jumbin, you're right, Max is gonna stay in likely for the entire series. I mean, we'll see what happens on map 7, but
Zarya ban.
Let's get rid of the Zarya first and foremost. As TVNT knows that one of Max's specialties is in there, but you know what? I think Crazy Raccoon are identifying that they want to play Diva, so they're saying we will ban the break so we can enable Max's Diva.
Interesting ideas there, just inversing what we saw.
Ini finalnya first to 4, sekarang 3-1. Jadi kalau misalkan Twisted Minds menang selesai, kalau nggak menang ya lanjut terus sampai ada yang menang 4.
It's a question of execution. Can they keep executing at the highest level, keep matching Twisted Minds at a composition that they felt very, very confident in? And the answer might be yes. Because a single map loss here, they're done. It's over. Grand Finals won by Twisted Minds. But there is a chance for the reverse sweep.
Gue mau aja sih reverse sweep. Ruan. Asal match kayak gitu semua.
TM lost that one to Team Liquid, but they were not allowed to play D because it was banned. This time around, the Zari ban is in effect instead. TV and TM Max likely on a Diva duel for Destiny. Could still be the final map.
Crazy Raccoons fighting.
Twisted Minds.
Dukung Crazy Raccoons baik banget. Ya iyalah di Korea.
Where we saw some of the lows for Crazy Raccoon with the
Lu dukung yang mana? Jujur gue dukung Crazy Raccoons, tapi Twisted Minds palingan yang menang. Defending champion soalnya.
Lucio, Kiriko, Soldier, and Tracer, Diva here to keep Crazy Raccoon chances alive.
It's what I said earlier, right? If Crazy Raccoon can identify
2 menit nih, nggak ada yang mati.
The problem is if they don't have a winning matchup, they just lose.
Lip.
They won't take 4-0 as a scoreline that's acceptable.
Nah, aimnya nggak sebagus Quartz. Kalau Quartz mati itu.
Gaining confidence that they can win the mirror.
Trying to go for that long look there on the off angle.
Kenapa sih kualitinya jelek banget dari sananya ya berarti? Kayak gak jernih gitu loh.
No one going down just yet. And this time Quartz maybe looking to take this long peek. Be with the rail. Sees his target. Can he find him? No, Diva.
Nah, langsung datengin. Gak mati loh. Gak di...
With no kills to come on through, it's going to come down to first ultimates instead. Look, searching for a Jaewoo head. Find a funny Astro hit, but no kill.
He's still in. They know he's here.
Almost 2 minutes, no one's died yet. Oh, oke akhirnya. Trade lagi, bukan. Oke, Quartz. Observernya nih nggak ngasih lihat Quartz. Tai lah.
Lip just feeling like this is where I'm gonna take my stand here. Now the trades are still okay. For Crazy Raccoon, all things considered, they're going to have players alive. Max
Ya, tapi baru 2 menit kayaknya udah mau dapet ulti anjir.
Using the TP here.
Fightnya lama banget sih soalnya. Ini si Simple dapat Kitsune Rush.
Going down, those players going down for Crazy Raccoon, they might know they have the support ult advantage. Yeah, they do.
Simple goes first, Vigilante lagging behind, still waiting for ultimates to play through. Lip wants to be able to use his overclock, but again, Max dies on 99. The second time we've seen that in 2 maps. Absolutely critical loss. And now that shot that he's saying might just deliver the final blow.
Damn, no flick.
To continue their campaign pushing through.
And TVT wants to go deep here for the chase. Wants the pressure from the alternate angle, just going to use that mobility to get on out. Simple though finds Heesing as well, denying a tool for the recontest, denying a lot of that flank pressure as Twisted Mind's just taking advantage of that pick, peeking here aggressively from behind, moving the bot all the time.
5 ults, by the way, Crazy Raccoon. This is their moment. The moment to shine is upon them. They have to do this before the cap comes through. Quartz goes first. Vigilante follows through. Max already half HP. Lip waiting for his moment, but he's low HP. Has to back on out. Quartz readjusting his angle, and Max is there to meet him. How fast is Max to instantly get on top of Quartz? And well, the kill isn't there for either of those 2 players. And as the overclock dissipates, no one dies.
Damn, kena.
Raccoon taking the space now a bit. Max a little low, but the bomb is available. Going to commit the beat here.
Oke, nggak mati lagi.
Taylor though not getting that overhealth bomb used for Max
Bomb?
now to just break up the fight a bit.
No one day.
Let's turn now. TVT low.
Oh, hitam tadi. What the hell? Oh my god. Lip, what are you doing, Lip?
TVT cannot get back in the mech, but Max in the same. He's going to lose mech evasion. Jaywood's going to be close to that. Twisted Minds getting ahead now. Funny Astro onto Heesing, and the numbers advantage is simply there. Funny Astro saved the point.
Gila nih, Jaywood jago banget.
He'll do so again.
Some of these finishes here. Astro, like you said, dragging out on the Lucio right now. Simple holds onto the rush too, and look at this cap advantage now, this push advantage.
Simple pensiun dari CS main ke pindah ke ini.
They have a rush for the next fight. No portals here for Crazy Raccoon. Already getting to a somewhat untenable position potentially.
Simple is the only ultimate available, and he'll be the one to rip it through. Chorong, nothing in the bank to try and stay alive, and TVT boosts his full charge. Formula 1 car, Mark 10 into the backline. He's going to delete everybody as Crazy Raccoon cannot hold at all. 100 meters has now been found within 5 minutes.
They absolutely cannot get staggered here. Luckily, managed to make it out. Max gets one of those back. Sports gets ran down by Max alone. So that is a very, very big limb here. Keeping them in this fight, but still the Avra theory. It's been reached 106 meters to 0. And even with the cleanup coming through, now there's 5 minutes in the bank here to win. What is all intents and purposes, you have to win almost 5 fights in a row to equalize this at this point. All why Twisted Minds is going to be building up their ult bank.
The good news is, half the time on the map is remaining. That's a silver lining for Crazy Raccoon. Better yet, their clutch team is
they're
Sol
back.
and Shambali. Times get tough. Crazy Raccoon can pull out a miracle. They're going to have to potentially do that again. As TM cannot rest on their laurels here. 106 is a lot on meterage. Crazy Raccoon have made comebacks like this before. Let's see if they can do this.
And really, so much of this comes down to finding just an early pick potentially from Lip or very, very good ult economy. Lip getting low. Gonna get on out as Sports on the hunt, trying to find someone.
On the Astro looking for that beat. He's gonna get Ajax.
Oh my god, hampir aja.
He's gonna land that beat on the ground. Crazy Raccoon having to deal with the remainder of that green HP as Vigilante drops the rush in. Lip still yet to use his overclock, by the way. Probably will end up doing so by the time the fight is over. Pulse bomb goes wide. Max
Lu tau gak kenapa mereka ngomongnya Ajax? Dulu kayak gue lupa Collegiate Overwatch kayak. Atau cup di mana ya? Liganya lupa gue. Ada pemain namanya Ajax. Mau ulti. Kayak satu match gagal ulti berkali-kali gitu. Terus bilang di Ajax. Kayak C9. Jadi bukan pakai Lucio kalau nggak salah. Pokoknya sekarang kalau ulti gagal dibilang Ajax. Kayak dibunuh gitu, kayak misalkan Lucio mau beat dibunuh itu Ajax.
Bisa dibunuh kalau pas lagi mau ulti.
Reinhardt. Pokoknya bukan dibunuh, di cancel gitu loh. Reinhardt slam lu cancel, Ajax. Hanzo Dragon lu stun, Ajax.
Gigantic push disadvantage here on this map, on this game mode. You have to play perfectly, use your ult perfectly.
Speaking of ultimates, that's the first one. TVNT again.
Gila
Down the
TVNT.
racing line, and all of Crazy Raccoon are just going to go falling over. He's got 4 kills here, looking for a potential 5th, but I think he's saying he ended up getting out. TVNT hard carrying the team again, and guess what? TM will now get even more meters.
And just using that rush to position so aggressively, and he's saying goes down late. So they don't have the tracer, they don't have that extra pressure to put onto Jehu either. He's going to be looking to run amok here. Fortunately, the point, gonna have the rail, gonna find Chorong. We could be looking at a potential full cap, Avril.
It might be another full cap to end things out with. What can Claus do? He's going to take down Max. Crazy Raccoon, low HP and a few members. Threatening the cap is this Twisted Mind squad. They don't have a Lucio, but they might not need one if they can get Lip down. And the rest of his team, Respawn is coming in. Jehu collects another. What does fall? This allows Twisted Minds to maybe think about whether they can retain their push or not. Chorong dies.
Bomb point, TVNT bomb point.
So we'll have some respawners in here. TVNT, no remake. Max wins that one. Only Funny Astro, and he's not here.
Look at the cap.
I don't think they can do this.
Minutes in the bank. Over
Beda 100 meter lebih.
For Crazy Raccoon, yes, they have 2 supportals available.
Ya harus flawless banget, tapi kayaknya nggak mungkin ya. Mereka pasti tengah sini udah fight lagi. Mereka harus menang fight ini. Kalau kalah ya udah.
1 to 2 good fights here versus the 5, maybe 5 plus for Crazy Raccoon.
And it gets harder the deeper Crazy Raccoon have to push into basic Twisted Minds as well when consider spawns. Topic for another time. Churro still holding onto his feet.
Oh my god. Hampir aja. Gila. HP tinggal berapa tadi?
Doesn't go for the self-destruct. That means they're gonna reset.
Astro though, just pressuring the bot during this time, so they're not getting any free cap at all. Buying a little extra time there, and the rush not used for simple here. So you look at this fight for Crazy Raccoon again, gonna be a minute in the bank. No support ults into the rush. They will have the bomb, they'll have the overclock. Lip, right now, reaching towards the heavens. Crazy Raccoon fans putting their arms up saying, Lip, please save us. Lip, if you can hear us, please save us.
Simple needs a bit of saving, but no one's going to bore him. However, he's saying largely the same case. Max having to self-destruct it. He might even get back into mech barely.
Back in mech.
Lip is looking for targets on this overclock. TM though, they have backed out.
For one, Lip still hunting here. Max is back in that mech. They can get Jehu off the point. Jehu's already had to use a lot of cooldowns, but Chorong down. And now they can't get anywhere. Vigilante gone. 30 seconds here on the bank, Avril.
TVNT has just done so much here. 30 seconds remaining, and it's not looking like it'll be enough time. I mean, look how many ultimates are there. TM have it all.
It's a full bank here. Actual miracle in the outfield moment that would have to happen for Crazy Raccoon. 10 seconds now in the bank for the recontest.
GG's.
Down to this. It would have to be one of the best fights
Mereka harus touch, gak mungkin bisa touch.
There has to be a touch, and the touch is engaged, and you said it has to be the best fight you've ever seen in your life. The
touch, someone touch. No one touch.
You can't be. It can't be.
They said it could have been a fluke in 2025. They say that lightning doesn't strike twice. Well, guess what? Not a single second of Symmetra play by Twisted Minds. They don't even need it. Heavy may be the crown for the current defending world champions, but this crown sits firmly on these Twisted Minds.
What a performance here from Twisted Minds. But what a way to end the series as well, Avril. A C9 to end the series, no touch on the bot.
Bukan C9 kalau mereka losing.
Going down a dynasty here for OWCS. Maybe a new dynasty in formation now for
Twisted Minds, Twisted Minds.
In Stockholm, beginning the year with a win here in Korea. And just what a performance from this team, what a showing. But I mean, Avril, I know you have to be
Lip tinggi banget,
what an
buset.
amazing time, but a tough way to end it, I will say.
I'll be honest with you, Vas. No one likes to hear this, but given the advantage in meters and how many ults there were online for Twisted Minds, Was there really a hope for Crazy Kun? You hate to see them not get the final touch, but even if they had, an overwhelming onslaught required, overwhelming onslaught against Crazy Kun. I want to say Crazy Kun would have to have done something unbelievable to turn that one around. Now you start to see the entire squad of Twisted Minds getting on stage now. KSA in the background, Coach Captain Yubi in the foreground, and I mentioned this, but people are saying, okay, maybe this team is just Symmetra mergers. Maybe EMEA is only good because of Symmetra. Alcuzi and Twisted Minds only got the World Finals because of Symmetra. Well, guess what? Again, 0 Symmetra played by this Twisted Minds squad at all, and they nearly 4-0'd the entirety of this grand finals, if not for the savior of that Crazy Kun Shambali.
Yeah, just an outright amazing performance here for Twisted Minds, and Crazy Kun making the grand finals,
All
which is
right.
to be expected of a team of their caliber.
Bye
Honestly,
bye,
despite Falcons looking really strong heading
Bye
into
bye.
this event, but you can never count them out fully.
Lama
But a lot to
7,5 jam
for Crazy
anjing tim.
Raccoon, and if the meta stays similarly as we head in to OWCS 2026 proper,
Bye bye.
it's going to be a scary